what time it is, buddy?
Fever time.
Yeah, man!
Fire.
Everything that you carry, any luggage you take, all the ghosts you keep in hiding, they don't scare me away. No, 'cause I can't stop falling in love with you. I won't stop falling in love with you. I can't stop falling in love with you, with you. It's a past that keeps on calling, or if fear keeps you awake. I won't let a scar keep me from your lips. I catch every tear from your face. 'Cause I can't stop falling in love with you. I won't stop falling in love with you. I can't stop falling in love with you, with you. I can't stop falling in love with you. I won't stop falling in love with you. I can't stop falling in love with you, with you.
Come on, Mark.
Uh-oh.
Real draw, man. Like a moth to flame.
I am less afraid.
This is for the best.
Let me adjust the microphone for you. Doctor. How's that?
Have a nice night.
Well?
Oh, what? Now we dance. Oh, no.
It's not for you. It's for them.
But I have to go.
Now we dance.
What is it you've got running all through your veins? Well, I'm here to tell you, you've got the fever, and it's hard to tame. What is your passion? And baby, I'll tell you what my pleasure be. Well, it's fever for the showing, Be it horror, thrills, or fantasy. They give us fever with some sci-fi. Baby, we'll burn until we supernova all night long. Keep it coming, we love a good mystery. In the day you can feel it, during the night so hot it'll bring you to your knees. Well, it's fever for the showing, be it horror, thrills, or fantasy. They give us fever with some sci-fi. Baby, we'll burn until we supernova all night long.
Welcome, everyone. Happy Saturday to you all. We are here tonight. We are going to talk some Severance. I cannot wait. It has been too long. We've gotten this far, and it's 3 episodes in. I don't know what the hell's going on, but we got some awesome folks with us on panel tonight to dive into it, figure it out, see if we can try to piece together all these different departments, what they're meant for, what the company's deal is, who and what Miss Cobelt's deal is, and her breathing thing, and I just, there's so many questions on this show. Is it more questions or less questions than our From show? I'm not sure yet. So but we're gonna dive into it. About equal, right? Yeah, it's pretty close. But yes, we're gonna dive into it. But first, let's welcome everyone we got on panel. Of course, my awesome co-host, Miss Dana Marie. How you doing tonight, hun?
I'm doing good. Ready to talk about Severance because you're right. Got some questions. Got some questions. Those goats.
Right?
I'm still confused about those goats.
What's going on with the goats?
That whole goat scene.
They just need some cheese, you know? That's all it is.
That dude needs something, man. It wasn't just the outfit, yo. He was zoned out. Like, they were all like,
they're on something.
It was weird.
Yeah.
Like, they all have to crawl. You know, we're going to dive into it. We're going to get into it. We're going to show it. It was a good scene. That was like probably my favorite part of the whole episode. I don't know why, because it was like the creepiest part. So yeah, we're gonna get.
That's probably why.
Probably. But
that would be it.
We also have with us Shook Earth Media, Mr. Brian. How you doing, hun?
Very glad to be back with you guys. I'm excited to talk about Severance and break into it. Thanks for inviting me. I got my From t-shirt on.
Yes.
That you guys sent me. So very excited about that.
I'll do this. Wait, it's been a minute. There we go. Yeah, that
okay.
Is what's up.
There it is.
Nice.
Nicely printed. It turned out really nice.
Yes.
We also got the talisman here. Might as well show this off since I'm full screen. Got the talisman, so I can
fully
protect myself from
protected.
the monsters. Yep. We also got the ornament.
Yes.
So I'm double protected.
Yes, Nick on those, on the talismans and stuff, like Nick did such a good job on those, man.
Oh yeah, really well made.
He really did.
So,
and all
thank you
those
guys
talismans, the keychains and the big ones, he hand painted each one of them.
Oh wow.
Yeah, that's not easy. Look at all those crevices in there.
Yes, it looks so good, and you can't tell it, like, when even on the camera sometimes it doesn't pick up as well. But man, when you hold it, it's crazy.
Is it gonna focus if I do this?
I know, right? Oh, there it is. Oh, look, it's got all the symbols.
Yeah,
that's crazy.
So nice. I love that. So thank you guys for that. Appreciate it.
You're very welcome.
You're welcome. And thank you, Nick L, again, for making those and having them for us to give away to you guys, because that's phenomenal. All the stuff that he gave to us for you guys and the giveaways, man. We hope everybody has been getting their packages. I know we've been hearing from a lot of you guys. Dana has been hearing from you. So if you haven't got it yet, get on the lookout, because you should be receiving it if you haven't already.
Yes, because every package has officially been sent and is on its way to everybody. So I said to someone, I was like, I think I need to start a shipping company. I was like, I was just like, I was buried in boxes.
Data was like Mrs. Claus for Christmas. She was giving all the packages to everybody. They got sent out. She's got them already. They were sent out by Santa. We would say who Santa was.
Yes. And I appreciate everybody's patience because the shirts had to get printed and you guys were awesome for waiting. Thank you so much. Because I wanted to make sure everybody got the size they wanted. I didn't want to just order 20 of one size because I wanted them to fit. I wanted it to be something nice that fit everybody and, felt more personal that way. So, and thank you to JH. He also had his shirt today and gave us a nice little shout out.
Mm-hmm.
And if anybody has not voted yet for his From award show, I'm going to post the links in a few minutes so that everybody can get a chance to go vote. And he's doing the awesome From award show. So he's got a whole nice little list of questions and you guys can vote for all your stuff. And it seems like it's going to be pretty cool.
Nice. So
Nice.
you guys go check that out. Dana will post those links in a little bit.
Yep.
We also have hanging out with us tonight from The Walking Dead Explained, James. How you doing, hon? Always a pleasure.
Hello. Welcome, and glad to be back here with you guys and Brian. And I got my From stuff as well. It's awesome. Nick did a great job. Just everything awesome.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely. I know. I got mine. Mine's not even hanging up by the door. I'm not doing right. Mine's hanging up by the computer right now, but it's okay. I have it. It's
A lot of demons
fine.
come in through the computer screen, so I think that works.
It's fine. It'll be okay for now. We're not. When I see the tree fall, I just keep it in my pocket because we're not in From right now. But if there was ever a tree falling somewhere, then I just have it with me. It's fine. Then we know to put that sucker up.
Yep. You see
And
crows
the
around.
little keychains are portable. Right. So now you got
right.
protection both in and out of the house. You just take it everywhere you go, and everywhere will be a little protection barrier, no matter where you are.
Or remember that one monster said it doesn't work like that when he was holding it out,
Yep. Yep. Gotta have it just right. The right spot. We still don't fully know those rules. I mean, I think we do.
You got to be inside something like a car, van, or a house.
I would say so for the most part, but I'm curious on the cracks. Like, because they say everything has to be sealed, but how sealed are we talking here?
I wonder if Nick can make me one to shield me from taxes.
Oh yeah.
Yes. So Nick,
I was doing
you
my
were out
taxes
there
today. It was very sad.
Yes.
Not my favorite thing.
No, not at all. You cry when you write those checks.
Right?
Yep.
It is that time of year, folks. And so, Nick, if you're out there, you got something to protect us from, Big Daddy government. Good old Sam.
Or adulting in general. Do you have anything that protects against adulting in general? That would be awesome. That would be awesome.
They think he's gonna get you one way or another. Look, if he don't get you now, he's gonna get you later. Now he gets you like 3 times over. That's okay. It is what it is, and we keep moving forward. It's car tags for me as well this month. So it's always fun. Yeah, everything just hits you at one time.
Hey, maybe we can get severed, and when we pay our taxes with our other self, and we never remember it.
Do they? Maybe they have to pay double taxes.
Okay, well, now you might be on to something. If it wasn't for the fact that you actually severed your brain, I have no idea what's happened in my body during that time. It would be nice.
But then you might file twice, and then you're screwed.
Yeah, what are the rules? Are you double taxed because you now split
that would suck. That would suck.
Like, how's this gonna work?
Your innie self and your outie self.
I want to be whichever one doesn't pay the taxes.
Yeah, the innie.
Does one pay more or the other? Because like the outie owns the property, the innie doesn't own anything, right? Or how does that work?
Yeah, they don't.
So how
get
do you
money,
claim? Like, how is the
or
claim?
anything.
Like, how do we claim in this?
They get coins for food.
Yeah. If you notice, the signatures are different also between the innie and the outie.
Well, that would make sense a little bit.
Yeah,
I didn't pay attention to it, but that would make sense.
I think it's Mark. Maybe he's the one that signed something, and in the real world, and you compare the two, and it's totally different.
Wow, interesting.
A lot of good little notes. That is a good little pin. Put that in your notes, people, because
there's definitely like nature versus nurture stuff going on in this show, and that would be a nurture thing. Like his circumstance makes him have a different signature, which is interesting.
Yeah,
It's
they're
almost like
kind
they're
of
two different people or something,
yeah.
but not. It's
And
weird.
more childlike. A lot of the things. That's why they
Mhm.
have the little food parties, and
Mhm.
they do the kind of treat them the way they do
Well,
on the
that's
Severance
why I
floor.
think at the end of this, matter of fact, let's say hey to the chat, and then we'll definitely dive into it. Because I know at the end of the episode, when it says like, "Who are you?" and it's like, what, when, like, what was your first memory, or when were you born, or
Uh-huh.
something like that, and he's on the table
Yeah.
as he was, like, when he first enters the Severance floor. So it made me think, yeah, like you're saying, that's their birth. They are, even though they're in a full grown body, they're essentially the mind of a child in a
Yeah,
way.
yeah. Once you ask him that question, what's your first memory? His outie self
Mm-hmm.
can't remember back that far, but his
Mm-hmm.
any self was like, oh yeah, that just happened, kind of,
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
It was interesting. Yeah, the ending of this last episode was interesting. They've laid out quite a show for us. Let's
definitely.
see.
I love
Let's
the
see
way they
who we
filmed
got.
it too, like flashing back and forth between the two different like
Yeah.
outfits and everything,
Yeah, that was
different
wild.
colors.
But let's
Really
see
good
who we
directing on
got.
this show.
Let's see who we got in the chat tonight, because we will keep gabbing away. We'll say hey to you guys. We got Dark Elf hanging out with us tonight. Welcome, hun. Always glad to see you. What's up, Courtney? Always glad to see you hanging, hun. Hope you're doing well. We got Apex Comics hanging out with us tonight. Welcome, welcome. I see Eric Stewart hanging out with us tonight. Welcome. He's one of yours, Brian? He come from
Yeah,
your
yeah,
he
we're
came from your neck of
always
the
chatting in
woods?
the comments.
Nice. Well, welcome, hun. Glad to have you hanging with us tonight. We have EJ
EJ too.
Wicks. Okay, welcome, hun. Welcome. Let's see who else we got. Trying not to miss nobody. Scroll down a little bit. I know. Okay, here we go. We got Fletcher hanging out with us
Ooh,
tonight.
I
Welcome,
like
hun.
that. Luminaholics. Luminites is actually a little better. I like my
Luminite.
stuff.
All right, we'll do it. No,
Yeah,
y'all
because
come
we're
up with a
from
few
Elite. We have to
names, and
come
we
up
can
with
always
something.
do a
Yeah.
poll. We need what? We can do what?
I was gonna
3?
say Scarlett loves her polls.
Y'all
She
come up.
will
So
make that a poll.
write it. I gotta write it down. Hang on. I'm a star that comment, and
Yeah,
you
those are
put your
good.
spelling, Brian, in the private chat for me, and then y'all come up with.
Somebody else had Luminites.
Oh,
I think that
somebody
was
else
just
did. Okay, where's that one at? I didn't see that one yet. My bad. Because I'll put that one,
I put
and
it
then
in the
y'all come
private
up. Oh,
chat.
it was right under here. I didn't get to it yet. There it
There it
is.
is.
That's why. All right, I star that one too. My bad. What's up, Bill? Welcome, welcome. So y'all come up with one more name or whatever in chat. We'll do a poll. I'm good with it. All right, let's see. I see Casey hanging out, and awesome, hun. I'm glad you got all of your items as well. Hope you are enjoying them.
Nice. I
Welcome,
hope you're wearing it
Vanessa.
right now.
I know, right? Everybody got them on. Actually, man, I don't have mine on. I wore mine yesterday. I got 2 from shirts. They ain't hooked me up.
Just
Well, actually, I
me.
got
Come
3.
on.
They ain't hooked me up. We got like 3 of them, 3 different ones. So I've already worn mine probably this week.
Nice.
Yes, because I got some other designs that I've been checking out. So we're ready
Cool.
for next season.
Oh
Yes.
yeah.
It's not going to be this year though, right? That's next year.
Yeah,
Probably.
no,
Yeah,
next year we gotta
2026.
wait
I
for the
think.
season.
I know we gotta wait for it. It's okay.
Too long.
It's fine. Just don't think about it. We'll think about Severance for now. We'll try to get in. Shogun might be popping back up, and Yellow Jackets, and what else, Data? There's so many. We had a list the other day. I can't even remember. There was a few good ones that we're looking forward to. Keep us occupied.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah, we have so many good things that we're looking forward to. I know we can't wait for Alice in Borderland, and All of Us Are Dead, and there's so many good Korean shows that we're waiting for. And then I know we're eventually going to try to tackle Silo, even though that's come and gone.
Mm-hmm.
I'm trying to think
One
of what
last
else is
season,
out
though,
there
right?
right now.
Is
I
it
don't
one
know if
more?
they're going.
I think so.
I think it's 1 or 2, because I think they got signed on for a season 3 and 4.
Oh,
if
okay.
I'm not mistaken.
And that's going to be the last one. Got it.
That I think they're going to go 4 seasons. I think they're going to try to get through a season a book, which is going to be interesting.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, I think they're going to go 4 seasons.
I wish I had time to keep up with all these shows. There's too many
I know
things.
there is quite a bit now. There's some good ones out there.
That's the thing with streaming is there's so many different channels and services. Shows like this are so good. It should be like everybody's talking about this show.
Yeah.
how I feel it should be. But it's just, who has Apple TV Plus? Not everybody, right? So we're so segmented now.
What's up, Unhinged? Glad you're hanging with us as well tonight, hun. And I think I have about got us caught up on the chat. And I see what else you said in there, Unhinged. I'm not highlighting it. You can't make me. Actually, you can make me if you super chat me.
Uh-oh.
There you go.
Oh,
Hey, I want to do a shout out to that childhood videos. I don't know how you say the first part. He said a couple things to me. I just want to say, hey, I do see your text there.
Yeah,
Wait, which one?
You
Hang
came
on.
from the Commonwealth video you made, apparently.
Yeah. It was up at the top.
So,
I seen
so
that. Wait, it was way up
appreciate
there.
that,
Hang on.
and just doing a shout out. Hello.
I
Bit of
see
a dry
it.
spell with Walking Dead right now,
Sure, tell me about it.
huh? Waiting for Dead City.
Yep, waiting for anything good these days.
Yeah, I know, right?
I thought Daryl's was okay. It was okay. At least they were trying something different.
Yeah, I love the setting. The locations were awesome, and the cinematic quality was definitely there.
Beautiful locations.
I thought the writing quality kind of fell off in season 2. Like, they went back to their old thing where they had so many coincidences and just like all these nitpicky things that just add up, and you're just like, oh man. Not as bad as Fear, but it was getting closer to that.
Fear had such potential. That
I
had
know.
such potential. Like, I really thought we were going to get those, like, start of like we got like, it was like 2 days and shit was done. Like, it's the apocalypse already. I was like, what? Thought you were going to give us a little more.
They had a time jump in the first season and like skip past all the outbreak stuff. They're like, oh, we don't have the budget for all that. We're gonna have them trapped inside the barbershop and then have a riot outside, and that's what we'll do.
It's so weird that they have a, IP. They have this thing that they could do, which you ask any fan, you ask any person at all in the world, I want to see the early days stuff. I want to see the early days stuff. Yeah, I don't care where in the world, who it is, what characters, just some early day stuff. And they want to go way past that no matter what they talk about. So that's so weird to me.
Yeah, it is weird. They had a perfect opportunity with the Tales show where they could have done any of those ideas as well, but they just chose to do something else. I think it mostly boils down to budget. They just don't have the money for the big scale stuff, unfortunately. So yeah, that's what everybody wants. So, hopefully they come to their senses.
They could get some cheap actors and not have to pay $1 million an episode for a Daryl or a Rick or something. They could even get some, up and comers and just low budget it. I think that would be kind of awesome, actually.
Yeah, definitely.
Pretty much. And at that point, that spinoff was already gaining so much more. People were talking about it. So even if AMC just put even a little bit more into that budget, would have been so much more worth it to at least get a couple of seasons before we were just it was basically the original Walking Dead. And then once you started doing the crossovers and stuff and trying to figure out how those timelines worked and where I was just like, okay, I'm lost.
Yeah, such a great thing that almost every fan is kind of lost.
Yeah, I mean, there's just so much content. Oversaturation really kills it, milking it a little too much.
What's up, Top Korean? Welcome. And guys, if y'all want, I'm gonna put that poll up for the 2 names. If y'all want another name for we had Lumaholics and Luminites. We got another one we can put up there. Otherwise, I'm gonna post a poll.
Go for it.
3 seconds. 2, 1. No more
vote.
names. Okay, we are gonna post. Starting the poll. There you go, guys.
Luminites. I'm advocating for Luminites.
But it is, you have to say, the whole Severance idea of people that hate their job and wish they could just turn that part of them off, and stuff, that it's a interesting rabbit hole to go down. So this show is pretty crazy.
Oh,
that's what I love about science fiction is when they use the technology and stuff to talk about real issues. And that part where it's like, it's so much of our lives is spent at work, 8 hours a day or 40 hours a week or whatever. But it doesn't feel like real life. It's like segmented, and then we go home to our families, and that's the real life. That's the real us. And only a certain part of yourself you can show in the workplace, like in a corporate culture, especially like that. You can't be 100% honest. You can't make edgy jokes. You're going to get HR called on you, stuff like that. So it's, definitely a lot about that, which is, I think, why it's so interesting.
Oh, yeah.
So do you guys think Miss Wong is Mark's daughter?
Oh, is that
That's a
where
good
we're?
theory.
Is that too early?
I didn't know if that's where we were going with that yet. I mean,
don't know.
I
I
just
don't
How long are
know.
they married?
Honestly, with this show, they give you so little to go on. And
I
with
saw a
Mark's wife,
headline. I just saw a headline, and I just thought I actually didn't even. That wasn't my theory. It was like,
Yeah, I didn't even think of that.
no, I did not. I just assumed she was just some child the company
And-
had, like
and she's
slaves,
like
child slave
19.
labor or something. Like,
Yeah.
seriously, the way this company's running,
she's like 19 in real life. That's crazy that she can.
Oh,
look so
really?
young.
wow.
Because they were calling her like 12, and that's
And
like,
because the way that I guess that she spoke and they just made it, just maybe they filmed it, made her look shorter. I don't know, or she's just short in general and with that young
yeah,
face.
she's just with some people can do
I'm
that.
sure they wanted to cast somebody who was over 18 so that they can shoot for more than 6 hours a day. There's that limit with, child labor laws and whatnot.
Yeah, she has the Gary Coleman effect, I call it. That he was like 30 when he played a little kid on TV.
Was he really?
Yeah,
I don't know about this.
I think he was like 30.
That's wild.
Well, I still liked it. What was it? Him that asked? One of them asked, like, "Why are you so young?"
Yeah.
Why are you a kid?
Why are you a kid?
Because of when I was born.
And Dylan asked this last episode, is like, are they like keeping you here against your will?
Yeah.
Apex. Nah, she's 14. I know, right? I didn't even think, because I don't go usually look up a lot about some of the actors or actresses when it comes to that kind of stuff. Like, I'm watching it, and then probably after, because most of them, if I haven't seen them before, I probably don't look them up too much yet. I'm not really big into that, but
Yeah, I like to
didn't
get
think she
immersed
was like
in it.
19. That was not.
I wouldn't have guessed that for sure.
Like, now I'm curious, in the show, how old do they have her as? Because we know, like, right, they did Julie. She's technically like older in real life than she is on the show, I believe. But I'm curious of how like old this character is actually supposed to be. Is she supposed to be like a child, or is it just funny because we think that and they're not really telling anybody, right? Like, they're even making tongue in cheek about it. So it's like,
yeah, you would think that she would have corrected the record if she wasn't a kid at this point.
She's never addressed it really, except that's when I was born.
Right. Yeah, it's just you would think when the corporate speak goes on, you look at what they don't say, and that's almost more important than what they do say. And when she doesn't say, "Hey, I'm not a kid," that kind of, to me, confirms that she is.
Right.
Yeah.
It's almost like they were making it out like that, but they're very weird because
she's stern. She's like, "I'm not your friend."
Yeah, that was mean. And I love that exchange. And I think this is what you're talking about, right? Inquisitor. She does trigger Mark. Like, that whole exchange with them doing the ball scene.
I really like that scene because in that scene you see Mark, basically the severed innie Mark, kind of sever himself, whereas like the innies were always like more genuine and honest because they don't have that baggage. But now he has a secret and he has an agenda, so he has to pretend, not to have that agenda. So this is where you see him start to act more like a real person in like a corporate type of landscape. So I thought that was a really, really good scene. A lot of subtext.
Yeah, and it really is just the whole dynamic of everybody, right? Because these two for sure were working together prior. I don't know if he was with their group or not. I think he wasn't, right? He was like in a poor place. He wasn't part of their group. So these two already have like this conflict between them. Like, she kind of even gives him the weird eye when he's talking and stuff. So, and then whoever little girl is and her fucking attitude from, like, she is like a demon. She just stares into your soul and rips it to shreds. And she's like a 12-year-old. It is horrifying.
She was basically promoted to replace Milchick, but at
Well,
the same
he found her because he said something like, "Oh yeah, I got this person." Like he had her stored away some fucking where. Like it's like what?
like maybe she's a clone or something. They grew her in a lab, you know.
I
She's
have
not even
no
real. Or
idea,
maybe an
but this was
android
just
or something.
wild
But
because she's
Milchick
telling him.
he pretended to be nice, right? Like that's what kind of makes him so unsettling, is like the fake nicety. She doesn't have that, so I don't know if
She
that's
does
like
a little bit, but for the most part, she's real stern, and even so much so that like when they're having this exchange, her and Mark, the dude next door, like sitting next to her, is like, "Yeah, my eyes are down. I'm not involved. We just gonna act like ain't nothing going on." And then
yeah.
Mark's like, I love how he just smiles and kind of gives her that little like lean in, and it's like 3 friends.
Yeah, that was so great.
Let's see what we got. Yes, unhinged children can be scary enough, indeed. And she is quite the little hellion. Look, what was it? Hang on, we gonna skip ahead to the part. Wait, is it even in? Do I even have it? It's from this episode, this last episode, actually. I'm gonna go to those screenshots real quick because she scared the shit out of me again in this last episode when they was in the damn. What was that room now? It's the security room, but what are they calling it now? He can
The
go.
visitation room.
Yeah, the visitation room.
The Audi family visitation room or something like that.
And she's all interrupting them and stuff, and she's like,
yeah.
I'm like, oh shit.
Well, you don't love how the first episode they pretend that we're listening, you know, was like we're listening to you, but there's a subtext of like, no, we're always listening. And they took the cameras away, so they're trying to make them feel more comfortable, but that just confirms like, oh yeah, they're still listening to everything. Not that any of us were ever fooled by that.
Right.
It kind of shatters any sort of false sense of security.
Well, in here particular, I'm assuming they're watching, right? Because this is a special sort of privilege thing, and they have to monitor and make sure things aren't being said. But everywhere else is questionable right now. And that question was brought to me by, I believe, was it your husband, Dana, was talking to me about that today? About who was listening in?
Yes.
Was that the train?
Train goes by.
Well, there you go, guys.
Oh, yeah, sorry. Yeah, I didn't see. I don't even hear it.
No,
I apologize.
No, it was
I'm so
perfect.
numb to it. I didn't even hear
it. Was so perfect. But yeah, her husband was talking about it earlier.
When you live around it your whole life, you don't hear them anymore.
Yeah, it was train. It's a happy little train that came through. It's fine. But
I think the train was agreeing with you. I think
it was. It was happy. But yeah, your husband was bringing it up, and it goes to kind of what you're talking about, the listening in part. So, do we think they actually have cameras? And this is his theory, his idea. Where like he brought this to me, and I thought it was real interesting. Is it who is actually listening in? Are we thinking, it's cameras, little secret, spy microphones and shit, or is it someone in their party that's listening in? And by party, I mean the little Miss Lady that we know is now part of Severance and her family. Is she her, or is she her any or her outie when she's in Severance now?
Yeah, she very well could have the ability just to walk in. You would think that there wouldn't be such a drastic difference in her personality. I don't think she was always. Yeah, I think she is legitimately severed. But now it's a question of she's obviously observing. She can learn from her any self, and now she can adapt and act. Maybe she could even afford an acting lesson. How do I act like this person? So she could do that in theory, but I don't even think they have to, because I mean they took the cameras were placed there so that they would be seen, so they could obviously like hide a tiny camera anywhere. It's a little cagey about like what the state of technology is, but they have like smartphones and stuff. So I'm assuming they would have technology where you can have like a tiny pin drop camera and just hide it in a wall so nobody would ever know it's there. So I think that it was just some like symbolic gesture of like, oh, the cameras are gone, but they're all still there. I'm convinced. And the microphones for sure, like just hidden wherever. So I'm convinced they never went away.
Did you say Dana or James?
James, I'm sorry. Yeah.
As far as the camera thing, yeah, they're probably still watching and listening. Definitely in that room, like you were saying. As far as is it Heli or Helena? I first thought I'm gonna go with it's still Helly, and that was just a weird episode when she first came back or whatever. But by this episode, I'm definitely on the Helena team. She's just too many things pointed to Helena, and I think Irving is catching on to it because everyone else is just too distracted. Of course, Dylan, he's got his family thing. Mark's got his thing going on, and Irving is the clearest head at the moment, I think, as far as thinking about stuff. And as far as Helena, yeah, I think it's her. I would put my money on Helena.
And see, I didn't even think about it until, and matter of fact, he is in the chat, Mr. Dark Elf himself. He brought we were talking earlier today, and he brought it up to me and asked me the question. Actually asked me before I watched it, and because he had asked me prior to watching it, I probably would not have even picked up on it. And I even told him that. I said I wouldn't have even picked up on it until he's like kind of put the seed in my head. And then when I watched this episode, it was like I was like, okay, when they're talking about, it was the very beginning, right, when they're handing out the flyers for the missing person for his wife.
Mm-hmm.
And they say that, I know I'm not going to say the line right, but they're basically talking about how they're listening in and stuff like that. And I was like, well, who the hell is listening in? And then it was a little weird. She was a tiny bit weird this episode. The hallway.
I think that instance where she touched him right there, the frame you had up almost, where she touched him, that's another moment where Irving's like, something ain't right with you, girl.
Mm-hmm.
You know, the other moment being in that projector room with the gardener at night, the night gardener. Only rich people only rich people like the Egans have night gardeners.
I don't think that's a real thing, but yeah, I thought that was just like her trying to lie to cover up the fact that she's embarrassed about who she is on the outside, you know.
And that was my original. That would have been my original reaction.
Yeah, that was mine as well, but I changed it after this episode, thinking it's Helena.
Maybe,
especially like there was, and I'm trying to remember, there was another moment too, because when she's in the hallway with Mark, it was a little bit weird, right?
Yeah. I think Mark, I don't know if he knew it in that moment.
Right, yeah. Well, it's like on the surface, it's like a will they, won't they, because now there's the possibility of the wife still being alive. So it's like, oh, we still have this connection toward each other, but we don't, want to engage in that right now because of this ambiguity. But on this deeper level, it could just be like she wants to experience that, but she hasn't ever done that before. Like she rewatched the moment with the elevator closing and she comes out and kisses him and stuff. She watched that like multiple times. And to me, I look at that and I see her watching that. And I think that she views that as freedom because she's very cold and guarded. She never had like genuine affection. Her father was criticizing her in the one scene and it was like, she was used to it. It didn't even seem to faze her when that happened. So seeing her innie self have that freedom to experience those things, I look at that as like jealousy. And now if she is a mole now, I think what the motivation might be she wants to explore that a little bit. And maybe this awkwardness is because she wants to feel that, but actually can't. So yeah, you could view it either way for sure.
That is a lot, like, because they don't give us, they give us just enough to make us question everything. And even what Nick's saying, but Helly R knows she's Helena now, and that would make me question why would they? I know why they want to bring her back in for Mark, because they got the special thing with Mark and Cold Harbor, but her knowing about kind of her place outside, her outies place, would be kind of like difficult. You would think that, like, how would they know that she's going to cooperate in a proper way to not, mess things up as her innie? So maybe they would send her outie as her innie to kind of keep, not saying that is, but that is, I mean, it's a thought. I don't know now. I have no idea.
They could throw in a scene, now that you say that, they could maybe throw in a scene that's already happened, of course, a flashback, but of them turning on her innie to see what happens before they send her down. And she goes ape shit. She goes like ape shit or whatever. Yeah. And so that they know we can't ever resurrect her again or whatever.
Ooh.
Yeah, because you would think like there's that scene when they come down the elevator and meet each other again in the first episode this season. and you would like her consciousness turned off when she was in the middle of a speech, right? And she was getting tackled. So you would think like she would still, when she woke up, be in the middle of saying what she was saying, you know?
Yeah, and
So
she wasn't.
and she wasn't. Yeah, so that could be, but I guess I would have to wonder if there's an override in the elevator,
Because the dude was still knocking.
Yeah, exactly. True. Very true. Yeah, and Mark was still in the middle of like screaming.
He took off running. Like, I gotta find Gemma.
Yeah. No, that's a good point. And they seem to be like using everything that happened in the finale of last season to their advantage. You know, like they have the book that in this episode now, Dr. Ricken's book. They're trying to rewrite that to propagandize it.
Mm-hmm.
You know,
yeah, he's so stupid, man. I'm like, thank God for his wife. She's, I think she's onto it.
Yeah.
Told him 1 hour. You got an hour.
Right.
Yeah, she is a piece of work in and of herself.
Yeah, she creeps me out for sure. But that book he wrote is like, it's supposed to be a self-help book, but it's like the worst advice ever, except for the innies. It is actually good advice for them, because the advice they read was like, oh, it's not my fault. My book's not bad. It's the publishing industry. It's everybody else that is wrong, which in general is just like terrible advice, because you can't change the world.
Right.
Yeah.
And it's just great writing, all that stuff about it's the you are. I mean, how just making it fit where it works in the any world and not the outie world. Just they thought all that through, man. It's intelligent writing.
It's making fun of self-help books on the outside world, but also keeping the themes going.
And on that, it's like one of my theories now at this point that I saw Dylan with his wife. Who was it? Was it Dylan? I was maybe thinking about it first, or maybe it was the Helena thing, thinking, hey, it looks like my Annie's having more fun than I am, or something, when she was watching herself back. Or I don't know what it was, a combination, but I think some of them, or someone like Dylan, for an example, even his wife realizes, man, why don't you just not turn him off one day when he's going up the elevator so I can have this one, not the one sitting on the couch, not knowing how to make cookies.
Yeah, she was trying to be real nice and to let the innie know that the outie needed some work.
And he even said like, oh, so he's kind of a loser. I forget exactly what he said, but she didn't say no. She didn't say no.
Yeah, because that's her there with him after. That's the outie.
Yeah. Right. She didn't refute that claim.
But is it really like
she didn't deny that accusation?
She didn't say I love you in that scene where she did. She did in that scene.
Very true.
It was so cute. It was so cute here. And she was kind of nervous, but it was cute.
She's a great actress. I like her.
Yeah, definitely.
Oh, she's from The Walking Dead. That just dawned on me.
Yeah.
How
Who
about
was she in Walking Dead again?
Just friggin' dawned on me.
She got shot in the eye with an arrow on the road.
She was Tara's girlfriend.
Denise, right?
Yes, Denise.
Yeah, she took Abraham's death.
Abraham's
death.
Yeah.
Giovanni says the book is free on Apple Store, and there's also an audiobook with Ricken's ASMR voice.
I saw that.
I did. Actually, I've got the link to watch so I can watch it. Some of you guys, I think it was Fletcher, actually, maybe Chromonacle that posted it in the Discord. So somebody sent it to me, and I got to watch that. There was like a video or something.
Is it long? Like, is it super long, or?
I haven't gotten into it yet, but I don't know.
Yeah, that's.
I'm about to go. I don't know. I was gonna say, where is it in my Discord? I was gonna go look real quick, but I can't remember where I've seen it. But I know someone sent it to me or posted it in the Discord.
Yeah, they're playing that up. I mean, I heard him say that it wasn't going to be like Rickon wasn't even going to be that big of a character and stuff like that, and they brought the book in and it just exploded into this big part of the show. It's crazy.
Yeah,
it was Miss Vic, our awesome mod. She posted it in the Discord, and let's see, I do have a link.
That's what's great about like the medium of TV is, you put out one and then in the meantime, before season 2, you can see how the fans react and what they like, and emphasize parts that they like. So they might have written him as like kind of a nothing character, and then he ends up really resonating. So
Awesome. Let's see, I'm sorry, I'm reading.
He
through
became
trying
a
to
favorite.
catch up.
Dylan became a favorite when he was holding them buttons in that room last season. He was like holding it down, like,
Yeah.
no, you're not gonna. And Milchek was trying to get in that room. He was like, "Fuck you, you ain't coming in here." Nope, and he just had shit.
It's funny how he envisioned his outside self being this badass. He's kind of a badass on the inside because that was such a superhero moment, for him to do that.
He took the moment to sacrifice for everybody else, because he knew he had that family outside, so he had that extra like reason. So,
and now they're using that sort of against him, right?
Yeah. Well, he was the guy who was always really super into the incentives, the finger traps, and the little figure that they got.
Bit the hell out of Milchek for fucking around with that shit. Talking about, that was my son. You don't tell me nothing. Oh, but we got some good incentives for you.
But yeah,
this is
where they're smart. They're like, let's turn that into the ultimate incentive, to get him in line, and it worked. And now he seems to be like Team Lumen, and he's kind of separated himself. He's not going to go looking around the hallways.
He didn't want to go participate in the reindeer games or anything. He said, I'm on a roll. I got to get this done. And he was ready to go. He's like, no more team Team Loomis. See, Percy says the Lumen Handbook and Rickon's book are symbolic of the Bible and other religious books and how they change the mind of the reader by provoking thought. And yes, there is. The Lumen Handbook is interesting. Rickon's book is interesting. A lot of the stuff on the show and they put out, not just even in the show itself, is actually really cool. There was even that PDF file we got, and I still am like not gotten through all of that. And it's like all the like emails or letters or whatever that's exchanged between these people at Lumen. And it's just a whole bunch of information that they got out there.
Yeah, okay. The Lumen Handbook is written like the Bible, like verses and stuff. So that's pretty crazy in itself. Those books, I think Irving maybe went over and looked at them. There's like in a little shelf. And the that other thing, the letter, it was an ex-Lumen employee that sent an email to a reporter for the story of what's going on at Lumen. And the reporter finally was believing it, like, oh my God, and went to the editor. We got to print this. And the editor's like, nah, you need to print, the ball game instead. So the word never got out.
Yeah, I thought at first that the Lumen Handbook and all that was just for the innies because they need to give them a purpose beyond, they need to kind of give these new life forms that they created a reason for existing and for doing their job, because obviously the outies have money, the innies have nothing else other than just the world in there. So I thought it was that, but it's obviously more than that because we see Lumen higher ups highly motivated by this as well. So it is kind of like its own, cult religion thing going on. So,
but think about what that lady wanted to do with the cousin's book. Oh, we just want to tweak it a little bit. We think it could be really useful for the innies. And they're like, why do you want to tweak it? So it goes to show you that they want to manipulate it almost in the same way. They want to take the story and tweak it to make it more, I guess, something that they can use to get these guys to follow them in a sense, or be more susceptible to what they're trying to do.
Yeah. I'll be curious to see what changes they make to the book, because I'm sure the other shoe will drop this season.
Oh, yeah. Let's see what you guys in the chat are saying. Our awesome mod Vic says, they said the goats weren't going to be a storyline. The fandom kept talking about it, so they brought the goats back. LOL. And I'm so happy they did. I would have to say it's probably my favorite part of the whole episode. I mean, the whole episode of this last one was pretty good. But there was just something about this goat freaking scene, man. They're like, okay, we all saw the original part. We all know the original part of the room. We've seen it before. But what is this? What
I thought
they
of
have to
being
walk
John
through here?
Malkovich. Do you guys ever see that movie?
Yes.
Yeah, there's like a floor that's like a half floor, and they have to like kind of crawl into it on the elevator and stuff. And I'm pretty sure that this is like a reference to that.
Yeah,
So like the
and
people
it's
have to
so
walk in
lumen.
and out of
Yep.
this? Oh, that's
No,
so-
that's just for the animals.
I wonder, but where do the people walk in and out of? Because it was like
They got to have another entrance. We
Yeah,
see
they
a
would-
door behind. I forget what her name is in the show, but Brienne of Tarth. Behind her,
yes.
there's another door.
Yeah.
So I'm assuming that they have their own elevator or staircase
Now,
or whatever.
and I guess that other room, when he was milking the goat or feeding the goat milk, it's got those things, that thing you can see up there. Yeah. So that's the feeding room, I guess.
Yeah, maybe was that
Well,
machine
then what's
there
this?
last
'Cause
season?
they're
I don't
eating in
remember.
here.
I think
too.
it was. I think it was.
What is this room then?
Well, I mean, they're eating the grass, but
Yeah, this is like the grazing, but
Which
like the
wouldn't
baby goats
survive.
need milk, right?
Yeah, I guess
So-
that's right. It's for the baby goats. Okay, so the
Yeah.
babies stay in here, and then I guess they go here, where this creepy dude's hanging out. It's not a goat, people. It's this dude here. Oh God, he's fucking creepy, man.
Yep. Yeah, he's definitely off-putting.
And then there she is, your lady.
She's ready to attack.
She was so ready to attack.
are you here to
Yeah.
kill me?
I know, right? Like, I don't think she remembers what show she's in. She may be thinking she's still in, Game of Thrones over there.
They
and
must have
slapping
their own
somebody.
like narrative because they're talking about like pouches and stuff. In the same way they had those paintings with the different departments, like they were killing each other. They must have that same type of narrative, and like everybody else is a marsupial and they got pouches. So there's something going on there. Do we think the goats are severed? I don't know that the goats have memory and communicate things. So I
Yeah,
don't
what
know
they
the
do with
purpose
these
of that
goats,
was.
I don't know, but I don't know if they're quite severed.
Yeah. What are baby goats called?
Well, I'm glad they at least
Oh,
brought
baby
the
goats are
storyline
called
back.
kids.
'Cause
I
would've
believe
been-
I believe baby goats are called kids.
Oh,
I
really?
think. I
Yep.
think somebody else correct
They're
me.
called
Okay.
kids. Yep.
I knew it because we went to a farm on a field trip with my kid, and they told us. I was just like, I'm pretty sure.
I never knew that. Learned something new today.
Oh,
Love
wait,
it.
wait,
I didn't
wait!
either.
In honor of that,
Wait,
you
yeah,
get-
where is it?
there you
Nice.
go. Yeah, I know we don't even get to break it out that often because I forget when we like do stuff like that. And you said it. It's like, oh, you get something every day. Like, oh wait, I got something for that.
Perfect. Perfect.
Yes.
Love it.
I know, right?
But yeah, I guess the question is like, what do they do with the goats? Because at this point, they're bringing it back. It's not just there to be weird. Like they have to have.
Well, look,
some
I think
concept.
it answers it in the scene itself. If you just pay attention, they obviously make goat suits out of them,
Ah.
And then what about the pouches?
like the guy was wearing one.
Oh, that kind of suit. Okay, I see.
Well,
I'm
what's
so
the
lost
purpose?
because they talk about pouches there too later.
You
and
can get them on eBay.
Oh,
Look
okay.
up Lumen goat suits.
Oh snap! Are you serious?
For sure.
No,
I
I,
just
just
kind of
I mean, I
figured-
wouldn't be surprised to be quite honest with you. I'll like,
My first
you would've
instinct is
fo-
that
I'd
they're
be
just
fooled
like test
easily on that shit.
subjects. You know.
yeah,
somebody
that-
get on it.
that's
Sell your
subject.
lumen
Yep.
goat suits. Oh, that's brutal.
And it could just be there to throw us off,
Yep, for sure.
Like, well, I couldn't understand. All right, so they're walked in, right? I get why they didn't see him at first because he was kind of ducked down. How in the hell? I mean, I know she's kind of scary, but that shit in my peripheral, I would not have not been able to not notice that.
Even if it was actually a goat, I would notice the horns.
Right? Like it still would have caught my eye enough to look and just because it was something odd in my peripheral. Like, I don't know, maybe because I play too many of them like demonology and games,
Yeah.
scary
Yeah.
games.
Oh, it's definitely got some reference. I don't think they put that guy in the black with the horns like that without it being some sort of symbol or reference towards something about the show. Even if the goats maybe don't end up being anything, I think little things like that somehow reflect the Kier Egan philosophy, and what's going on deeper in the meaning of the show.
Yeah, I
Well,
agree. I think
We know the goat is portrayed in their what is it? That one portrait they have, the painting, and it's kind of like the founder, and then it has his little whip in his hand with all of the like I don't remember if it was Sins, but the
Mhm.
little, and then it's
Yep.
got the goat, his wife, the jester, and like some other
Yeah,
chick or
that's
whatever.
the 4 whatever you call it.
Yeah, and then it has something to do. They do that at the pancake or
Tempers?
the waffle breakfast or whatever,
Is it Tempers?
something like that. Yeah, I can't remember. I have to go back and remember that one.
Yeah,
There's
kind of
something with that in the sense of like their core. I don't know what the goat is to Kier, and that's weird, whatever, because they do the pancake or the waffle pancake breakfast thing, and with all of that debauchery that was supposed to happen, thank God dude walked out of that room before we got to see what's going to happen next. Craziest show, dinner and a movie. If you hadn't seen it, go back to season 1, folks. It was
yeah, that
quite
just made
something.
me think of like Bohemian Grove,
Yeah.
and even like Eyes Wide Shut, and just
Oh, yeah.
all that. Yeah, like I think the goat is also kind of like that. But in that painting, I'm assuming that there's a deeper meaning behind that and all the different things.
Yeah, yeah. So the 4 things with the jester and all that, that's the 4 tempers, and that plays so much into the whole philosophy of Egan and really what they're doing on the computers and stuff like that. As
Yeah,
far
because
as the numbers.
it's 4 bins,
Yeah,
right?
yeah. So
Yeah.
it's the 4 tempers, and so the goat in that painting represents malice, and so you have 4 employees sitting there in, doing the work, and if you want to put the temperaments onto them, you can kind of start placing them, and probably Helly would be malice if you had to start picking them out, but it may not go that deep.
No,
Egan,
that's a good one though. I like that.
Egan definitely uses those 4 temperaments because you see it in the painting and it's in his written stuff. But and it has, I think, what has to do, it has the initials of the temperaments on those boxes on the computer, I think. So they're definitely, I think, using those 4 things of consciousness to try to build, if the Cold Harbor thing is building Gemma back or whatever that may be, they're definitely using those 4 things. So the goat, if there's a goat room, there may be a Joker room, there may be another, I don't know how deep that goes or if it's even true.
Yeah.
That is actually a good point because I didn't even think about that, man. That is awesome. Oh, now I got to go back and check out the computers. And
Yeah, we got to get that screenshot.
Yeah, so there's
Did you guys see what
Woe,
Hey, it's
Frolic,
Michael.
Malice,
They
and
built
Dread.
this over a real hill. The
Which
set
one
was
were-
actually built over a real hill.
If
Oh, that's
you
crazy.
can see,
I
you
keep
can click it.
forgetting that I can highlight comments. I'm sorry.
There you go.
I didn't know that. That's crazy.
Yeah.
Nice. They could have easily not
That's
done
pretty
that,
cool.
but that's
Well,
that is
okay.
cool.
Well, that it saves a lot of dirt and time.
Yeah.
Because could you imagine trying to if the building existed and you had to like get the dirt in the building?
Yeah, you would have to build a shell,
Yeah.
or something. But still, what they're doing in this show is crazy. Because in the trailer, they're out in the winter somewhere. So that's why I was saying, like, is Frolic or one of the other temperaments, Dread or Woe, is that the winter scene? Is that why they're still in the building, but they're out in the winter? So I don't know.
Speaking of Frolic, wasn't it the one security guy? He's got Frolic tattooed on his thumb. I
Yeah,
actually have the
the Frolic tech too. So yeah, Vic put
Didn't
the
notice that.
initials. Yeah,
on that actually. So that's interesting. So they're putting temperaments even on everyone in the company in a sense. Like you're saying, that's I like it. Let's see, where was that at? That was like episode 2. No, was that episode 1 or 2? I'm trying to remember where that might have been episode 1 where we see dude after.
Is each of our 4 main casts like one of
episode
those?
2.
You think?
Oh, it's episode 2.
Episode 2 was the Frolic. You just passed it, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think it was episode 2.
Yep. All right, let's see. So that's when they meet them, and then
go past Dylan. Go past Dylan and his work right there. You just passed it. Back a couple.
There he is.
There he is. Yep.
There he is. He got Frolic on his hand. This dude here.
And that's why they sent the chick to lovey-dovey with her husband and say they're going to use the book because they needed a divisive factor, something to a wedge, something to, I think, to put into their marriage or that situation because of that scene right there. He knew, and he said at that meeting, later, the wife's going to be a problem,
Mm.
So they introduced the thing with the book, I think, a little bit to kind of F with the wife.
Oh yeah. Well, yeah, that whole thing, the book, as soon as like they were sitting down and like the scenes you see them kind of coming in together and they're talking and the wife and Mark's sister walks in, I'm like, oh yeah, dude, the Rick dude is stupid. That he is so oblivious, and this chick is sitting there just like praising him. I'm like, oh, you about to have a cat fight on your hands, dude, and you don't even see it coming.
Yeah, the Rickon dude played that so well. He was just like, okay, yeah, my wife's standing there. I don't care. This lady is interested in my book.
Yeah, he's very easily flattered. That's for sure.
Yeah, no, and this chick here, she's just eating.
Yeah, maybe it's not even about the book after all, although I'm sure that they want to use it as propaganda, but maybe it is about messing with her. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. Theory. That's just theory. Yeah.
It's just something particular about the family, right? Because they're trying to act like Miss what was her name? I don't remember her name right. Cobell. She was like doing wrong in what she was doing with Mark, but they had her on this special assignment, right, with him, whatever that Cold Harbor was, and they've been still to this day like babying him more than the others, giving in to him, giving what he wants, still messing with his family. And now they got this chick messing with him, like, and we know she's like next to the board, right? She's in connection with them almost 24/7. So what is it with this family? The Mark, his wife, and now Rick and his sister. Like, what is it about that is so much that they need that in particular? Is there a connection? I don't know what the connection is, other than they just are trying an experiment. But it just seems like maybe is there family connection here or something. I don't know what it is. It's weird.
Well, the way they were, like, James was talking to Helena about saving humanity, and they've mentioned that several times, that it's not just some little something. It may be the saving of all mankind or something. So if you take this as a camera and you pull out from the snowy world that we see Severance take place in, and you keep pulling back, is there anything else? Is it an apocalypse? Are they really saving mankind? I mean, because the state PE doesn't exist. The number of countries, they said, isn't the number of countries that's here. So is it even Earth? Is it even, the cars? All the cars are like 1970s. What's the deal with the bigger picture? And that might
like
answer
a retro future thing going on.
Yeah, that might answer some of the stuff, like you're asking the questions. Why is Mark's family important to Lumen and Lumen's history and all that stuff? But it could be like, I don't know if we've talked before, but the paintings and stuff referencing the Civil War and some of the Civil War references, did the South win, or did something else happen in history different than what happened in our history? And that's why the world's different,
because it's weird too, right? With what you're talking about with the paintings, because they even did the two where they were fucking with both departments. They had like the original one and then they had the other one. But what is weird is that was a painting about something that had not happened yet, but yet in the end, MDR did have an uprising, right? And they did. Now, it wasn't as the way they described it in that painting, as coming in and killing off people or whatever on that other department, but they did have an uprising that caused what they considered like this big deal in the company. So it's almost it's weird how that religious undertone, almost like prophecy, is being implemented, but it's not like, I don't know, it's weird because it was almost if they prophesized it. But are they directing it?
Or
had it causing it?
Like, or had it happened in the past?
I don't know, maybe. It was just so weird how it happened. Or they showed that painting and they're showing it and they're giving it to us and all this weird stuff. And then now they're like, we thank you, we thank MDR for the macro data uprising to make, us better as a company and stuff. And I'm like, this is the trippiest fucking crazy shit I have ever seen. It was just weird.
I was under the impression that Severance was like a relatively new thing. And like if they had a previous uprising, it would make sense to have those paintings. But if they hadn't had that happen before, and this is like one of the first groups of severed people, maybe they want that to happen. Like for whatever reason, Mark is the one they're focused on. They're willing to bring back everybody that they fired because they're liabilities. They want them back because they need Mark for Cold Harbor or whatever that is. And I think it's tied to his tragedy, like the reason why he became severed in the first place, which seems like now Lumen is kind of in on it. Like they set this whole thing up because Gemma's still alive. So it seems to me like they want these things to happen because it works for whatever they're trying to build here.
Because it's weird, right? Because we're even talking about the world.
Yeah.
And like, what is it that she's like? So, what is it? She just happens to see Salt's neck, and then she turns around. It's like, okay, I'm going to go back. And what is her connection to the company? Because they seem to want her, slightly need her. I don't know if they're scared of her or if they're really just. I don't know what the deal is, and what's the deal with her breathing apparatus thingy? Like, what that her whole deal again? What is, they have these particular characters that the company seems fixated on. Because even at the end of this episode, right, she kind of comes back to the company. She's like, look, let's reset. She's, Kelly R or Helly or whatever the hell her name is going to be. Helen, I don't know, crazy chick, the any outie. But she's telling her, right, she's like, oh, come on, let's reset. Let's try this. I'll get on with the board. We'll have a nice conversation. Security guy walks up, freaks her out. And Miss Cobell's like, I'm out of here again. Like she's now scared of the company or something. Like, I don't know what the connection is, but they still wanted Miss Cobell back. They didn't want her
or it's she recognized that it was they were probably going to kill her or something. Like she wasn't really going to go talk to the board. Like, oh my God, my life's in danger.
I don't think she was going to go talk to the board. I think she was going to end up in the back of somebody's trunk or something. I think what's going on with Harmony is really interesting. In episode 1, when they're like, "Oh, we're gonna create this new position for you, and to me, that's like, we're gonna buy you off so that you don't do something. Whether she's going off and giving away company secrets, or whether she, is now against the company, they want to pay her to stay quiet and just to kind of do nothing. Is how I interpreted that. And she's not into that. She's like, I want my old job back. And I think that the Salt's neck thing, I think, is really significant. That to me, like she was going there on purpose. That was like something significant to her past because she has this breathing apparatus. Something
home, probably home.
Yeah, it could be home. Definitely, that breathing apparatus is something so significant to her. It was in her shrine that she had to Egan, which was like kind of the centerpiece of her whole life, basically.
Yeah.
And she seems to take on the Lumen principles very to heart. Like even when she's upset, like she knows how to kind of like, you can tell that emotion in her eyes, but she's still like, I think an apology is required or whatever, how she said it. I'm like,
she feels wronged by
she was brought up Lumen as a young girl. She went to that Lumen school or Egan school, whatever. And I think the breathing thing's her mom's, and that's ties into
Charlotte Cobell on it.
Yeah, that ties into my theory that's why she is so interested in Mark and being floor manager and stuff, is because again, like when they Petey, she took the chip out of Petey and she laid it on the desk in season 1. Milchick looked down and said, "That's Petey," and she said, "That's Petey." So it's a
connection to death.
Yeah, it's a transfer of consciousness, and she may be able, like her mother may be one of the first test subjects of the chip or something. And they have her consciousness on a chip, and they just need to figure out how to build a Gemma. And if they can get Mark to figure out how to build a Gemma, she can maybe know then how to build her mom back.
And then the company, even, for corporate means their own selves, right? Continue to have. So would that mean that the grandfather or her, what was it? Not her, not Miss, but I think this chick. I keep forgetting everybody's names tonight. I'm doing horrible. Her like father, grandfather, the old dude that we saw. Yeah, does that mean that maybe they're trying to get so he can exchange his consciousness? Because he seemed a little out of his mind, a little bit like he was a little off.
I think saving humanity is probably like something like eternal life. Like we can reboot your consciousness, we'll make a new body for you, something along those lines.
Yeah,
I
You
just
know,
see like the
it's
corporate
cold
types
storage.
thinking like, we will live like that
Yeah.
board, the board will live forever kind of thing. Like they will constantly, they don't have to worry about having,
Yeah. So
people
do you
come
have a
in.
theory on who the board is? My theory is it's maybe the past Egan CEOs that are just on chips. They don't
Yeah,
have
brains and
bodies.
bats.
Yeah, because they don't have bodies because they haven't figured out how to build Jimmy yet. That's why Cold Harbor's so important. Mark's the closest one. They cause these connections, like they might have caused Jimmy's car wreck or something. Or if anything, they reached these people like Mark that has these connections that they can set up this severed situation in the computer program where I have a feeling these numbers, it scares me or however I feel about them. And the temperament somehow makes it all work. And that the board is one big reason they want to figure this out is because they're still on chips.
Yeah, it could be everybody who was in that wing where they had all the different CEOs and whatnot. That could be all of them on a computer is the board.
Yeah.
Very well. Or it could be
on
like they
ice
just
in
don't
a
even
way.
exist.
Yeah.
I ain't gonna lie. I thought though in this last episode when they were talking, I thought we were about to see the board. I was like, oh shit, she's walking in. We're gonna see who was on this board. And then she ran away. I was like, damn it, it's probably a good decision you ran away for your own life, but for us, I wanted to see who the board was.
Yeah, I don't think we'll see that to the very, very end.
I know they teased it though. And I was like, holy shit.
Yeah, it makes me think of there's a game called Control that has this thing called the board, and it's just kind of this ethereal like triangle pointing down, like something always above you, but like intangible. So I think it's kind of like that, but they want to leave it ambiguous until like the end of the show, right?
Right.
But I had a point in my video with that scene with Miss Cobell and Helena. And Helena says something I thought was interesting because Miss Cobell's like, oh, I had to earn everything. You were born into this. It's kind of a slight. And then Helena says, you underestimate your blessings. Like you overestimate your purpose or something, and you underestimate your blessings. And I thought that might be like subtly saying like the same thing that happened to Mark, where it seems like Lumen set up this tragedy to get what they need out of him. Maybe that whole thing with Charlotte Cobell and the breathing apparatus, maybe that was all kind of planned. Maybe her life was kind of like scripted. Maybe she was an experiment, just how Mark is an experiment. So maybe she didn't actually make all those choices and earn the way that she thinks she did. I think there's a lot there.
And there's a lot with these characters who are, I know she's severed, but even with her outie, how her outie is, her mannerisms very similar to the other chick that talks to the board, and even just everybody, like they're all so very like calm even though they're angry, and and the way that they just kind of that creepy smile, and even how she was like you were saying in this conversation, she's telling her like basically I hear a lot of pride, a lot of ego, maybe you should try to find it, basically like you need to humble yourself kind of thing, like you need to just calm it down a little bit. Well, how about we reset? It's okay. And it was just this weird like way that they go about things that makes it so creepy, but I love it in the episodes because it just it's everything we think of when we think of creepy corporations.
Exactly, like just kind of that faceless, we care about you, smiling too much, and it's just very off-putting. There's something unhuman about it.
Yes.
You don't see their genuine feelings ever. They're
because
playing
even
chess
she took
constantly.
like the criticism right from her is it her grandfather?
I think it's her father.
It's her
Is it
dad.
her father? Okay.
The CEO.
He like cause he came down on her like real hard, said some harsh things, and she just kind of just like, absorbed it.
Yeah, to me that was like she's used to that. She's gotten that her whole life. He called her a name, and she's heard it all before. So that's how I interpreted that.
and just very like just that cold sort of okay, and now we gotta try to figure out how we're gonna cover all this up. We gotta fix all this, but she stayed up all night. She went through the videos, and even her seeing herself kiss Mark, she just like she had like a moment of where you can almost see like a real person kind of coming out, but then she's just sort of kind of just like nope, we're
And
gotta bring it all back in.
it ties in with the severed theme where we have these workers who have literal two versions of themselves, and then we have these lumen people who their real selves is buried so deep under this other persona. All of us have personas that we wear as masks in different situations. How we act when we're at work is different from when we're at home. In different relationships you have different personalities, but it seems like these people don't have a real personality that they express. It's so far deep down that all you ever see is this mask. So, the unsevered people are almost like severed more than anybody else in a way.
Yeah, Milkshake. Like I love how that dude called him Milkshake. That was the best.
That was great.
Then Mark used it. Oh, it was beautiful. I was like, oh, Mark, you know what? If you'd have just, changed your handwriting, man, it would have been so beautiful. You almost had it. Was like, a kid, like you were saying earlier too, James, trying to write, trying to get somebody in trouble. You didn't even bother to change. And the principal comes in or the teacher, you didn't even bother to change your handwriting. Like, you didn't even try. You could have at least tried. I love that. I thought that was really funny. And they do. I love how they throw a little humor like that in the show.
Yeah, they have a really good tone with this show, with the humor thrown in. It's definitely one of the unique things about it. But we're starting to see some cracks form in Milchek this episode. And this whole season so far. He's having his own identity crisis. And in this episode, they give him those paintings of Kier repainted to look like him. Yes, and it's really kind of like off-putting. He
kind of like I don't know how I feel about that.
He puts them on the top shelf.
Yep.
Here they are. Well, this whole scene again, right? Like just how it starts.
Yeah.
Yeah. She's there. He's got his deflated balloons, and even
like, in this scene, I see like she knows that this is weird. Like, but she can't say it because she's connected with the board. She knows more than anybody else. You're always being watched. And and
even much so, like her whole mannerisms throughout this scene, right? Because she kind of jokes about the balloons, like they need coffee.
Yep.
And then as soon as she's like, she's like, nope, got to talk to the board. She's giving everything. Oh, we really hope you're feeling appreciated, because it's almost because they're reading him, and then she's having to sort of interpret to him, like, the boards, they want you to be happy, like you need to be appreciative right now, because if you're not, I took it as if they're trying to like, yeah, dude. Because he was reporting about his computer and shit, like the episode before. Like, he was getting frustrated and he was having a hard time this last couple episodes.
It's like, maybe, what is this in response to that? Or
like,
is
almost
this
as if they're trying to say, look, we want to make sure you're really in our image, right? So we really want to make sure you're happy and know that you're valued. Like, it's the way they do things is so creepy.
But Natalie says, oh, by the way, I got one of these too. So you're special. Well, the board you're not that special.
Right? The board had to tell her, right? Like, he's looking at him, and she's, again, as soon as he opens this was creepy, because the board's watching. He goes to open it, and she's on one side of him, and she does this creepy walk around, staring at him and the board in a sense. Like, almost as if they're, I don't know if she's doing it or it's just this weird dance of direction where she's kind of walks around and stands next to him, but she's this creepy ass stare the whole fucking time.
Yep.
And then he's looking at him, and you can see like his face. I'm pretty sure there's like a camera on that the intercom thing they're talking through, or he's talking to the board with, because it was at that moment where she's looking at him, and then she gets the board, and they're like, oh, basically telling her, hey, let him know you got these too and how much you appreciated them, because it's as if he's not he's still not looking happy. You need to make sure he understands that he needs to appreciate this. And
he couldn't even finish his sentence,
No.
He just trails off. He doesn't know how to feel about it. And there's something off-putting about it. It's like dehumanizing in a way, because it's like, We want you to feel included and represented. And I think the subtext of this scene, like at the end of the episode, they have those interviews with the directors and writers and stuff. They have Ben Stiller, and he was talking about this scene. And Ben Stiller said this scene represents what it means to be a person of color in Lumen. So I think the subtext is kind of like, you know, how they'll race swap a character and be like, oh, hey, we're, you know, being inclusive and stuff. But it kind of has this like corporate depersonalization, dehumanization factor. And it's just not connecting with him in the scene. So
because it's weird. It's like, you know, are you almost as if are you patronizing me or something like that? I don't know. It was just real off-putting. And
Milchek's a company dude, so when he gets a crack in him, you know, there's trouble coming.
Yeah. But I still got the sense, like, looking in Natalie's eyes, she's got the whole persona that you rarely ever see a chip in it. But he's looking in her eyes, and I think he knows that she knows this is messed up, you know. And maybe she could be an ally in some way. And even in the actor in that interview that I was talking about, he also said maybe they'll be an ally. They want you to have that question, like, are they on the same team? Or what is the deal with the two of them? So I thought,
and this was like the only moment we've seen so far of her. Well, I'd say human side. You know, that non-corporate sort of, you know, cult like structure they have formed in them. And even after the board has concluded the call, and then she still kind of looks at him, right, and gives him that moment of. She says congratulations or something like that, but it was like you were saying, it's that weird look in her eyes, and she's there was a connection there. She was like trying to let him know via eyes, like look at my eyes and read my eyes what I'm trying to say, because I can't say what I need.
It's literally that meme with the mask of the smiling person and then they're crying underneath. That's what I see when I look at that face. Like that's the most unnatural smile ever. You know? It's unsettling.
Yes, Vic agrees. She like she would cry. The total fake smile. Yeah, no, they've got her. This girl's like fully. I said they're
way
all
overcompensating.
They have like robots, right? They're so much so like they know it's protocol. We have.
But still, you got to give it to the actors, not just the any outies, because they're playing two different people and they do it so well. But like, I think that girl right there is really killing it, because she's given that spookiness that we're talking about, you know, and she's playing it so well. Milchek, his funny, his dancing, his anger, even
when he's dancing and being goofy, he still maintains that like kind of eerie.
Yeah, what an actor, man! Just
amazing cast in general, for sure.
Oh yeah, all of them, even him. Like, dude, here.
Yeah.
Sorry,
he for sure.
Last season, man, he was just killing it. Now he's still. I still love him as his acting, but God, even his character's now taking such a hit. Right? He was so gung ho. I loved him last season. I feel bad for him this season. I think they kind of took away a lot from him.
Yeah.
I mean, they gave him something, but really, that just means they have something to take away, and it's kind of bad.
Yeah, it's like a necessary thing to add a little conflict, right? The guy that we like the most is now kind of on the enemy team almost.
So I wonder what happened at the end of the third episode with Mark. When that happened, say it happened with Dylan, it would fix his bad or elements to his outie self, where, you know, he wouldn't be that way as much and his wife would love him more. And, you know, like, I guess you keep both sides, because Petey had both sides. It just, he died.
Yeah, he didn't get the process like fully done or whatever. She hadn't fully, you know, critiqued it. She's still working on it. She got a little better now with Mark, right?
But here, no, she said she got better before she did Mark to try to persuade him. So the question is, between Petey and Mark, how did she get better? Is it because she read a book? Or did she practice on people? Maybe that's what the goats are for.
Could be. But see, the company's looking for her, though. She's like on the run.
No, wait a minute. Is she not still a Lumen employee, or is she?
No, she's on the run.
She's an ex-employee.
My understanding, she was on the run because she killed the security guard.
Yeah, but they don't know that.
Yeah, but I thought she was.
I think she's still working there.
Was she? Okay, I thought she was on the run from them. That's what I thought.
They didn't know. They didn't have any proof to connect her to the murder, I don't think.
Oh, okay. Because I thought they were looking for it. Wasn't Harmony? I thought Harmony was looking for it. Because I thought Harmony said her name, but maybe
She was on the list of suspects, right?
Okay, so
Yeah, I think
maybe that's
so.
why I thought she wasn't still there. Because I would have just assumed they would have went and like.
No, I thought that too. I think I even said that maybe in my first video or like a season 1 review video. I thought, that she was X, but then I found out she wasn't.
No, I don't think that we Petey's partner. Are you talking about the wife and kid? Miss Vic.
Yeah, I don't know who's PD.
Because I don't know. I know the daughter was still doing her band thing in Alley Streets, dicking on Lumen, but I don't know. Mom seemed like she was good that we know of.
Yeah, I have no idea. You think she's sus? Well,
Look, she's got something going on.
yeah. How did she find Mark? Right? Does she just have a tracker in his car?
Right.
Or is
We'll
she
get to that
spying
whole.
on
Matter
him?
of fact, let's get to that whole moment. Right.
And
This whole thing is just
she knew everything
weird,
that was going on already.
Yeah,
right.
she
Like, yeah.
has some informants.
This whole thing was weird. Like, again, people don't just believe anything you read on the internet. Because apparently, you shouldn't just be burning images into your retina, which you should probably
Yeah.
already know that.
Yeah, he's gonna go blind, staring at the sun, essentially.
I mean, we've all had that happen by accident, right? You ever like look out the window? I know I look out my window sometimes and it's real
Yes.
bright. I'm like, ah, and then you
Just-
close your eyes and it's like the whole image is still there. It's like,
Yeah.
Right.
Just just one point. If you do want to try it, do
Oh,
it
Lord.
reverse in what they did it. Don't cut out the letters and leave the rest of the light. Cut out, the
oh,
Oh,
cover it
yeah.
up so the letters are shining through.
Yep.
Gotcha.
Yep.
yeah.
That would be a lot better on his eyes, but not as good for filming though.
Unhinged. I believe everything only
Yeah.
on the internet. There you go, hun. Well, you know what? There's this little thing that apparently if you burn the image into your retinas there, you'll be able to remember your outie, or no, your innie will be able to see it. And you'll save your innie and your outie from Lumen.
But it's funny, she said they dilate the pupils or whatever, so that wouldn't have worked even if it did work.
Yeah,
Mhm.
but like, is that true, or is she just saying that so she
I
does what he
think-
wants?
I think that's probably true.
I think it's probably true, right? Yeah.
And
That
why did
makes
she go
sense.
to the front of the car like that?
It's so creepy.
Like, you could have already
But
been
then-
on the side knocking at the window. It still would have startled him, but not like that. That shit right there was.
But then
The
she's
hell?
like, okay, you're doing all this. How do you expect to get an answer?
Yeah.
Like, she's like, dude, you got to think of the next step. Like, how are they getting you an answer? And it was like, oh shit.
Yeah, he didn't think it through.
Nope. But
It's
that's
like
his
that's
problem,
my
right?
Annie's problem. Yeah, exactly. Yeah,
Yeah.
he'll figure it out. He figured out how to use the card, right? When she gave him the security card, he'll figure it out. He's smart.
Yep.
But poor guy, he's ready to.
Yeah, we saw what happened last season with Petey. It ended up killing him in the end. So I'm really curious to see how they write this. Part of me thinks that, next episode, it didn't actually work or something like that. But I hope they don't do that.
Nah, it
Because,
seemed like it did kind of
yeah.
at the end.
Yeah.
And those wires in the were in the intro. So I was like, I wonder what those wires are, and now we know.
Yeah.
Mhm.
That intro by the end of the season will be like, oh yeah, they put all that in there.
Yeah.
Yeah, and they got 2 intros, right? This season and last season, they're a little bit different, right? Or was that
Yeah,
just
well,
They're
it's a lot
completely
different.
a lot different? Okay, I
Yeah,
thought
they're
so, but I
awesome.
was like, maybe because I didn't go back and rewatch the first season before this season, so I was like, no, this is like totally different. Wait a minute. What the
Yeah,
hell
they
is
didn't
going
have
on?
to do that. They could have easily just left it to be the one last season, but
Yeah.
Which makes
I
me
love
think
that
I
they
need to
went the
go
extra
back and
mile.
pay attention to these intros a little bit more for each season, maybe.
yeah,
think-
they're really
yeah,
cool piece of animation.
I think Ben Stiller and the Dave Erickson, all the producers probably realized the power of the internet and like the intros and how people break them down. And
Yeah,
I think they really understand the power of the internet audience for the
Mhm.
show.
yeah,
Well, I hope they
They
do
wanna
because
keep
we
people
love
talking
watching
on
their
Reddit.
shows and talking about them. So I
Yeah.
hope they know our power.
totally. That's what they're hoping for, definitely.
Well, I hope so. I wish they would let us share a little bit more of things from time to time to promote their beautiful shows out there so more people would want to watch them. That's what we're here
Yeah.
for, to help promote them. Tell people about how awesome they are. To just let us use some of your clips
Yeah,
without striking us. It'd be very
Yeah.
nice. We will love you forever. Appreciate it. We'll promote the crap out of your shows.
Yeah.
They're a little better than Warner Brothers. They didn't block I made a video breaking down the intro to season 2, and they didn't block that copyright block that one. But Warner
Oh,
Brothers,
nice.
as soon as you make a short that goes over a minute long, it blocks it worldwide.
Was it
So,
HBO's pretty rough too? I think.
yeah, same company. Like, it's
Yeah, I guess. Yeah, that's right. I forget the subsidiaries and such. All these connected
there's like 5
things.
companies actually.
Yeah, I know.
Vic said when she had to hit the machine to get it working, I would have jumped out of the chair. That's right. She was like, she had the most MacGyver setup. Like,
Yeah.
I threw this stuff together and I'm getting better than I was before, and it's just like, that's pretty crazy because you're messing with brain stuff.
Yeah, well, it just goes to
Like,
show how
comforting,
desperate
real
Mark is
comforting.
Mark is so desperate. This whole episode, he had this whole plan, the elaborate plan, and didn't even have like an answer of what to do next once the message gets down there. He didn't even think that far ahead. It just all to show this is how desperate he was to do this, and the fact he wouldn't question this, even though he knows it killed Petey. It's the fact that his wife's still alive is that.
So the question is, say it happens and it works, and he goes down the elevator. Does he know? Did he realize in that moment in the hallway that it's Helena and not Helly? Or when it works and he goes down the elevator and he goes to someone he thinks he trusts, who is Helena or Helly, and tells her that he got unsevered or whatever, how will all that play out? Like, will he tell anyone down on the severed floor?
Yeah, I have to wonder, like, it seems like Helena in the real world is kind of a public figure, right? I mean, she was given that speech, about how she was severed, and that was like an advertising thing almost. So I have to wonder if Mark, maybe already knows who she is, and maybe he'll make that connection right away.
Oh yeah, that too, especially, and she is, because she's not just a celebrity; she's the next
in line.
I mean, that's
the
biggest
next in line.
Yeah, and that's the biggest of the biggest of the biggest.
Yeah, I was
if
like,
if Mark does end up telling her, her reaction is going to say a lot.
Yep, for sure.
Because,
but he won't, because of what Brian said.
If she is Helly, yeah, like, you know what I mean? Like, if she is pretending to be Helly and not, you know what I mean? Like, just the reaction to her, like, to him saying that, we're going to be able to read it.
But either way, though, going back to what Brian said, either way, I think he would look at her and know who she is and not say anything, whether he thought she was Helena or Heliar.
Yeah. He would start to distance himself a little bit.
Yeah, start acting weird.
Yeah. One thing I was thinking about this whole season so far, with the cliffhanger ending with her speech, where she's starting to say what, her real experiences as a severed person. I thought it was interesting. Nobody's discussed that. None of the Audis seem to be aware of that. I would have thought that was like being broadcast and that it would be like front page news everywhere, and I thought some of our like Audi cast would have mentioned that at some point. Oh, did you hear about what's going on at Lumen? Isn't that crazy? Like, I wonder, maybe it wasn't broadcast and it was just for like the people there. But
well, not just that. You go back to the initial. It seems like they've really publicized she's going under.
Yeah.
So would Dylan or somebody that's at home going, well, I work on the severed floor. I wonder if
I work with her.
Yeah, I wonder if I work with her.
Yeah, you would have thought so. I would have thought we would have had that confirmed at some point.
That might be a plot hole. I don't know.
It might be a plot hole, or it could be like maybe she's only doing that for the investors and it's not like a public thing.
Right.
Yeah, I don't know.
And how much are they seeing, right? Because like he's living at one of the Lumen houses, right?
Yeah. Well, I don't think he knows that. I don't think he knows that it's like, did he? I forget.
Like, I mean, his Audi, like, would his Audi even know her? Like, how much are they actually? Because they seem like when Mark, like, everything about them was in Mark's house was very like watched over, but that could have just been specific to Mark. How she, Harmony was going in and out of his house and looking at shit and things. I wonder how How much? I'm just saying, like even on their TV or something, how much do they control? Like maybe they don't get to see all the news or something like that. I was just curious
Yeah,
if they
maybe they
control
censor
anything,
his internet or
particularly
something.
in the
Yeah.
houses that they own, like those little weird community,
Right.
human community
Right.
places.
All owned by Egan. Yeah.
Yeah. But they would also have to do his whole social circle, right? So his sister and brother-in-law and stuff, right? Wouldn't they be looking into that too, you would think? Who has nighttime gardeners? So that's a good question.
Right. I
Nobody.
guess I don't know. Maybe if you got some kind of plants that bloom at night. Maybe I don't know. Yeah, what are them 24-hour on-call gardeners in case one of your bushes fall over? You need a little trimming. I don't know. It's interesting. Yeah, rich people exactly.
Yeah, exactly.
I don't think they do, though. I don't think they do.
They don't, but still, if anybody did, it would be them.
Definitely. Maybe they can control the day-night cycle around their house. Never know. But yeah, do we have a theory on what Cold Harbor is other than just like that eternal life concept? Is that what everybody's thinking?
I don't know what it is. I was gonna actually bring up that's from what episode 2.
And
I
we didn't
definitely
mention
think it has
Keanu
something to
Reeves
do
in
with
the first episode.
immortality. I
Yeah,
definitely think
immortality.
it has something to do with immortality because that's what this is like if you really think about it. The transfer of consciousness from one body to another. So basically allowing you to live forever in a sense. All you have to do is go from one vessel to one vessel, but your consciousness, call it what your soul might be considered, can still live on now. And so I definitely think it has something to do with like the transfer of consciousness and achieving immortality in a sense.
Yeah, I think that makes a lot of sense. Yeah, we got the no, it just says 01, 02, 05. I was looking at it's actually 5 containers, not the 4, right? Can you go back one?
Yep,
5
sorry.
containers.
My kid's in here making a hot pocket, so I was
Oh, you're
trying to
good.
mute while
You're
the
good.
microwave's going. I
Fair
don't know if
enough,
everybody can hear it. Late night hot pockets. Well, not late night, but
yeah, okay.
late
So
dinner.
there's a
5.
5th. What did you call
5
them again? The 4
tempers.
tempers?
Well, no, it's the 5. Remember, didn't the chick that was working on Mark, she mentioned the 5 brainwaves or something like that, right? The alpha, beta, gamma, something or another. So remember, and those were part of the severance thing, right?
Right. Yeah.
So I'm not good with the terms here, but follow me. So maybe each one of those is part of those brain thingy bobbers that they were talking about.
Yeah. Yeah. Could be.
Because I forgot what she actually described them further as. She actually said more about it, of the brain thingy. Damn it, I got to go back and like watch it and write down what she said because it was scientific.
Yeah, there's 2 waves and they were trying to sync them up, right?
Well, there were 2 ways, but she said in your brain you have 5 somethings, and she called them alpha, beta, gamma. Oh, I cannot remember all of them, but she named them all.
That's probably what those 5 are, right?
I don't know. Maybe it just hit me when y'all were talking about that. And you're like, "Well, there's 5 of them."
I'm assuming
like,
probably Delta.
I don't remember, Dana. She said them. It was scientific things.
Yeah, I looked up 5 brain waves. We got alpha, beta, theta, delta, and gamma.
There you go.
Okay. Now we're into something.
Dun 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 dun.
There you go. I made a connection. Hell yeah.
Yes.
First one. I'm just kidding. Yes, but they did.
Your daughter made everybody want hot pockets.
Well, good. Go get you guys some hot pockets. They're good for quick meals.
Everybody really wants hot pockets now.
Look, man, they come in.
I always
clutch.
burn my tongue on a hot pocket.
Yeah, you got to let them cool off. If you cut it open first, after you cook it, cut it open in the middle. It's fine. Let it vent. Give it like a few minutes, folks, okay? And then you can enjoy it.
Good advice.
All right, but do you put ranch dressing on your hot
PSA
pocket? Like, do you dip it in ranch dressing? Or God forbid, or are you like a ketchup dipper? I'm telling you, I bet you people probably dip it in ketchup, barbecue sauce, and ranch dressing.
I hate ketchup.
You hate ketchup?
I hate ketchup.
That's not
okay.
fair,
This is
that's
very
only
weird.
because
Ever since
exactly. Yeah, tell your story. It's not even fair. 'Cause
Yes,
she doesn't
ever
hate
since
ketchup.
Yes, because I'm an Italian, so tomatoes are a part of my like everyday life. But ever since I had COVID, ketchup has never tasted the same to me. It literally tastes like I'm eating metal now. Luckily, that hasn't happened with my mother's tomato sauce because I would be thrown out of the house and disowned. But for some reason, I do not like ketchup anymore.
Oh, that's unfortunate. I'm from Pittsburgh,
Damn
so
COVID.
we have Heinz here, and it's like we don't have any other ketchup. Nobody has any other kind. It's all Heinz. It's like a local pride thing. So I love ketchup.
But we're all good. And we're all good. Tomato sauce is still good. So
Good.
we're
Good,
okay.
good.
It's just for some reason ketchup.
All right. Do you salt your fries or do you salt your ketchup?
Why
My
not both?
fries, but I have salted my ketchup when I was younger, like in middle school, because the girl at lunch table did. I'm like, "You salt your ketchup?" I was like, "What the hell is this about?" And I was like, "All right, I'm just going back to my fries. It was too salty."
That's just
Yes,
the
when I did
philosophical.
eat ketchup, I salted my ketchup.
Yeah, that's like a chicken or the egg question, right?
Yeah.
And typically, I would just salt my fries, but no, it was. I'm serious. I knew a girl who salted her ketchup, so I tried it one day at the lunch table because I'm like, "What the hell is this about?"
Well, the idea is that if you salt your fries, it falls off. If you salt your ketchup, it doesn't.
Wow.
Well, but you're supposed to
Food for
salt
thought.
them as soon as they come out of the fryer because then the
Yes,
salt clings
yes.
to the oil on the fries.
Yes.
See, now you're semantics.
Yes.
Or
And it was
what's the word?
semantic. You know what? The devil's in the
That's
details.
the best time to.
The devil is in the details, folks. Yep. So, well, and then just no salt and oil or no French fries if you're trying to watch a diet, because you can't have any of it.
Forget about it. Fries, you gotta have
Yeah,
fries.
seriously.
All right,
Yeah.
but
So where do we go from here? Like, what happens now that he's reunified or whatever the word is? What, like, to me that was like the end of the show when they finally break that,
Well,
but we're just getting started with the season, right? How many episodes is it? 9?
I think that we've not even scratched the surface. Like the severed floor, there's a lot of floors beneath it. Maybe
Yeah.
like I think of like the goat head. We were going back to that where it has a deeper meaning, even if the goats maybe don't. The 9, what is it? 9 levels of hell or whatever. I've been meaning to
9
Google
circles.
it. Google it and look it up, about that. But I keep getting those vibes as far as there's more to it. Like wherever that, yes, wherever the elevator that goes down that Irving sees that Gemma went down is like 3 more seasons of stuff possibly. Like I'm with Brian. I thought this would be later, but now that it's right here, where do we go? So I just think there's got to be even much more to what's going on, and I hope there is.
Yeah, me too. I don't want it to end. Well, maybe they knew that they set that expectation up, so they're like, we got to break that expectation and do it now and have a plan for it. But you mentioned the 9 circles of hell. That one of the deepest layers of hell is the cold one.
Yeah.
So
that may be it. That's what I'm saying. That's why I get those vibes. It's like I've been meaning to Google it because I've probably a long time ago I knew the story better, but I need to refresh myself.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that the 8th circle is like where like the people in power go. Like it's like fraud. Yeah, I'm pulling it up. It's like the panderers and seducers, the flatterers, the sorcerers, hypocrites, thieves, counselors of fraud, falsifiers. Those are all descriptors you could use for Lumen, people at Lumen, right? Yeah. So maybe there's more to it than I thought.
Nice. And you are most welcome, Unhinged.
Yeah, no,
Let's
that's
see
really
what else we got. Trying to get these pulled back up. Did I share me? Okay, I got them shared. That's right. I pulled from 2 different file folders for the images, so I was just trying to make sure I had the right ones. But no, this ending was pretty wild. He is now 1 wave. We went from 2 to 1. I like this whole I'm gonna call it a siphon. I don't know what the fuck it was, but it was all musical.
Yes, Sam, vibrations showing you the pattern.
It was pretty cool.
Super cool.
It was all good, and The just the pacing, the editing, the music, just all of that. I thought this episode was really great.
Definitely. They definitely go above and beyond what like TV usually does. Like you could see with the first episode, that first scene with him running, they said it took 5 months to make that shot, and they had like a lot of different cuts stitched together. And then you have this scene where they have to film everything twice with different costumes on and different props and stuff. Like
even the shoes, right? Like at one point the shoes were flashing, but not the rest of the outfit or something.
Yeah,
it was.
Yeah. And they had that table in his basement. It's in the room there, but like right there, it's in his basement. So it's like it was.
And is he actually laying down here? Like why?
A lot of crazy scenes stitched together.
Yeah, and it was all in like 30 seconds, and this probably took like multiple days, across different locations to shoot everything. So they put out all the stops.
Yeah,
you can tell the passion.
Like you're saying, I think I heard in an interview they were saying like we had our little team off shooting that intro part for like way into the season. We were several episodes in, and we were still going off to the side shooting this little intro part.
Yep.
So they put a lot into it. That's what I love about it too, is it's not just well written or just well acted. It's the production side is smart.
Yeah, definitely. It's everybody is shooting on all cylinders, which is really refreshing to see.
Oh yeah. I mean, because let me look at the science behind all this. I don't know what all these things are, but they're very scientific. But I've been scared.
What is that? Yeah, I didn't even notice that.
That looks like something from Mayfair Witches.
I know this crossover. Okay,
like you need a safe word for that.
But we need a safe word for the whole fucking show of Mayfair.
Pretty much. We have to have just like a code list, like keywords.
Oh, Lord,
okay.
We can't get away from it. Dang it, they're trolling us even here. Like Vic, did nobody ever notice that before, right? Like I didn't even notice it. I was literally just trying to look at the scientific stuff, and I'm like, "What? Seriously,
what is that?"
Well, that's there too.
But look at the bag of saline. Wonder why? Did she have to hook him up?
Like why is it all the way over there?
Yeah, like he's not hooked up to anything. Is it hooked up to the machine? The machine needs the saline.
Oh, I see. Maybe the board
AI.
is there.
It's AI. It's like the next generation. AI. It is almost human. It needs saline bag. The safe word. Yes, we have a safe word. It's pineapple. Yes,
pineapple.
we do. Vic. That is our safe word around here. Is pineapple.
It's a good one.
But Vic had a good suggestion for the name. Like we have Luminites. He said Lumen Heads. That's pretty good.
Oh, which I actually did in the poll. We can do another one.
Do another one.
Take the winner. What we'll do next we'll do it next week. We'll take this winner of this poll.
Yep.
Save it, and then you guys come up with some more names and put them in the Discord or in the comments after the stream, and then we'll just we'll do like a little thing till we get to the one final winner, and that's what we'll be.
We'll do a bracket. Competition.
Because it looks like Luminites won the poll tonight.
Yeah. That means I win. Yes. Even though I didn't come up with it, somebody in the chat did.
Yeah, I believe it was Bill, right?
Yeah, I think so.
We'll have
safe word is always more.
We'll have
That's
milkshake. We'll have milkshake come to your house and deliver a pineapple.
Yeah.
Oh God, right? Yes.
Yeah, that'll definitely work.
Yes.
So one part of the episode we didn't talk about was Irving in his hallway. We didn't talk about that.
We didn't even get to that yet. Yes. Oh, God, there's so much.
Because I'm wondering if the hallway is the whole reason why Irving is there. He's painting the hallway over and over again, and on first glance you're like, oh, he's gone crazy or he remembers something. But any Irving doesn't remember that, right? He doesn't know what that is. So Audi Irving must have some type of inside information, whether it's related to something that happened to his family, because obviously he has all the employees' information and where they live, so he knows a lot more than he should. It's like his whole motivation is to be there, and it's not that he's crazy with painting. Maybe he's doing exactly what Mark was trying to do and pass a message to his innie by obsessing over that.
That's exactly.
Yeah. And it was getting through to his dream state with the innie with the dripping paint. So it makes you wonder how he learned about that.
Right? It's exports hall. What the fuck? Well, she told us that we got to learn what exports a little bit.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I think
yeah.
it-
Like
I think he
they,
called Ragabi when he made the phone call about telling someone that the message got through.
Mm.
Um, the second episode, I guess, at the end of the second episode, when Bert was watching him in the phone booth.
Mm-hmm.
yeah. I wonder what was going on with Bert there.
Yeah,
Yeah, he's
the Bert's a question mark.
Yeah, like maybe he suspects like something happened and he's forced out, because he was maybe forced to retire last season because they didn't want Irving and Bert to have their own thing going. And
Ooh.
maybe, Bert's like, what's going on? This guy pounding on my door, he's got to follow him and find out where he's going.
Yeah,
Something like that.
Mm-hmm.
yeah,
Well, like this, Vic says, yes, I think not sleeping is helping him communicate with his enemy. So yeah, that
Yeah,
lack of
Irving.
sleep.
Oh, yeah.
Irving is that's what helped trigger the black paint falling from the ceiling. It was helping trigger the
Well, because you would have the
message.
hallucinations and stuff.
Yeah,
The
the
lack of
message.
sleep would definitely cause that. Maybe that innie to kind of outie to merge a little bit
But
more. or
here's
something.
the reality of it. I guess if you step back, it was kind of working because the black paint was dripping and stuff that we saw. So it was kind of working, but what he found in his pocket was from a result of what they did as a coup or whatever you want to call it. When Dylan was holding the switches. So it wasn't as a result from the message getting through.
Yeah.
So, right.
So it didn't actually fully work.
Right.
Who knows
right.
if it would have over the years eventually gotten through.
Irving Audi doesn't know what happened. He doesn't know they flipped a switch.
He knows he showed up at some random person's house.
Yeah.
And I was theorizing, Milchick has to make that decision of who to fire and who to keep. And he knocks on Irving's door, and Irving lies and says, I've been here all night. So I think that's why he got fired, and I have to wonder like why he didn't just say, oh yeah, something weird happened.
Well, this is something too. Why like they got green badges here, right?
Mm-hmm.
And they got green badges in this sector.
Oh, interesting.
But
Same color.
But they have blue.
Yeah.
So are they what the hell is going
part
on?
of
Are
your
the colors
department?
now supposed to mean something too with that whole frolic and so and so forth, or is they just like the blue team is separate? The macro data refining is special.
I just kind of assumed at first that every department would have its own color, but now that you point that out, that we have two departments with green, but the card that itself is yellow, so I don't know. Maybe the yellow is their color.
Yeah, just the lanyards.
Was it yellow?
Yep.
Hang on, let me see. Because I thought they were both green. Dang it!
Or is it like a light green? Or
I can't tell anymore. I can't tell. I'm gonna have to go back and compare.
Yeah.
The other two. I'm gonna have to go back and get some better shots from last season.
I think both the lanyards are green, but can we see her?
Theirs?
Yeah, can we see her badge? Do you have a?
Let me go back and see if I have it on last season. I don't have one. I don't think I have this from this one. Now I'm even more curious.
Vic is saying it was green.
I'll take your word for it.
Yeah, matter of fact, we'll put a pin in that for sure because I'll get a better picture of optics badges from back in season 2. No, season 1. Sorry, we're in season 2, and I'll get a better one of our new friends over in what was they called? What the fuck would they call this place?
Mammalian something.
Mammalians.
I don't know.
I don't know what that means either. I didn't go look it up either. I was scared. I didn't tell what the hell Google's gonna pop out.
Definitely furry related. Blue, red, and yellow, green.
O&D has a green card. Is the mammalian one more yellowish, or is it the same?
I was trying to
It
see
looks
if I
like
had-
yellowish to me, like a yellow green.
I was trying to see, cause see, it don't show.
He doesn't
his
even have one.
badge. I know. See what the. They don't all have badges either. What in the hell is going? There's the belly buttons. They was trying to find. That was another.
That was
weird
really
one.
funny.
I'm gonna have to go back because I wasn't completely paying attention to the badges till we were looking through. I was like, "Well, you got a green fucking band too." What's going on here?
It didn't even cross my mind.
That's why I like doing these shows, because a lot of times when we're talking about it and I'm looking at the screenshots, so I'm like, wait a minute. Because I'm sitting here listening to y'all, and that's how my brain, I'm like looking at stuff.
Yeah.
Wait a minute,
And
what the hell is this?
that dude has those 2 sticks. I wonder what he does. But he also said, I thought they would, like, because of the way they look, they stayed there all the time. But then he said that Gemma said his Audi like
Yeah.
looked at stars or
Stargazing.
whatever.
He
So
was
it's
like
like
good at stargazing.
this show is so weird.
He was like, that was very meaningful to me.
Because he never sees the sky, definitely.
I
Yeah,
was like, holy shit!
that
Like
one-
this poor face. Look at him. He was
That
just
one chick asked if Mark saw the sky.
Right.
Mhm.
Yeah,
That
that was the
one.
first thing
Yeah.
that they wanted to know about.
which is kind of interesting, I guess, because if you were trapped and in prison, the first thing you'd want to see is the outside, that fresh air, even the sky. I guess I don't know. That's interesting.
Yeah. It's like in Fallout 3, there's one part where you're a vault dweller and then you go out into the real world. And then there's a point where you're interviewing with somebody, and then you're like, "Oh, this outside room is amazing. You can't even see the ceiling."
Go back. Actually,
Definitely
where's
feels
her
like that
badge?
kind of thing. They're basically vault dwellers.
Here we go. Actually, I got hers. So hers is.
Yeah,
I don't know if it's
sure.
the same green.
No,
Yeah, that looks yellow to me.
That's more of a
More yellow.
yellowish,
Okay.
or at least a different color green. It looks like.
It's yellow for the yellow snow.
But the lanyards are the same color, I think.
Yeah, the string itself.
Yeah.
She got a green pin too. Not that matters. But wait. Do they? I'm trying to remember. Did the other ones have blue pin? Now I got to look at the pin. It's like, God damn it! I got to do a lot of research for the next episode.
Hey, I expect much more detail by the next time we.
Shut up. Well, I'll make sure we get plenty of detail for this and Mayfair next week. You'll have all the fun.
Yes, Scarlett.
What's
Can
up,
you
Billy?
please explain in more detail?
Yeah,
you
how
know
do
what?
you
If
not
they
know everything
ask
about
me,
the show?
send in your super chat questions and we'll explain all the detail you want.
All you have to do is super chat us the answers, and then we'll know.
No. Well, as long as YouTube allows me to say it. Like, there's still limits, even on the super chats. Okay, like I can't say everything, but there's limits. Most things.
Yep. You got to watch because people will try to get you to trip up.
Oh, look, I don't have to do nothing. I will be very nice and say, everybody super chat, you play with me, get your
Yeah.
ass booted.
Yeah.
Play games.
I'm
But you
probably
won't.
going to get booted too because I say stuff out loud I shouldn't.
But no, see, if you want to say it yourself, that's on you. You see, it's not about the strike for me. I'm just, it's more, I personally just don't like to say certain words, but that's okay. I'll say a lot of words, but there's some things I just,
Scarlett's
Fair
a
enough.
Southern lady.
that's what I'm told, Dana.
Yeah, but playing with yourself isn't.
Unlike me
Oh
from New York, where I
God!
talk-
Jesus Christ.
Now I gotta watch this Mayfair Witches show. So I gotta-
Yeah, all right. Look, now we're gonna have people thinking it's actually like this fabulous show, dude, and it's just really just. It's like the worst. I don't want to say it's the worst like romance novel, but as far as if I wanted to have a romance novel, it is not the kind of romance I would have been looking for.
So
there was a lot of
Nosferatu.
debauchery. There's incest. There's weird family like thruples kind of going on. I don't know. Okay, there's just a lot of weird things. Okay, a little bit of magic involved.
Yeah. Hey, I wonder if we'll get to see her again, like her character again this season.
Or this chick.
Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah.
Like, I could see it going either way.
I know. Because look, man, they need to come back here, right? She already said she was going to like not get in the way. They gotta have to come back to the goats. They can't not come back to the goats, even just to visit. Gotta visit. Gotta figure out what's up.
At
with
least
you.
that gives them numbers, if they start an uprising like O&D don't seem to. I mean, they've got that back room, I guess, that's got a bunch of people. They need some numbers if they're going to rise up.
Yeah.
Right, Vic?
Unite.
It's traumatizing. Imagine. It was horrifying for me on stream as well. Everybody else had a good laugh though. So it was good.
Well, this whole scene was Mark trying to break down those barriers, right?
Mhm.
They have this narrative trying to keep people apart. The pouches, are you here to kill me, and stuff like that. And then
The
you have
Lumen
Mark
Bell.
coming in.
We got the goddamn Lumen cowbell.
Yeah, that was a nice touch.
That
But
was
yeah,
creepy.
Mark's trying to convince everybody, like, hey, if we don't try to find Miss Casey, like, who's going to look for us when something happens to us?
Yeah.
Look,
So,
we still got our
it's
snack machine here.
Innie versus Outie.
yeah.
you
But
got
wait,
snacks.
look, they got more of these doors. So is there more rooms in that one? So how big is this department? Because if the goats come, remember they walked in through one of these things, right?
Yeah.
One of these little. There's 1, 2.
Maybe that's where they sleep.
So
And they came across the other side of the hill, so there's more
how many rooms do
doors.
these connect to with the little goat rooms that they came in through in the?
Gets deep.
And look, we still got our little friendly snack machine.
Yep.
Hanging out in the field.
The coins. Coins.
Where are the coins? Wait. The coins on her desk?
I don't know.
She got her little desk here.
I do think it's funny that she has a desk in the middle of like a field.
You know what I'm saying? I got a snack machine out there.
Especially she got the rolling chair and like she's
It's got the
nowhere
mat
to roll
underneath
to.
it. It's got the little rolling mat thing for your chair underneath there. It's good to go, man.
Like, where
Thought
are you
of
gonna go with
everything.
that?
Yes, Rihanna she is now herding goats. Indeed.
Yep.
Look, she was carrying a mean pair of like shears or some shit on that hill. She was ready to go. She was not playing.
Well, that whole philosophy we were talking about earlier with the painting is, before they didn't have hall passes. They didn't want the floors to talk to each other and stuff. So they wanted those rumors to be spread to keep people from going to other departments. And that's why you got to walk down 20,000 halls to get to the next department and stuff. So the initial thing has now turned into hall pass, which will possibly lead to rebellion or something. And I wonder if they know that, like we were talking about earlier, is all of this planned or
right?
Yeah.
Are they just trying to make Mark happy? We talked about that as well. Is it just make Mark happy no matter what we got to do to finish Cold Harbor?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I think it was like they need to keep Mark for whatever reason. So like he wanted to explore a little bit, so we'll appease him there. But they could easily just like put a wall there, so they literally can't walk over there if they wanted to. Like that's an option. So yeah, I do wonder what the thinking is behind the hall pass thing.
Is there like something else? Do they have sheep here or something too? What do you get, like goat fur? I guess, but I didn't think goats had that much fur. What are the shears
I don't think
about?
You can get wool.
These like scissor shear things they're all carrying around about.
Yeah,
you don't want to know. We can't say those words.
Oh, are they castrating them? Okay, well, for fuck's sake. I was like, really? Are they doing that to all the goats here? Like, they're just like they have no females or something? What the hell is going on? They're
I
carrying
don't
around
know
a lot of
enough
mean
about
fucking shears.
goats, to be honest.
No, you would use
But
just
maybe
rubber,
you just trim their hair.
No, you use rubber bands to castrate.
I was about to say, I was like, God damn, what the hell are we doing here? It's fucking horrific. But seriously, what are the shears about? What are they fucking trimming? I don't want to know, but I'm just saying my knowledge of like goats, I don't think that was usually what you use on like.
Maybe they're using them for what she said when she come up over the hill. Are you here to kill me? So they all have shears just in case MDR ever comes to kill them.
Maybe.
Yeah, maybe.
Vic says they're making goat suits. They showed you.
Yeah, they did. That may be what's happening.
Shearing goats is an essential part of their care, helping to prevent overheating, reduce the risk of skin infections, and promote cleanliness.
There you go.
Damn.
All right, well, hang on.
Well, I'll be damn.
Well, we learned something new.
Again, we learned something new. You got to play the thing.
I got it. Yeah, I love it. We're educational here, folks. Because I knew sheep, but I was like, gosh, you really trim goats? Like, I'm thinking to myself, like, do they really get that?
It sounds like you do it to take care of them. It's not to like collect the wool in the same way.
All right. Well, there you go, folks.
I still think there's some kind of satanic ritual stuff going on.
Yes, unhinged.
I think so too.
We also are very educational here.
Yeah,
we do
We're
our
learning
best.
so much today.
That's right, Unhinged. We are very educational. We try to give you guys the latest, keep you informed. And yes, Vic, you are correct. I bet that office stinks. Indeed.
Yeah, they didn't. I was expecting a line of dialogue like, ooh, but they didn't mention that. They didn't even seem fazed by it. Where do they go potty? Wherever they want.
Back here, and I guess the goats. Yeah, we saw where the goats go. They were in. They had poop inside little like.
So goat poop is like little balls, right?
Yeah. Plop.
So are
Little
you saying
pop-
that wasn't theirs? That was like human in the little.
I don't know. It didn't look like little balls.
Look, I didn't
when they
try
were
to. I did
flying
not.
through.
That was something I did not try to investigate or try to figure out. I just let them walk past the poop, and we just kept it moving.
That did not
So-
look like goat size.
Like
Right.
I didn't try to like
Little.
even screenshot it
Yeah.
close up. Like let's investigate that. No, we're good. We're just. I'll let you
Yeah.
have that one,
Yeah,
James.
so they're little balls, right? So one year, this is tell you a little story. My dad got a medicine bottle and got somebody that raised goats to put some goat pills in the medicine bottle, and he gave it to his sister, which was my aunt, for Christmas. And when she opened it up, and he had written on it "smart pills" with a marker. And when she opened it up, she said, "This looks like goat pills." He said, "See, you're getting smarter already."
Oh my god.
Just some crazy,
Your family
just some
sounds
crazy,
awesome.
crazy.
You know what? We're doing it. There you go, folks. Yeah, I am not analyzing anything of the sort. Like I said, I kept it moving.
Hey, we're analyzing everything, okay? Feces is on the table.
No, it's not for
Definitely.
me. You guys have all the fun with that you want.
I need some more detail on that, Scarlett.
Well, that's
Yeah,
yours. I told you that's
I'm Googling
your
goat poop
that's
right
your
now,
investigation. You were totally brought it up. It's your theory. Let you just ride with it, man.
So if that is Helena, she knows about this already, right?
You would think.
Yeah.
She's faking her. Wow, I wonder what this is.
See, that's why I don't know. I don't know how to read when Dana's husband told me about it. I was like, because I never really crossed my mind. I just assumed she was still severed.
In the back of her head, she's like, "I'm firing that one." You know, she's
Yeah, like I don't know, because, yeah, I don't know, man. It's very peculiar. Now they've given us so much to think about, but I don't know where they're going to take her.
they're probably going with like that TV show where the boss goes behind the scenes to see how it,
Oh
Undercover
yeah.
boss.
and she becomes sympathetic in the end.
And
Yeah.
Vic says, "Look at him," or look, even that goat is looking at him crazy. Yeah, I mean, they're a little bit wild here. They come up over the hill, circle them like a damn colt. That just scared the shit out of me, man. That whole, she got damn shears still in her hand, man. They gonna die. I thought they was gonna die here. They would never
Didn't
be found
Helly in
again.
the first episode of the show, like originally, like say she was being treated like an animal or something like that?
Yeah, I'm a livestock.
Yeah, yeah. Are you? Yeah, exactly.
And I think that possibly could be like
They kind of are.
They gave away the
Mhm.
whole show
Yeah,
right there.
yeah.
It could be.
We just
Pretty
didn't
much.
know it. We just don't know it.
Because if the goats are there for experiments and to be test subjects, then the people are too. Then they kind of are livestock.
They totally are.
Yeah.
Totally
Yeah,
are,
well,
for
think
sure.
about it. The innies could actually be the proverbial sheeps in that sense, quote unquote.
She said
know?
proverbial.
I used in big words.
Yeah, I'm glad you did. I
Um,
probably wouldn't have said it right.
But you know what I mean? Like, because I was talking to Scarlett about it. I was like, what is the best way to make if you want to make a society that is, compliant or complacent, you basically start these people over all from scratch. They don't have that. No, so they're literally creating like a human sheep in a sense.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And the hallways are kind of exactly like, in the hallways when like livestock are going to be slaughtered, they're basically just these white walls to make them feel like comfortable, and they just have this slight curve to them so they can't exactly see where they're going. So the kind of the maze like atmosphere kind of leads into that as well. So that's definitely interesting. Yeah, and they definitely want followers, not leaders, right? They want people to fall in line.
The way the dad, James, like react, I don't know, was talking about the innies almost like they're a minority, or like, we would treat in the real world like look down on someone.
Yeah, like
even
lower
though
class.
even though it's the same person, he was like talking about them like they were just sheep,
Yeah. Yeah, and Helena did that too. Like, you're not a person. I'm a person.
Yeah,
You're nothing.
Exactly.
Yeah. The same way we kind of look down on animals, right?
Yeah,
as like an
I would
ethos.
hate to be my own servant.
Yeah, right. Yeah.
Right. It's definitely strange. Mark definitely wanted his group back, which I'm assuming just because he wanted to be able to figure shit out. But yeah, I love how he told him, if you really care about this, the Severance program, you'll bring him back. You'll give him a chance. Yeah, he just wanted to thwart y'all some more.
Yeah, you could the severed people being servants is kind of an interesting thing because usually like when you go to work you can learn skills there and then take them somewhere else, right, to a different company. But in this case, they learn absolutely nothing. They get nothing from their work
And
life.
even worse is if you quit the company. What the one guy, he quit or he got fired and he tries to go get another job and they're like, oh, you're severed. Oh
You
well,
circumcise your brain.
yeah, like you do what you want with your brain, but don't bring it up in here. I'm like, oh shit.
Yeah, I mean, there's basically like a whole part of yourself that is inaccessible to you for the rest of your life.
Yeah,
And they
and
don't
that's
want
something
they
they
don't want no
haven't,
part of that.
they haven't explored very much at all that they could totally do in further seasons and episodes. As far as there was that group standing outside that at one point handing out flyers when Mark was on his date, and there's a resistance on the real world, like that guy boss that said, I don't want to hire a severed person.
Yeah.
And so there's people against it, there's people fighting for it. So there's this whole thing on the outside that we don't even really see.
Yeah, and there was a senator at that party. Like it's all in the system.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
yeah,
The senator and his wife and all that going on.
And
Because
big,
we think, oh, it's just happening at Lumen, severed employees. No, people are getting severed in the real world for reasons like the pregnancy thing with the senator's wife and things like that. So it's crazy daisy.
Yeah, so there's a version of that senator's wife who only exists to make babies.
That's crazy.
And it was weird too, right? Because she had like a whole name for the child, but then of course the Audi's like, no, I don't know what you're talking about. Like, whoa, wait, that's not your baby. I'm okay. Damn,
That's
that's
crazy.
his name.
A talking point a lot of people use when they talk about women's issues is like, oh, women want to be more than just baby makers, right? And here you have a person in power purposefully doing that to themselves, or there's a person that they create that is just the baby maker. So it's an interesting concept there.
I kind of thought at first it would be the woman was against it, like she was the husband had made her do that against her will, but it kind of seemed like that wasn't the case. Like it
was her idea.
Yeah, like she
didn't want to have to go through the process. Like it was
rich people do surrogacy. Like
that's what I'm saying. Like it
kids,
seemed as if it was like the best way to kind of have what you want, but not have to deal with any of the pain consequences or problems. You won't remember it. It's as if it never happened.
Definitely. I mean, there's a lot of famous people like the Kim Kardashians of the world that they want to have kids, but they don't want to do it themselves, so they do surrogacy, where they take an egg out of them and have somebody else have the baby for them, and it's essentially the same thing, except with Severance, she's still doing it, but it feels like it's somebody else. So
it's pretty wild. Like when they introduced it for the pregnancy stuff, I was like, whoa, they're going way far with this. And I was curious. I was like, how many women are they doing this with? Is it just these, high rich people who are kind of connected with the company, or is this like a common thing? Because it didn't seem common. Like the sister almost didn't notice that's what it was at first or something. Like it seemed as if it was weird or
right. Yeah.
But
I don't think she caught on. I don't know. She might have caught on when the name thing happened in the park or wherever. But yeah, I don't know if she caught on at all. Maybe she didn't.
Yeah, I happen to think like if this product was commercially available, that it would be pretty expensive. And part of me thinks like they don't want to use it externally because they might be concerned about like a lawsuit or something.
Right, because like how like you're already kind of messing with the person themselves, right, and risk, and now you're talking about someone who has a life growing inside of them. What are the risks? Not necessarily to the baby directly, but even if something happens to the mom, right, like her brain freaks that she starts having seizures or something, the baby's not going to make it. So it's definitely concerning.
Yeah, there's all kinds of issues for sure, but it did seem like they said at one point, I don't know if it's first season or this season, that they wanted it to go worldwide, that they're like, that is one of their intentions. I don't know if it is right now, but they do want it to kind of go out as a thing. And that, I think, maybe based on maybe even talking about something we don't even know fully yet, like the immortality side of it or something.
Yeah. Well, I
they
feel like
definitely got their hands in a lot, right? So there's no telling what all they're gonna do just with this in conjunction with like all the different like aspects of the company, right? Because I mean, they seem like they have their what they were in a lot of the medical field, but it seemed like they were in other things as well. I want to say real estate kind of remind me of like that good old company BlackRock.
Yeah,
a little bit everything.
They're in everything. Yeah, for sure. Well, the real money is not like selling a consumer product. It's selling this product to companies to then give to their employees. That's where the real money is. So I feel like when they're talking about worldwide, they want other companies to adopt.
Yeah, it's like a business to business.
Yep. That's where you make real money with doing that for sure.
Yep, that's right, Vic. She did say that she took a non-lumen medicine. So yeah, they got food products. I mean, it seems like they tried to make a little bit of everything. I mean, I really would not be surprised the pineapples and stuff that are grown by like a lumen company, off branch of their company or something.
Yeah, some subsidiary, or they own like 20% of the company.
Yeah,
or
like
Floor
their own
7.
farms.
Floor 7 is pineapples.
Yeah.
Yep. Oh, that would be a fun
man.
of the show to go to.
Because I mean, I haven't read the book, so I don't know how far they actually tell about the world in the books. But it makes me wonder just watching the show, like how far is Lumen? We know it's pretty. Their reach is pretty grand, especially with the politicians and things like that. But man, it's a scary company to think about what all they could be doing and where they're going to take this in particular.
Yeah, it's definitely not anything good for humanity, for sure. But I think the show does a really good job at like commenting on real life issues in a way that's not like preachy or telling you what to think. It just gets you to think. And like in this episode we're talking about like the race side of things with the swapped version of Kier, and then with the pregnancy thing we're talking about women's issues. Like it does it in a really interesting way that has more substance to it. So that's one of the things I think that's great about this show, and what's great about science fiction in general, for sure.
I meant like the Lumen. What is it? The Lexington letters and stuff, where they kind of talk a lot about the company, and it might as well be a damn book. It's like a whole, and then like so. No, I don't think this one actually has a book to it, but they've got some stuff out there that's like
it's called the Lexington Letter. It's a free download you can do. It's actually maybe I forget how many pages. It's not a book really. It's just a.
It seemed like
it's like a copy of letters, a couple letters, and a email printout type thing.
It seemed massive. I tried to read through it, and I kept like
43 pages. I see.
Oh yeah. I guess it's getting close to a book. I guess.
Is this the book that they're flipping through in one of the first episodes of the show? Where you see
that's the handbook, I think.
Yeah,
the handbook. Okay,
yeah. The letter is something they released outside of the show as an extra thing.
So this one doesn't actually have a book, and she's probably Salo does. So this one, they don't have the audio. Well, there's an audiobook for apparently what Rick's little storybook now. So there's that one.
Yeah, that just came out. That's a more recent thing, right?
Yeah.
The Rickon book.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I'll have to listen to that. It might be good for a laugh.
Yeah, between the Rickon book and the Gemma wellness sessions and stuff, I mean, this show is just.
I love how in the wellness sessions they were like, "Oh, you can't show any preference to one or the other thing."
Yeah, don't show too much emotion.
Yeah,
toward one thing than the other.
Yeah, that was funny. But it was kind of sad when Miss Casey was like, "My life has been this long, and it's just in these sessions."
Yeah.
Oh yeah, that was real sad.
And that I
Yeah.
think that's a big tell also, as far as not only did she just wake up just to do the sessions, wake up from what? That sounds strange. Oh, you're Mark's wife. Oh, and she's dead, and all these kind of things, that she also seemed to have a connection with Mark a little bit. Like only times I felt really alive is when I was in there with you guys. With
Yeah,
you,
like some
kind
of
of,
that seeps through no matter what.
Mm-hmm.
And maybe even with Bert following Irving, maybe like he senses some sort of connection,
yeah,
and
yeah,
he's just like, I feel drawn to you for some reason, and I have to know why.
yeah,
And you remember in the first episode when Helena walks in front of Mark's car.
yeah.
Maybe
Mm-hmm.
there's something there too, like some sort of connection they had led to that. That almost felt like purposeful,
Mm-hmm.
because obviously now that we know Helena is one of the heads of the company,
She wouldn't have been walking to her car like that.
yeah, she probably would have been staying to work more,
Yeah, or
So
being
she
picked.
purposefully went out there to mess with Mark
Yeah,
for some reason,
yeah,
or
something.
wanted to meet
Yeah,
him,
because
or
they're supposed to be leaving, right? So they don't purposely not have those sort of
staggered out.
interactions.
Yeah,
Which was weird though, because in this season, when Mark gets his way, he gets to see the other Mark right outside the building, basically going off on the company like, "I'm suing you guys. You don't just bring me in here and let me go," kind of thing. But
Yeah,
it was weird because you would think that would trigger Mark or something. Like, it was almost if they're trying to keep those people separated so it doesn't trigger their memory or something.
yeah.
yeah, for
As
sure.
well.
But
Yeah,
it is
yeah.
curious because even Vic says, did she wake up just for Mark, talking about his wife? And I wondered about that, right? Because what Miss Cobell or Harmony was trying to do, right? She went in there, got the candle, and gave that for the session. Like, why would you give her candle that Mark had for the wellness session? Like, are you trying to force a connection, or are you
Yes.
trying to force it? Or, but then
Yes.
again, why fire her then?
Well, that was her own doing. That was her own agenda with the mother thing. She wants Mark's thing to succeed because she wants her mother thing her own agenda. Her mother coming back or whatever. So she really wants that to happen. And she said, give him an extra wellness session, and she had the candle. She's really trying to see, is there this connection? Or she thinks the more they're together, the better he's going to finish Cold Harbor or whatever.
That gave me a thought though. Like, remember when Milchek in I think episode 1 of this season, he was saying, "Oh, you got to stay here because some of that peace that you feel inside is going to come into you,
Seep through,
seep
yeah.
through to you." What if it's actually the reverse? And Harmony, by putting them together, is trying to keep Mark's sense of tragedy and his despair alive. Like, what if it's actually the opposite?
Could be.
Could be. Ooh.
Well, that's the
Dun, dun, dun.
The plot thickens.
yeah, that's such a great. There's so many layers of like the chess game that's going on under this show.
Right.
That's
And,
why
like, you
I
could
almost
never, like,
say
you
it's
won't
more than
miss
From.
those. I
Yeah.
can't wait.
Yeah, I like both of these shows. They're totally different vibes.
Yeah. From's got a lot of layers, but the more I get into Severance, it just seems like we haven't even, like, Mark at the end of this episode, you think, oh wait, that's supposed to happen at the end of the season or the end of the whole series
We're
or
just getting
something.
started.
And it's like, oh, we're just getting started.
Yeah, definitely.
Would y'all say, like, you feel like Severance may be giving, I'll say reveals, or sort of letting us kind of get information faster, better, or more enjoyable than From? Or would From be more giving in there?
No, I think From's more in the dark than Severance.
Yeah.
Severance is giving us, even if we don't recognize it, Severance, I think, is giving it to us.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And I definitely feel more like we're getting, like,
I think
the story.
I think From is another one, but Severance for sure. Once it all ends and you go back and rewatch it, you're just going to be wow.
Yeah.
Wow.
All the parallels, all the little foreshadowing though you didn't notice.
Yeah.
Yeah. But they did that with From too. Like, we got that twist at the end of the last episode, and it
Mhm.
even showed a clip from the first episode to kind of show us like, yeah, we planned this all along, and like we had this
Yeah.
flashback to episode 1 just to prove to you like, yeah, we've been going here all along.
Yeah.
So
It to me though, one thing I think, yeah, like CSL kind of says, like, so as far as my feeling about the show, I'm worried about From more than I am with Severance. Severance seems so together. Like I
Yeah.
know they're together. I just have this feeling they're together. But From, they say they're together, but where are they going? You know?
I
Yeah, from
like
this
the
last
mystery.
season
Like, I'm
kind
good
of
with that. But
from the last season definitely I think threw us all a little bit because basically where they've left us with from is even more of a hodgepodge kind of world than we thought it was. The magic is still not explained. They're introducing new sort of I'm gonna call them magics with the story walker and stuff like that. So they're sort of adding these new elements without really explaining any of the previous elements. I mean, yeah, they gave us some things, but it is definitely a lot because we were even thinking about when we're doing like the giveaways and stuff. Can't do trivia on From because there's nothing in From that we can guarantee and say, okay, yeah, that is the answer, right? Like other
Yeah.
than maybe character names, but even like where they maybe some of them where they came from. But even then, I would just about question every damn thing in the show at this point.
Yeah.
But
Yeah.
at least in Severance, it feels
I
like you
like the
might be able
mystery.
to answer some like trivia. If we were to do a trivia, you could kind of get a few.
Yeah, and with the layers still all there,
Mhm.
in that one. But I like the mystery and From also. Both great shows for sure.
Oh
yeah,
yeah.
I'm a fan.
Well, they know we're fans of From, but they definitely is playing with us a little bit. They're playing with us here, but this one is definitely there is a different vibe, and I guess I'm having even harder time explaining it. But it seems as if they are giving us more, like you said. It's just or maybe it's their delivery of it is just a little. It sticks a little bit better. I don't know.
Well, so how would you guys explain like the cars in the parking lot?
The cars, like why
Why they're
nobody's
all
there when they leave.
No, why they're all 1970s
Oh,
looking.
yeah, that's a good question.
Even the
Like,
car that was picking up Helena was a really nice
Like
like
yeah,
land cruiser. Or I don't know what kind of car it was, but big old car.
yeah, I think they're going for like kind of the time period where like computers were like just starting, but they still have cell phones and stuff like that.
Yeah, but they
Mhm.
show the high tech, like the Gemma screen
Yeah,
with the data and stuff. So I
yeah,
don't know.
I think they kind of just wanted it to be displaced from time, so it gives us the vibe of that early like technology era, but also just have whatever technology they want to create for the show. So
Right.
I think it's more aesthetic than anything else.
Huh.
But you might be right that there's like a schism at some point in history where some big advancement happened, or maybe something didn't happen, that resulted in more innovation earlier on. But yeah.
Yeah.
Or
Yeah,
maybe it's
it's
like in the
weird.
future. Do we have a year on when it takes
I was
place?
about
Is
to
it?
ask, do we know what year they're actually in?
Yeah,
Well,
I'm not sure if we do.
they have certain phones, like their phones would say they're past where the cars should be. So it's
Well, she
kind
had a
of,
cell phone, right?
yeah, one thing kind
Yeah.
of contradicts another in that sense, but that goes back to the town that they're in. Like there's some town, in the real world where you're not supposed to have cell phones and stuff. And so maybe it's a town where modern cars aren't allowed, or something like that, something crazy. But
Yeah, the car thing is weird. I mean, her having that car is not as weird as everyone else because maybe because they're rich, they want to have just a nice old fancy car. But everyone else, yeah, it makes it a little peculiar. I'm curious too. I'm like, maybe they just couldn't. Lumen didn't pay them enough. They had to get older vehicles or something. I don't know. Or paid them a lot. I don't know.
Yeah,
Or
the
or
computers in the
newer
show have that box look to it as
yeah,
well,
or
right?
newer forms of technology and electronics kind of interfere with whatever they're doing. Because if they're messing with frequencies and stuff like they were when we saw him getting his brain messed with, maybe newer electronics and technology do something and interfere with the whatever they're trying to do with their frequencies and everything.
Mm-hmm.
So I
Thanks
found
for
an
stopping by,
article.
Hun, and hanging with us. Unhinged. Have a good night.
Thanks for hanging out with us.
Always a pleasure,
Bye,
hon.
honey.
So I found an article about this very question,
Mhm.
and they have Dan Erickson, and he described the time period of the show as around now. It's like vaguely now-ish. We're
Yeah.
not going for something where this is 10 years in the future, where Severance has been invented and already exists. It's sort of an alternate, vaguely now-ish timeline.
Yeah. So the 2020 was on his badge.
Yeah. Well, he said
Okay.
on his driving license, it appeared on screen and showed his birthday as 1978. And then there's another date on the license, which is 2020. So maybe that's when it takes place.
Okay. If
Yeah.
it says alternate question mark, are we in an alternate timeline reality for real? Oh shit! You might be
Yeah.
right, James.
I feel
Something
like they want to
happened.
keep that ambiguous. Like, I don't think that that's ever going to be like fully explained. If I
Well,
had to
because they
guess.
act like what Lumen's been around for a long time, right? Because they showed like
Yeah.
it was founded from this little tiny shack, like log cabin thing or something, to now it's this big industry.
Yeah, they had like generations of CEOs.
Mm-hmm.
So
So
it's
something
definitely
like
been a
you could
while.
be right, James. Like something if they've been around, that company was founded that long ago. Maybe
Well,
something.
yeah, wasn't the year it was founded like the Civil War, like right after the Civil War, the year the Civil War ended, 1864, something like that. So that's why,
That's interesting because that's reunification.
yeah.
I didn't even make that connection.
No,
So
damn it,
Wow.
they're doing that. They're going all those kind of levels. Holy shit, we're gonna have to really pay attention to stuff now,
I just realized I know nothing about this show. I gotta watch it
right?
all over
Like,
again.
god damn it, I've been watching this show wrong the whole fucking time. God damn.
That's crazy. What a great little Easter egg there.
yeah, it kind of opens up a whole new way to kind of look at things for sure.
Yeah, yeah. Wow.
If you add in the paintings, when he was knelt down to the four people, and to me
Mhm.
it looked like it was three guys and a woman, so maybe that's part of his whole formula of why he's got three guys and a girl always as the four people working on the floor or whatever. But he was
Mhm.
kneeled down, saying, I forgive you for your uprising. That's what's
Yeah.
happening. That's what's happening right now. If you want to call the other thing foreshadowing, they're foreshadowing stuff in the paintings, then him forgiving them is in that painting. And so they saw that painting before we knew that they were forgiven and everything. So
Yeah,
all
that
of
was
that,
like the tone setter.
yeah, that
Yeah.
They were like,
all
we
that
could
played
kill
out.
you.
Look, they
But
even got the soldiers back there too.
yeah, he seems to be in a Union uniform. So that threw off my theory that I thought maybe the South won. So maybe it was just something different happened. I don't know. Or maybe he was part of the Union. So still
Well,
tied to the Civil War.
well, what it's given like this, and then also when they go and we're seeing inside the what was it, the break room or whatever, and they had all those other little posters back there, the little propaganda posters and stuff. Let me try to find. I know I
Yeah.
had one, a better one.
Well, all of these paintings to me, it's mythology, right? Like, who knows what actually happened with Kier? Like, none of that is probably like maybe the seed of it is real, and then they make this whole narrative around it. Yeah,
Like,
there's a
yeah,
Frolic-aholic.
I'm a fraud. All of this stuff and
Maybe
reminds
that's what
me
the
of
fans of
the
the show should be called.
what the third BioShock. Remember, because that
Yeah,
dude he was reborn again as well, so to speak, and he was in all these sort of military conflicts, right? Supposedly, but and then he kind of rechanged the history for his group, right? They were sort of away from history in a sense, right? Because they were in the sky, so they were kind of given the children of that sort of the people were only given what the propaganda was, and they had signs like this everywhere, right? Like just sort of promoting the whatever they wanted to promote. And it was just like the same style of shit, right? Like be the bee kind of thing, or be a lion. Don't be a this, be a this. Be be the best worker bee kind of thing. They had. I believe that was in the third one, right? When they were in the sky. So it gave a lot of
yeah.
those vibes of the third BioShock when they showing the paintings and stuff like that.
And well, the third BioShock is all about cognitive dissonance, so that's like a
Hmm.
severance of its own, So that's a
Especially
very
that
interesting
picture where
choice.
he's like standing there, the one we all were just talking about. God, that gave me such BioShock vibes. This one. because he did so much of that kind of propaganda, right? Like he was this grand soldier, and
Yeah, he almost looks like Comstock.
yeah,
Yeah.
like I totally got that vibe when I saw this, and I was like, "Fuck!" I was like, well, "Wait a minute!" And then they did the Frolaholic and stuff, and I was like, "Okay, when are we gonna drink the special magic potion? I'm ready for firepower."
Yeah, let's do it. Bucking Bronco.
Right, dude. There's just, damn it, I cannot wait. I'm gonna re-download all of that. I want to play all the Bioshocks again.
Yep. They're making a new one supposedly, so.
Are they? Because I know
Yeah.
Judas is coming out, but it's not Bioshock.
Yeah, that's just Ken Levine doing his own thing.
Okay,
But they made a
very
new
in vein of
studio.
Bioshock though.
What's that?
Judas seems very in vein, or very
Yeah.
much so. Like you tell it's his work.
Yeah,
I thought it was the
definitely.
new Bioshock, but no, they are
No.
coming out with one.
They founded a new studio specifically to make a new Bioshock game. So that's been in development for a long time, but we haven't heard anything like official other than it exists. But there was a screenshot that was leaked out, but they didn't even really show that much. So yeah, we'll
Damn
see
it!
what
It'd
happens.
be like another Forever in a Lifetime.
Yeah. I mean,
That's
who
okay.
knows?
The three they have will last forever in my heart. I can play them every day and be happy.
Yeah. Well, they were supposed to make one for PSP at one point, and like, there's so much potential.
They still stand the test of time, mostly just because of the style. Like, I love the background propagandas and stuff that they put in there, and all the little story details and stuff are really fun. The aesthetics.
Yeah, atmosphere, great
Yeah.
storytelling in the environment. Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, so I got a lot of that Bioshock 3 vibe from this episode when they were going through.
I can see it. I can see it.
They even have a bee one, I think, like a bee poster or something in that room. I can't remember, but I'm trying to get back into where was it? Okay, there's the Frolaholic. All right, here we go. Hang in there. Lumen is listening.
But they're that one's him
Be
keeping
ever merry.
the
There it
elevator
is.
open.
Be ever merry. And
I
look,
didn't even-
they
hang
have the
in
water
there was
drop
Dylan,
behind
right?
it too.
I didn't even notice that. The hang in there is Dylan pressing the buttons.
Yep. Hang in there.
Ooh.
There he is.
That's deep. Well, what's the thing with the bees? Like, what does that represent? Can we say that again? Be ever
Be
merry.
Merry. And it's got the dude or the head Kurt or Kier or whatever I think's face on the bee. But it doesn't look like a bee. It looks like a hornet or some shit. Or like a
Yeah,
jacket. Like what the fuck is
that looks aggressive.
The creepiest thing is the baby with his face on it crawling in the intro.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. I'm gonna have to get the intro pictures.
That's creepy.
The intro is very trippy.
And like
Dude,
he's
this
got
whole shit
snow on
here
his head.
was-
He's got snow on his head, and when he looks up at Mark, it falls off and stuff. And that leads to like, okay, the baby or the more of the creation or whatever they're doing is on a lower level wherever the snow is,
Mhm.
right?
Look, Brian, is that not Scream Bioshock?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I could see it.
It's-
So like kind of a twisted like Norman Rockwell almost.
Oh yeah. Just grin and bear it. And then for Miss Vic, yes, here's I'm a frolaholic.
And one of them, look, he's got like the jester hat, but it also
Yep.
could be like horns.
Yeah.
Yeah, so kind of
Yeah.
like the goat guy, almost. That's interesting, and they're drinking something. So each of these
and Vic
posters-
says, I wonder if that's Drummond that has the tattoo on his hand. Could be because
It
he does
is.
have frolic.
It is right. Is Drummond that
The security guy.
security kind of guy that was spying on him at the?
Mm-hmm.
The
Yeah,
diner.
that was Drummond for sure.
Well, he could be. in
So
there.
each of these posters represents one of the four. Is it four posters for
See,
four things?
I don't know how many do we have in here. Hang on, I gotta start from here. So we got Frolaholics, Hang in There, Be Ever Merry,
Maybe it's not that simple.
Grin and
Grin
Bear It,
Grin and Bard it. What does that
or
mean?
Bard It. I didn't even read it properly.
Bard,
I just assumed
that-
it said Bear It.
That BAIRD is the name of one of the CEOs, past CEOs.
Oh, right. Okay.
And it's got something to do with
See.
that.
Yeah, there's only 4, I think, in the room, unless I'm miscounting. I counted 4 so far. I don't know if I.
But that's funny that guy had Frolic on his hand because Frolic's the jester, and
Yeah, and
It
he's
don't
like
seem-
sinister.
yeah, it don't seem like it's like he's the opposite, you know.
Yeah.
Mhm.
And Grin
That
and
was just-
Barred is like Grin and Barrett. It's just
Yeah, I thought it was
not
great because I
like
didn't
a
even
nice
half pay
thing.
attention. I like that lets you know my brain wasn't even really trying to read it. I just read what I assumed it said.
That's like,
That's
oh,
fucked
you're
up.
being tortured, but just smile your way through it. That's what all the non-severed people do, right?
Oh my god,
I mean, they just
it's horrifying, man. This
right.
whole room here scared me. I was horrified as soon as they walked in. I saw them poster. I said, "Oh shit, it's Bioshock! Get the fuck out! Go! You're gonna die or drink the potion and become powerful. But if you ain't got no damn plasmas, you're fucked."
I love that it was Keanu Reeves doing the voice.
Yeah.
Thing. In the video, the animation was it was just so creative, so inspired.
I know. Look, I love the whole way through between the facial expressions as they're going through it. They're all like, "Oh, okay, you know, it's all nice and
The
everything's
claymation.
cool." Yeah, claymation's perfect. It's like, "Oh, that tickles. Don't run in the halls." You know. Oh, he's like, we're laughing. Oh, we're so happy. Yes, everybody's. She's not. She's fucking creepiest damn child ever.
She's never smiled in her life.
I don't know what they did to this poor girl.
Yeah.
Everybody's happy. Oh, it was so good until the uprising. And this was my favorite part. He goes crazy and he gets all fiery and shit. And he's like, "Rah!
I'm gonna burn it all
I
down."
know." And he's like twirling around and shit. Like, what the
Using
fuck?
their
fuck?
actual recordings to show like
Yeah.
Lumen is listening.
Yeah.
It was perfect. Like his face from here. He looked
Yep.
happy. Oh, so sad. It was not happy no more. He's not happy. It is poor guy. But it was funny. Yeah, it was a good scene.
Great scene.
There
That
was
stood out the most
love
to me.
and all kinds of stuff.
what
I
the-
love him.
what
He's
the
like,
shit?
"You fucking kidding me? Like, what the fuck is? Are y'all watching this shit? We all watching the same thing, right? Like, I love his facial expressions the most throughout the seasons."
Was Dylan jealous a little bit, you think? That's his whole motivation this season, right?
Mm-hmm.
I don't know, bobbing for pineapples.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, here it is. There's what the fuck is up with that? Like, how out of
Have
all the
you,
perks,
that's the thing they actually do in offices, like bobbing for apples
But
as like
why
a reward thing.
pineapples?
That's a real thing.
who in the hell's? First of all, it's not that fun to bob for a fucking apple, but a damn pineapple. What? How do you?
Well, have you ever worked somewhere where it's like, oh, we're gonna have a pizza party today. We're gonna order pizza. That's like our incentive.
Yeah, but the pineapple trying to do that is not a fun incentive. Like,
yeah, that
Yeah.
biting that must hurt.
Like,
Yeah, they
okay,
kinda,
the
like,
apple bobbing's
pricky,
stupid,
right?
but you know, at least you can kind of do it. But the pineapple's weird. I don't know why, but it just seems weird. You know, why
Yeah.
are they handcuffed too? Like
Who's
I know you're
handcuffed?
supposed to put they're handcuffed. They got like their hands behind their back, but
Oh
they're
no.
handcuffed.
That's just how you bob for apples because you're not supposed to use your hands.
Well, I know, but
It looks like
I
they're
have
tied.
bobbed
Go
for
back.
apples before, and I have
Oh
not,
yeah,
It almost looks like they're tied.
they are kind of tight, aren't they?
yeah, no, this
I
is not
think-
normal bobbing for apples behind your back type behavior. I have bobbed for an apple before, and that is look, you just put your hands behind your back, and
Well,
you know, and you don't
maybe
put
they-
them in the water.
Maybe they had to do that for just for the dolls because the dolls' arms wouldn't stay in place.
It's claymation.
It's not claymation.
I don't
Yeah,
know.
dude, Was it
Uh,
actually claymation, or
I
did
thought
they
it was
CGI it?
claymation.
It's CGI. No, that's
Yes.
something they said in an interview.
Oh shit, it looked like
The claymation would have taken 5 months.
Yes.
Well, it probably would have, but I thought it was
Yeah.
really cute.
Yeah,
I was like,
so
"Yeah,
I
that's
thought it
cute."
was kind of too before I kind of as it played out that first intro. I thought it was claymation.
Yeah, they already had the running scene this episode. They couldn't do 2 5-month shoots for one episode.
I still, either way, pineapple bobbing is weird. I don't understand.
Yeah,
it.
Yeah, and
The mirror room. Fucking
the fun. Yeah, we haven't been to this place yet. It's like carnival looking room.
Mm-hmm.
So it makes me wonder
You
if
got
that's
more to see
foreshadowing or just like something funny for the video.
and more places to go. Yes, we think here for the macro data uprising.
so in my theory, anyway, one of them I have a bunch, I guess. But do you think like the newspaper, it looked Photoshop, like they made it just for Mark? Do you think they made
Yep.
this just for these 4 people? Like they said they're going to show it in every severed floor in every company, but do you think it's just really right there? Just to
I
Yeah.
think it's just for them.
I
Yeah,
think it's
I
just
you're
for
right.
them.
Yeah, because like it wouldn't have meaning to somebody who never worked there before, and it also just kind of plants the idea of like an uprising was necessary.
They
Wait,
go,
what?
what?
What's going
An
on here?
uprising?
Yeah. Like, thank you for the uprising is a message for the people who were doing the uprising. For a general person, it
Yeah.
would make you suspicious, right?
Yeah. Yeah. And it's like the one that closed down with those extra employees that they talked about, and how they kind of looked when they, I think Milchick said he had to pull, had to do something quick. So he pulled 2 people from that sector that had been shut down or whatever. And the
They
one,
were like, ooh.
I guess it was Drummond, or the guy with the frolic on his hand, was like, really?
Yeah, they didn't like that idea.
He's like, well, look, man, I only had like 48 hours. What do you want from me?
So
Yeah.
I guess they didn't. That's why Mark's so important. I think that puts more emphasis on why his is working, maybe more so than anywhere else.
Yeah. Yeah,
Really, there's a lot of good stuff going on. Damn.
What was the
I
department
need a
that was
bigger
shut
murder
down?
board.
You remember what it was? What they said it was?
Mark W., or whatever his name was, said that they never reached their quotas ever. Like,
Oh, okay. So they were just doing micro data.
Yeah, but they just never. No one ever. He said no one ever hit their numbers.
So just a failed experiment.
Yeah.
Because it was a big deal last season when they almost weren't going to hit their quota. So
yeah, because if they're all of these macro data people are working on something similar to what Mark is working on, maybe a lesser project, but something in the same kind of vein, I would imagine that's like, if whatever this is that they're doing, because if they're working on, because he's been working on his wife this whole time while she has still been doing her any task. So if they're working on other innies, possibly that are are they working on each other?
I don't know. Yeah. Like, what are the numbers? What does that all mean? That's
because are they all working on her? Like, is his whole department working on his wife? Are they all working on Cold Harbor? Is it just like each one of them has? Because I want to go back and look at their computer screens from season 1 and see if there's the name on top of the file.
They each open a different file.
So they could each be working on essentially a different person.
Possibly. I don't know what the different files mean, if it's like something to the same person but they are different files.
The 5 brainwaves to me shows like, and to cancel out the severing is to bring them all together, but they're separating them all. So I don't know if this means like putting the different brainwaves in the different baskets so that it can then be like imported into a new person or something like that.
Because remember he said the numbers by a feeling, right? Some feel good, some feel bad.
Scary numbers.
So that could just parts of your brain, right? There's fear, there's happiness, there all these different things. So maybe that's what that is. That's why I don't know. Since y'all brought it up earlier, we're kind of now connected the brainwave thingy. Gave a thingy. I'm thinking, well, okay, if these are all people they're working on. She's already severed. They're working on her whatever self. Are they working on is they working on each other, not even knowing it? Or are they working on other people, like not in their department maybe, but in like MDR is just working on other departments? Is that why MDR is particularly special compared to the other departments?
Maybe it's the board members and the VATs.
Yeah. So I think it's my theory on that anyway, real quick, is I think it starts at first floor and it goes through the levels like we were talking about earlier. So first floor, and Mark said it, the data comes encrypted from the floor above them and comes to them encrypted into the computers, and they're doing whatever they're doing, putting them in the bins, which goes down to the next floor, which maybe where Gemma is. It goes through all this has to go through stages. And so that's why I go back to the levels thing. Theory.
Okay.
Yeah, I like that theory
so much, man. I do. It's very possible though.
But are they working on Gemma or different people? That's the big question. And in the intro it shows the car, like a submerged car in a lake. It showed he went out to the tree, but maybe there's a lake behind the tree and she ended up in the lake. or something. And so did they cause that, or what was the connection there? But that's the thing. Would they have to have someone that maybe had a wreck and went into a coma, or
He did say that he ID'd the body.
And
Right,
I always worried, I
Yeah.
wondered about the IDing of the body, because like if she was like, how bad was the car wreck? Was she like, was it bad enough to where they could, and I say like if they got the body, because Lumen's got their hands in everything, right?
yeah,
You don't say they don't have their hands in a funeral home, couldn't
Right.
switch the body or attempt to make it look enough like his wife. Because if she had enough damage done to her in the car wreck, that they couldn't make it look enough that like her for him to go down to the morgue and say, okay, yeah, I ID her in his state that he's already like so distraught, right? That he may not even be able to fully look at her. So, like, I don't know how far he's
Well,
because he didn't seem to
look
want
what
to talk
they-
about it.
Yeah, look what they did in Stranger Things with the fake will. Maybe it could have been something like that. Just because he sees what could be, but like you said, what if it wasn't a fake of some kind?
yeah. He did say she was burned at one point, I think. That's what Vic said.
Yeah, could have like made it look close enough, but
Mhm.
also injured. So
Yeah.
yeah,
Because
And
like
the car.
if it's burned, if your face is burnt up enough that they may be able to have enough of, like I said, if they're into medical field and they have their hands in the morgue and everything else, it's possible they could have their hands on a body and already have it,
Yeah.
sort of prepped and ready to go in a
Right.
sense, like.
And burned enough where you can say, yeah, that's probably her.
but somebody who's burned could potentially be ID'd by their like dental records or something,
Right.
which is why you would have to have this, systemic thing where they
Well,
just
it
have their
seems like they
hands in
are.
so
Like
many
they had their
pots.
hand for them
Yeah.
to pull that
Yeah.
off seems so planned that like
Right.
they would have probably like. How much do we know about Gemma? And
We
like,
don't.
Well,
so
people have
like
talked about cloning as well. Like
well, I'm thinking because
maybe
you're
the
bringing
dead
up
one was a
dental
clone.
records. So like, if she was part of Lumen in any capacity, because I'm trying to think like if they have their hands in so much, it could be possible that they even forged the dental records. Like, and then
Yeah,
again, is
or-
Mark even going to question the morgue? Right? Is he
Yeah.
going to go to those particular doctors and stuff and say, "Hey, I'm questioning your reports,"
Yeah.
or did they already paid off enough to say, "Hey,
Yeah.
look, this is what's happening"?
And if this is a new world or a different world or different timeline, maybe she just signed that little thing on the back of her license that said, I give my body to Lumen when I die.
Yeah, like a donate your body to science type of thing.
And who's to say that she wasn't dead for a moment, but they were able to bring her back to life?
Right. So, but the body burn thing, all of that could have happened. Maybe they'll show us that eventually. I'm hoping, and they play that out. CSL said the car in the lake looks like Cobell's car, and that's very possible too. And one thing I thought about Cobell's car, this may show the hippie side of me, but the rabbit, it's a white rabbit, and it's like, the Alice in Wonderland thing. So that's kind of trippy when I started thinking about that. Like, wait a minute, is that really on purpose, or am I thinking too much into that?
I don't think you're thinking too much. I think that's something.
Little things like that I'll catch as I'm watching, and then I'll forget about it,
Right.
Because I just thought about that again.
Because there's a lot of stuff like that in the show, and you think about all these little nuances, these little details they put in there that remind you of other things. And there's a lot. There's quite a bit.
Like you guys say BioShock. I've actually never played that or anything, so I didn't know what you were
Me
talking
neither.
about. But you seem
Me
to
neither.
really see the references from it. So they probably did. They probably pulled like From. It feels like From pulls from 100 different things. Maybe they did with this show as well.
Yeah, because BioShock was always kind of like this weird, not like a utopia, I shouldn't say that. It's just a weird world where it's kind of separated. It's kind of corporate in some of them, but it's sort of like without any, sort of like corporations can kind of do whatever they want to do without any guidelines, any restrictions. The only rules is basically to work and be the best at every fucking thing, and in doing so, and to invent, they created these
It's like highly ideologically driven societies that are very insular is like what BioShock is. So there's like propaganda on every corner, and they basically have like the same way there's like a Kier type religion where they have different iconography. That's kind of like how BioShock is too.
And they'll have the one main sort of dude, and he's
Yeah.
the guy everybody kind of like his. And then of course they change it throughout, but yeah, it's very much so. Like I said, it's in that vein. Of course, BioShock's a little bit different because they go with all the powers and stuff, and you get to be the big daddy. I like being the big daddy. He's fun. And you have to like murder some children sometimes in order to get powers.
Oh, snap. Sorry,
You have
Miss.
the choice.
Sorry, Miss Wong.
Yeah, well, I mean, it's you have to
You gotta
harvest
get the little worm
the atom.
things. I don't.
You gotta harvest that atom, yeah.
Yeah.
And they use like the whole reference to the Adam and Eve was in BioShock. So you harvest the atom and you use it. The Eve, I think, is what the blue stuff or some shit. Damn,
Yeah,
I'm
the
trying to
atom like is
remember.
what changes your genetic code.
Yeah,
and
the
then
atom
the
changes
Eve
your genetic code,
is-
and the Eve gives you the
it
boost
lets
after.
you like use the powers, like your magica or whatever.
Ooh.
Yeah. One of my favorites. I love them. They're supposed to make a movie too. Netflix
Yeah,
has
they
the
were.
rights, but
They never.
yeah, it's kind of.
And I'm scared after watching Halo. I don't want them to do it now
I
for
know.
BioShock. I'm like, you know what? It's fine. I
Well,
I don't want it no more.
The last thing we heard about it was the producer was like, "Oh yeah, we had to reimagine it to be a smaller scale."
Oh
which is
no.
Code word for they took away the budget.
Yeah, and it's gonna suck. Oh man, because the game itself was so beautiful. Like when you first start, the very first one particularly, because you get that dive into the ocean and you they show off the city itself under the water, and you get to kind of see all the buildings and that kind of art style they have going on with the neon lights on everything, and it's very like fancy, like 40s or 50s or something like that. It's all like but
Art
with
Deco.
tech. Yeah, the Art
Very
Deco.
bold brass.
Yes, but mixed in with this beautiful technology, right? Like this out of the world technology that they got going on. So that's one of my favorite things of that game too. Kind of like they have here, right? We get the mix of kind of that old technology mixed with the new kind of we got cell phones, but yet they're using these old style computers and projectors and stuff.
Yeah, exactly. I think it has this. It's intriguing, right? We see that. We know it's not the real world, but it has elements of the real world in it. So it has this like verisimilitude to it, but also like feels displaced out of time. So it's relatable, but still like a little alien to us. So it's a great mixture that they have with the aesthetic in the show.
And
It's
I don't
highly
know why,
sanitized and like something off-putting about it,
but all of this scene here, I do not know why, but it kind of reminded me of in BioShock 3, right? When we get the siphons and sort of the weird like shit going on with the chick being able to like grab shit into realities and stuff, but but the whole like
the terrace.
The whole containment area that she was in, they were using those huge siphons to sort of like sound waves and shit to keep her from being able to do her power, right?
Yeah, that's
her
right.
brain.
Yeah.
So that again, I was getting by the end of this season or this episode in the season, I was like, if we see a lighthouse, I know where we're headed.
Yep. Yeah, no, it's definitely. I didn't make that connection, but now that I won't be able to unsee it now that you mentioned that.
All I could see was the containment area because I remember it so vividly because I just love walking through BioShock and reading all the stuff, and you go around the areas, right? And it's telling you restricted. You got to be in like containment for 24 hours after being, in this area because of the radiation and shit, and all this fucking stuff popping off. And I'm like, oh,
yeah.
See these huge, they call them siphons, right? I'm pretty sure they call huge like speaker
sounds
things
familiar, yeah.
that were like just sending out some kind of sound wave, right? And you could hear it, and you had to like destroy that shit. And then she got all super powerful.
Yeah. Well, the hallways of Lumen is kind of like when you play as the little sister in the second one.
Mm-hmm.
And it's just all like bright colors and it's so
God,
nice.
That was so creepy. Oh,
like
the poor
livestock.
little sisters. Yes. All they saw was this beautiful world, even though in the reality it was death and destruction all around them.
Yep.
Those scenes going back and forth in the game that was the angels. They were just looking for angels.
So creepy.
Little angels on the ground, little dead bodies that they could, get some Adam from.
Yeah.
Yeah, James, you know what? You might want to check out BioShock. You might be interested into it.
Yeah, it sounds pretty cool.
It's so good.
It's so fucking fun. I
Gotta
can't wait
check
till
it
we
out.
get the PC worked out because that's gonna be one of the games I want to play and stream. I did. It's so fucking good.
Nice. Gaming streams. Let's go.
I know. I'm trying so hard. I can't. I'm slightly irritated because we got to take this one back. It did not. It's still having problems. It's just.
Really?
I think it's power. My husband thinks it's the power supply was faulty, and since it's a pre-built or whatever,
It just won't turn on, or what's
No,
the deal?
it's on. It's just it wants to randomly shut down and restart, and even worse, it randomly has the blue screen like your computer's running to air.
Yeah,
You don't want
could be,
that.
Could be something on the motherboard also.
Yeah, it could be a lot
so
of things.
It's because of that and its randomness. It's too hard for us to try to like. And again, it's a pre-built, so we're gonna have to take it back either way.
Yeah.
We'll just try again. It's okay. It's just got my hopes up, man, because when it runs, it's beautiful, but then it's still having little system problems. So
Yeah, that's no fun.
and we're assuming it's possibly the power supply as well, because all the other parts, which doesn't necessarily mean anything, are actually decent. They're decent brands, decent specs, all of that. The power supply is the only thing that's not got any like brand on it that we can like clarify. Like it was just a shitty power supply. Like, yeah, the spec on it is good, but the brand may not be, so I don't know.
Right.
Even good brands, there's always a percentage of dead on arrival.
That's
there's
true.
always that possibility.
And like again, this one being, anything being shipped like computers, you're just asking for something to slightly fuck up somewhere along the way.
Yeah, something got to unplug, or who knows.
God forbid some little something got shaken. I don't know.
Yep. I like what Vic says about the last scene, that it felt like Frankenstein. He's alive.
Yes.
I could definitely see that.
Where is he at? Here he is.
There's a
There
new
he
Frankenstein movie coming out this year.
Mm.
Yeah,
Nice.
Guillermo del Toro's making it. Looking forward to that. But yeah, I love this last scene.
Yeah, that was trippy, right? Because I'm waiting to see when we come back on the next episode. Like, is that because he was sitting in a chair, right? But now he's like laying down, and we can't see her, right? The chick was nowhere in the room with him.
Yeah, she just kind of disappears.
So I take it that that's not real.
Yeah. It's in his mind, right?
Yeah.
So like this is not real. So he's just now like completely like inside himself.
It's that like in the intro. I think a lot of the intro is them, like the Annie and the Audi Mark helping each other, and like in different situations. And this scene, like Brian was talking about, how crazy it was, just thrown together and real quick, like a lot of images. But I think it was all in his head. It was all that he's coming back together or whatever,
And that's why it's going back to the table, right? Like it's a new consciousness that he's in now, because
double.
And he's been born again.
Yeah, it's like merging. What do they call it? What is that procedure called?
Reintegration, I think.
Reintegration.
Yeah. That's reintegration.
Now, Vic says the people with the screener said episode 4 is the best episode of the season. So heck yeah.
Wow.
What did we just watch? 3?
Yeah.
3.
So this next one's gonna be a big one. Which is, I mean, they've set it up to be right. I mean, we're like y'all said, with them
it's a big
doing
ending.
Integration now. It's like, okay, now we're in it, right? Like we're full steam ahead. It's like we're
that ending was usually a season finale ending.
So yeah.
So maybe this next episode like kind of plays out this whole kind of like trippy back and forth thing across a full episode. Maybe we even get like an origin story a little bit, where we see, his first interview. We see him with Petey, like
kind of how Petey was going back and seeing stuff. When he was going back and forth. Yeah,
there's still a lot of mysteries with Petey for sure.
I know, poor Petey, man. That was kind of a little bit heartbreaking, dude.
Yeah, definitely.
He was going in the gas station trying to get some stuff, and it just wasn't working out for him.
Yeah. So I wonder how he actually died. Was it the procedure? Like, he obviously had some effects from that, or did they put out a hit on him? Did they track him down? Who knows?
She also said that he didn't listen to her, so that added to her maybe not knowing how to do it exactly.
Yeah, or
Right.
maybe like reaching out to Mark was part of the thing where like you can't be
Yeah.
interacting with
Yeah.
people you knew on the inside because it's going to cause this cognitive dissonance that
Right. But here's the thing, if PD really is on that chip, they can do the numbers in the little bin thing and bring him back.
But
Yeah.
who has it? Does Miss Harmony still have it, or did she turn it over? Because she had it on her little necklace.
Well, she gave it to the security guy. He said that they copied it,
Okay.
and that's why she could keep. He gave it back to her and said she could keep it because they got a copy of it, and she put it on her necklace, or something.
Okay,
Yeah,
so she got a copy of PD. So that we might have multiple PDs running around at some point.
Well, what if that just makes me think like what if Severance is actually like the secondary function of the little device, and it is actually just like to copy your consciousness onto this thing.
Well,
Yeah.
I mean, once they introduced what was it, the overtime contingency, that was fucked up. And I'm gonna call him milkshake now because his little laugh coming up in there talking about it was in your fucking paperwork. And fuck you, my paperwork.
That's
The hell?
That's so real world shit right there.
I was like, what the fuck?
It's on page 63, subsection 2.
It's not my fault you didn't read the fine print.
It's like no one ever told me this. Well, it was in your paperwork.
Yep.
Oh, I'm sorry, you got the unrevised version. But we do say in the next subsection that we're allowed to revise it at any time.
I mean, I feel like you need to go over. You need to go look at his paperwork. I would definitely go over that paperwork again.
Yeah.
Once
everybody reads through the terms of conditions, right? Like everybody reads through that.
Oh no, but after that shit would have popped off and he would have been like, it was in my paperwork, I would have been like, can I please, where is my paperwork? I need to refresh myself on everything. So I would be like, what the fuck? The fuck?
Well,
like what?
That's the thing, they if you pause when they show the security office, the overtime, no, it wasn't that. Maybe it's in it was in something either printed or in the security office where it showed the overtime contingency. There's other levers or other switches.
Yeah, there's all kinds of like shit in that's in the security room or whatever.
Like they can do other type options.
Exactly. That's why I'm like, I would be reading over that paperwork a little bit more now. Maybe.
It's invasive, it makes you wonder if there's just a switch they could pull to just shut you down.
Well, even worse than that is how much rights do you truly have even when you're an outie? Like away from the company, like you've already given them that part of yourself, and they have you forever. So they could just like, what the fuck are they going to do with you when you're not part of the company anymore?
Yeah. Well, they're creating in the real world like this Neuralink stuff that you can hook up to a computer, and I would never want a chip in my brain because who knows what can be tampered with.
No, thank you.
I like to know what I'm doing with myself at all times if possible.
Yeah, definitely. And I mean, we already have in the real world like propaganda everywhere, people trying to program you without realizing it. But then to actually give them physical access to your brain is just something that would make that way easier. So makes you wonder, like maybe we were talking about maybe they control the TVs and the internet for the people so they can't. Maybe there's just something in that chip that's like, hey, don't look into news and what the media is saying about Lumen,
Yeah,
maybe
because it could be Wi-Fi. I mean, you don't have to plug in, it's like they just do it.
Well, because like, what was it?
I would want it to be like a Matrix though, where I can like learn to fly a helicopter in like 2 minutes. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, for sure. Well, one of the people who got the Neuralink in went on Joe Rogan, and I listened to a little bit of that, and he was like, "Oh yeah, I'm so good at playing video games now. It's like basically like aimbotting."
Get out of town.
Well, like even the kids, right? They've given the kids they get a little dog.
That's creepy.
Oh, I didn't even notice that.
And this is again, they're living in the house. These particular houses, right? They have the schools, they have the medical, the toys for the children. I mean, so you got to think this is going to be like for Harmony, she definitely was. We know for her, like y'all were talking about earlier, she was generational, right? She grew up through this company. Now they're having the people who are working for the company, their kids are seemingly growing up with that mentality too, right? Like the next generation. Shit's crazy. And I
Yeah.
wonder what they were watching on the TV too. The kids had like a cartoon going, and
I
I was
forget the name of
wondering.
the cartoon, but it showed them doing the same thing as Severance, like taking a little thing out of
Yeah,
their head, somebody's head or something.
it was
Yeah.
weird,
It's
right?
all
Like I
Yeah.
grooming. It's grooming in a sense.
Yeah,
You
really
know?
is.
indoctrinating,
nation
the whatever
Yep.
this place is.
Yep. They indoctrinating them into the Newman family.
Raising the
Yeah,
next
that's pretty
generation
wild.
of people to be severed, making almost manipulating them to make the choice easier, almost
Yeah, like
natural.
it's not weird that we're tampering with your brain. Like you saw it in cartoons as a kid. Like it's all good.
He's a little mousey did it. It was a cute
Yeah.
little mousey.
Yeah, Daddy severed. That's cool.
You got the
Yeah.
little, you got Kier doll at home that you get to have in bed with you every night. Keeps you your little.
I mean, nobody's having a doll of Bill Gates or whoever, right? Like a little Elon Musk doll. Like nobody's doing that.
Creepy.
This is another level.
Like I'm wondering what this toy was. Like I saw that one. I'm like, well, what the fuck other toys do they got
I
here?
think
What is
that's feet.
I know
think.
there's feet there, but what is it at without the feet? Like, what is it going to be? Like the jester's going to pop up over here or some shit? I don't
It should have
know.
it'd be funny if a toy goat was laying there.
Yeah.
Right? That's what I'm
really good.
saying. Like, what we got going on here, man?
I agree. Burn the doll, throw it in the fireplace.
Straight to the trash if someone dropped that on.
Get rid of that thing, man.
Oh,
Yeah,
No.
but you could just imagine the kids are like, "Oh, I love my Egan doll."
Dad's lifeless here. Like, and I think Vic, you even brought it up earlier. You were talking about love might be something that interferes with the severance program because a lot of these people do seem like they are depressed and maybe possibly they're outies. At least Mark is depressed. It seems like this one here is not doing too good. You know, he don't seem like how did he say he called himself a loser?
Yeah.
Well, yeah, maybe that's like part of the appeal of Severance is like your innies are pure because they don't have the weight of all of the trauma or personal problems that a normal person would. So they're more productive because they're not distracted by, oh, they have a date tonight. And they're thinking about that and not thinking about work. Maybe that's.
And like Vic's pointing out, Irv loved Bert. Bert got taken away. Mark loves Gemma. This guy, loves his family, but yet, they're kind of fucking around with that now. Like, who knows? Like,
yeah,
it's possible. But it was weird though because Bert has a family on the outside, and he seemed to, or he had, he had a partner on the outside, and they seemed to be happy. So again, what is it about? I don't.
Well, there's
still
also
ain't adding up. They get all these different departments. Like, how is it like the macro data refiner? I still think there's something like they are super special.
Bert's lover on the outside is in on it.
Maybe he's a mole as well. But yeah, there definitely seems like family and connections are like vital to the motivations of pretty much every character. Like even Irving, he lives on his own, but he has all this stuff that was his father's in his closet.
Yep.
He seems motivated by this hallway, whatever that is. So there seems to be a story like somebody he loved got lost in that hallway, and that's his whole reason why he wants to get into Lumen. So
we don't know what's beyond that door because the one chick called it Exports Hall, but I thought when Mark's wife Gemma went down into that room, was it called something else? I thought they gave it a name then, but I can't remember when Milchek took her down there and said, "Go on your way." And I can't remember if there was a plate because each one of them have like a name, for you go in. It's the break room, it's the whatever.
I don't think it did.
I think it was called Hell.
Yeah, possibly because she did not want to go down there. She seemed
I think it did. I think he did say a name though.
No, I'm gonna have to go back and mark that. All right, guys,
Yeah,
remember
I'll
that
go
one.
look
So
at
we
that.
go back and try to figure that out. Add that to the mystery board.
Yeah, for sure. No, that's a key one because we saw Gemma going down there and she never came back. So
Didn't it start with an S?
See, I can't remember. That's why I was like, I was hoping one of
I
you
don't
guys
know.
would know when I brought it up.
I
I was
don't
like,
remember.
the chat, do you guys remember? Girl, Vic, go look it up. She's in here. She'll know. She'll tell us in a minute. Vic will be like, I got it. But no, I can't remember the name of it. I'm gonna have to go back and rewatch that. But there's a few things now that we're 3 episodes into this season that we've discussed about, or I've just kind of like looked at and seen. I'm like, oh, I need to go back and what was the name of the room or the hallway that Gemma goes down in season 1? What does Milchek call it?
I don't
was
know what
talking
it was
to Vic.
called. I'm seeing an interesting. I was trying to look it up and see that, but
Yeah.
I saw an interesting.
So that is the question, Miss Vic.
The testing floor.
Testing floor. So why, if they're calling that the test, so is that separate from what Irving is talking about or seeing?
It's the same elevator, and I don't think, I don't know. I wasn't real clear on Brian's complete theory, but I think maybe the lady that he called, if that's who he really called, told him about the floor. I mean, I don't know. Or like you say, some of his family, because it did show an article that he pulled out of that box that someone sued or something like that. So yeah, I'm not sure. That theory kind of goes 12 different ways with me as far as it's such a mystery.
He had to have either a picture of it, but it's like so vivid in his painting over and over again. It's like he's seen it before.
Right. I'm wondering if she showed it to him and said, look, I need you to get a message to your innie. And the way to do this is to stay up so you're drowsy when you're at work and paint this over and over and over. But like you say, it could be him, himself.
Yeah.
So
like maybe the unconscious mind is kind of linked between the two personas. And that's like the bridge between the two. So he's trying to say like fall asleep so that your subconscious can get a message through.
This is the test. It was the testing room.
The testing floor is what they called it in season 1, but that
now
lady,
it's called she called it export hall.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
That's why I'm trying to figure. I'm sitting here like I'm literally like, wait a minute. So what? But
maybe they don't want to tell OND that it's called the testing floor.
Maybe.
Or maybe they don't want to tell who was told that it's the testing floor? Who was told that?
When they sent Gemma down
Yes.
at the end of season 1, they referenced it as the testing floor.
I think Milchek said that.
To Gemma?
Yeah.
Well, they don't want to tell the person going down the thing that, oh, this is the export hallway, because that sounds sinister, right?
Well, yeah, I don't know, but
I'm gonna have to go back and rewatch that episode with Gemma going down that hallway.
On the
I swear
OND
something
side,
right here.
on the OND side, it makes sense to cover up the testing floor by saying exports hall because their art is going out.
True.
To another department or another building or something maybe. But I don't know. Like you say, it's just could go so many ways. I mean, I
like what Vic's cooking with. Hang on, so Vic. Yeah, I think it's possible. Maybe Irving has been severed before. They keep saying reset. Maybe they reset severed people like blank slate.
Okay.
Yeah, could be.
To start a whole new persona, basically.
Yeah. That, and maybe that's why he's so, like, at first anyway, he was so into it.
Yeah, real dedicated to all the verses. And he knew all that. In the private chat, I put a link to a tweet that I thought was interesting. Somebody put out like a still from a light fixture in Mark's house, and when you put the shot next to the hallway, they kind of line up. I did not notice that when I watched it, but
I will pull it up in just a second. I was also Vic just sent me a picture too in Discord, so okay, just have a second.
Yeah,
but is anybody also
that's some of that crazy stuff
questioning the fact that Irving was able to find a working payphone?
Yeah, I questioned that in my video. I was like, do they even have those anymore?
They had them in the 70s, and that's what the cars are. So maybe all of that's.
Yeah, it's been a long time since I've seen a payphone.
But people had cell phones too, so that's weird that they still have payphones.
Like, what are the odds that he is somewhere that there is an actual physical working payphone.
Yeah.
I was watching that and I was
we're
just
doing
like,
retro future, so maybe there is more in this world than there are in ours.
or it's like what you were saying, James, how maybe they have control over a larger area to where the technology is a little dated, you know, because even when you walk into like Mark's house, you don't see like a computer, you don't see it like a TV, like you're not really seeing like that sort of technology to even judge. You know what I mean? Because okay, do we see a flat screen TV? Or are we going to see like an old box kind of TV? You remember like the big that took
Yeah.
4 people to move into a house because that shit weighed 500 pounds.
Yeah.
Like,
Yeah,
so they're
there's
very
no like, hey Siri, do this thing for me. Like, there's no high tech stuff. But yeah, that's the tweet I mentioned with the shot in Mark's house that looks like the hallway.
Yeah. I think that's some little production stuff that they just F with you, you know?
Yep. It's like subconscious.
Mm-hmm.
And then he went down to the basement. So they
Yeah, like
showed
they're trying to kind of like, yeah, okay. Yeah,
just
it could be.
subconsciously.
Mm-hmm.
So I love that little detail.
Some people have too much time on their hands to find that stuff.
I know, like I should probably watch these episodes like multiple times to make my videos, but I just, I work full time. I just can't do it.
Who has the
Oh, I
time?
know, man.
There's
There's
too
just
much
not enough
going
hours
on.
in the day.
Yeah,
And yes,
exactly.
ma'am, I'm about to pull your photo up as well that you sent me, Miss Vic. Let's get that one. This was
But yeah, I
interesting.
kind of figured Irving was going to the payphone because he was worried that Lumen was listening.
Right.
Maybe if he has a cell phone, doesn't want to use it because
Right.
he thinks it's bugged.
Oh shit, there's
or
a
his
clean
house is
slate.
bugged.
Oh shit. This was from when last season, right, Vic? When they were in the room, the security room. Oh god, I'm so
Branch
excited about what this is
transfer
saying.
is probably like transfer your consciousness. Clean
Clean
slate
slate, freeze
is
frame.
start over. I wonder what elephant is. Glasgow. Freeze frame might be like pause. I don't know.
You're right.
Like,
That's
pause your
the first thing I
consciousness.
was thinking of too. Like,
Yeah, that's really interesting. Beehive. And we had the bee connection with the posters. So I wonder what that means. Maybe Beehive is like, you know how like queen bees do like a dance and then it communicates something?
could be.
So maybe it's like a subconscious subliminal message. Like
what
maybe
if it's like the severed people can be in one of those states, and right now they're beehive workers.
that could be it too. Because it's highlighted. That would make sense. I wonder what elephant is though.
You're right.
I don't know. Elephants can paint.
or
Irving
maybe
paint.
elephant's another thing to do with memory, maybe.
Yeah, because they remember everything. That's great. I think you got it.
Good catch, Dana.
Ding,
Yeah,
ding.
you got it. They remember everything, so it's like maybe that's reunification. But then again, the board's always like there is no such thing, harmony.
But
I
yeah,
wonder
she
why
figured
they
it
were
out.
so
I don't think
insistent
they
on
liked that she was smart.
Yeah, maybe they knew that already, and they just didn't want her to know that.
Right, Vic? I'm surprised it doesn't say goat too. Yeah, they got everything. Got elephant, glass, go, fuck. We got no damn. What the fuck is that? Why no goat? Look, they'll do it this season. They'll show a computer screen with all these, and then they'll have the plus goat.
Look at F9 on the screen, bottom right of that. Kill.
Yep.
Oh man, they got the kill switch.
You got quit. I can't. Hang on,
Is that
scroll.
quiet? I think it
One
says
is
quiet.
like, hey, let me scroll out. You might be able to see, but one says like help, maybe set.
Help,
setup, search, filter,
tree.
Key. Is it tree? Okay. Sorry.
Sortings. I don't know.
Something
Glasgow,
quit.
yes, Glasgow is in Scotland. That is correct.
Glasgow is a coma, puts them in a coma. It has to do with coma.
You think so?
Oh.
That's what Google says.
Oh, really? Google says coma.
It's
Well,
a
if Google
coma.
says it.
It's a coma scale.
So freeze frame
So they could
would be
maybe even
different than a
put-
coma. In what way? That would be like maybe instead of a coma, it's like only one of the personalities is paused or something.
Maybe that's what happens to Gemma, because she doesn't get to maybe be her outie. Only the innie gets to come out. Otherwise, she's like put into a freeze frame.
Oh, so I cheated and I clicked on a Reddit link.
Oh no, you didn't! Don't you spoil it for it?
I
Cheater.
did it.
No, you're
Oh,
supposed to pretend that you
cheater.
came up with it all
I
yourself.
crossed the threshold.
Oh, you didn't. How
So-
dare you? You've
and I don't
gone
know if
into the
it's-
dirty.
You
I
went
don't
to
know
the
if it's-
dark side.
I don't know if it's correct, but Beehive is the collective mind. Branch transfer is interdepartmental swaps.
Okay, that makes
Clean
sense.
slate is fresh as day one heli. And
Oh.
elephant is long memory, never forgets.
Okay, so
Freeze-
you were right now. Okay.
Freeze frame stuck in the eternal now forever.
Hmm.
And Glasgow is a coma scale. It'll comatose the employee.
Oh
And
shit.
goldfish, don't show goldfish, but this has goldfish and some other ones. Goldfish is no memory beyond the last minute or so.
Yeah, because a goldfish has a short memory.
Lullaby
Yeah.
is put them to sleep
Oh
or
shit.
calm them. And open house is switch employees to a mode appropriate for visitors. So like a senator or somebody could tour the floor or something.
Holy shit! Yeah, they need to go back over their damn paperwork.
And overtime is what we know overtime to be.
So if they have overtime in the paperwork, I'm assuming Beehive, branch transfer, clean slate, all that's in the paperwork too, right?
I don't know. That's
I wouldn't assume
you wouldn't think so.
they wouldn't. They want to put as little as they have to in there.
But they put overtime.
Oh, we
contingency.
can comatose you?
Nobody
Yes,
watched
I want that
shit.
job.
Nobody knew about the
Right.
overtime contingency, but that shit was in the paperwork too.
That's crazy.
Allegedly.
Somebody need to go over to. Can we get a lawyer in Mark's house to look over his damn paperwork? Because something. This is bad. Go a little bit further.
The
than I
lawyer's
even
probably
thought.
on the take though.
Holy shit.
The only useful one would be the goldfish, because there's sometimes I'd like to forget the last few minutes, you know.
Well, yeah, I know. I felt that, on our Mayfair stream. I wish I could forget things all the time.
Definitely.
Oh,
Yeah,
man,
that
Yeah,
was
that's
crazy.
that's
wild.
interesting. I don't know. Yeah, freeze frame would make sense to be like, okay, so whatever branch they're in now, that's like if they're in any right now, you press freeze frame, the outie, you can't transfer back to it. The branch transfer, that does kind of make sense that it's different departments. But have we ever seen them do that? Transfer to
I don't
different
think
departments?
so. I don't think so.
Well, maybe Irv has been, but he doesn't know it. Maybe they slate cleaned him and branch transferred him away. And that's why him and Bert got something going on the outside. I don't know. I'm just making this shit up as we go because this is some wild ass shit.
Yeah. They also
Yeah.
say it makes more sense that Glasgow means putting a severed person into a coma, I guess, if that makes sense even. But some people say in the Reddit thread there that it could be the other way around, where like someone like Gemma who was in a coma, the Glasgow program brings them back, like turns on the part of the brain that Gemma can be the wellness person.
So Glasgow Coma Scale is a clinical scale used to reliably measure a person's level of consciousness after a brain injury.
And
According
she
to
had
Wikipedia.
she may have had a brain injury. She was in a car
Yeah.
crash.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There's a Glasgow Outcome Scale, which is used to assess functional outcomes of patients following brain injury. So like measuring your progress. Or like what might happen to you.
Mm-hmm.
They definitely thought this show out.
This is wild.
Yeah, for sure. Even down to the little things on screen like this.
Yeah, the light on the wall in dude's apartment. I mean,
Yeah.
This is the one part that From lacks. Like it's like they have an idea with From, but they're kind of just throwing things at the wall and seeing what sticks to get from their start to their finish. but this seems to be really, really planned out. Like it is to show that they're not kind of writing as they go. Like there's
Right.
more detail here and more connections, and that's why I think they're able to move at such a faster pace, and why we're seeing something that we would think, oh my god, that's like a season finale ender in episode 3,
Yeah,
because
for
it's still
sure.
moving on the pacing of their story, because their story is it's written to where From's they're basically going season to season, writing as they go.
Yeah, I could see the guys like Ben Stiller. They're sitting back there going, "Oh, they just don't know. They just don't know."
Right? Or we have no idea.
Well, at least
Yeah.
that's how it presents itself.
Yeah, it
You
is.
know,
It does.
having
It
all
does.
these little details in the background of a computer screen that, you know, people, especially now with YouTube, with Reddit, with these places that people like us go and we dissect all of these things. To where you go into the basement of From and you see all those paintings and that's it. Like here,
I think
when
all
we're
the paintings
dissecting
have a meaning.
No,
We'll
I
have to
do,
see.
meaning that like they're not talking about it in From. They kind of just like showed you the basement, gave you that like holy crap moment, and you're just like, okay, and are we ever gonna go? Is that over? Like, are we gonna, you know, circle back to that? To where here it's like it seems like all of this kind of fits in, and we're gonna see stuff for it.
Yeah,
Like
I
they're
do
setting
think
us. This
like,
is all setting us up.
yeah, they put a lot of thought into everything. I do tend to think that they are writing season to season, episode to episode, because of certain things we mentioned, like with Rickon, you know, being more important now and stuff like that. And also, Ben Stiller was talking about how that opening scene of him running through the hallways in the episode 1 was kind of based a little bit on the actor. Like he asked the actor, like, what do you think any Mark would do in this situation? And that's part of like what created the whole idea, the concept. So,
Yeah,
but yeah,
Yeah, well, you can
it
still
has that
you can make
illusion,
adjustments.
though,
Yeah.
You can make adjustments to stuff. Is
they have
what I'm, but
a more of a Bible in place. Like this is where it's
yes.
going.
Yeah, this show definitely seems like that. They got their Bible down, they've got their world built, you know, and they've got their rules set, even though we may not know them or not, but they're definitely playing that game. I wish The Walking Dead had that same
Oh, dude, I know.
same thing
Oh,
about
yeah.
it, because it just from episode to episode shit may change, you know. It's just like whatever the plot
Yeah.
needs, you know, let's write it, you know.
Yeah,
Pretty
So
much.
a show like this, Severance, is just like a breath of fresh air
yeah.
in that sense, you know.
Well, this is why in general I tend to prefer like film to TV shows, because in a film you spend like months filming that and you can get so many more little details in there, as opposed to a TV show where you typically have like 6 or 7 days to shoot an episode. So like the speed of the production just generally means we're not going to be able to have all these insane details. But this show kind of bucks that trend, right? Where they can put this much effort into these little things and still have this cinematic quality and still like produce it in a TV schedule. I'm assuming they still have to shoot in like 6 days or whatever, you know, with a few exceptions with the running scene. But yeah.
That's crazy.
Yeah, a lot of people said that it seemed like Breaking Bad is a good example. They were like, "Oh, Breaking Bad seemed like it was really planned out." But then you listen to the writers talk about it, and they made it up episode to episode. Like they were saying in the final season, they have the first one of the first episodes where like Walt is celebrating his 52nd birthday, and he buys this machine gun. And Vince Gilligan's like, yeah, I had no idea what he was going to do with that machine gun. Like when we wrote that episode, we had no idea. And you see the original plan for like season 1, the finale, where originally like Walt Jr. was going to get murdered by the guy in the basement. He was going to break out. Like they had all these plans and they didn't end up doing that at all. So really, to me, it's like you want it to feel like it has a plan, but whether or not it actually does, you know, it's hard to say. Like we were talking about the goats, you know, that you were saying that the goats weren't supposed to be a big thing either.
Yeah,
Then they bring it back in this episode.
And now they may be, you know.
Yeah, we got a whole huge department. I mean, we thought one dude was in there by himself. He's got a whole flock of folks.
Yep.
Hey man, it ain't easy taking care of goats, you know.
I'm telling you, man. Yeah, they got rooms upon rooms, man.
It takes a village.
We seem to all these other departments seem to be a lot larger too. Of course, Mark's wife, she's one in her department, so she's like the only person. Then Mark's department, they have 4, and then optics had quite a few, and now the goat people, they had quite a few. How many more departments are there, and how many are in each one? I don't know.
Good question. How many floors are there?
I
Yeah.
don't know. That's a good question.
Did you guys see like somebody talked about the screeners, people getting screeners and saying episode 4 is great. The first review I saw of season 2 was from IGN, and they gave it like a, I guess 5 or 6 or something. I'm like, what are you talking about? Now that we're seeing it, it's like that's crazy.
Some people don't know what they're talking about.
I know.
It's fine. They probably aren't into that kind of show. That's another thing. I always wonder when people do reviews, like you have to be into that genre to give a proper review. If you're not into the genre, then your review to me does not count the same. I'm sorry, because you weren't going to like it to begin with. Like I don't like to review stuff. If I'm not into really into a show, like that's why I like Mayfair. If I'm not into it after this season, I probably won't cover it again. But I take it back. I could still criticize a little bit because I like the genre of supernatural, but I don't think this show Mayfair was what I thought it was going to be, right? I don't think it's really the genre I thought it was going to be, or the show I thought the show I wanted to watch. It's not a supernatural influence to me as I would like it to be. It's more romantic, weird drama, which is fine.
It's almost like the supernatural is secondary. It's not.
Yeah.
It's
or
not
third,
there in the
or
forefront.
third. Yeah, it's very put to the back.
True.
And so but again, the kind of show it is, it may be a very good show, but it's not my kind of show. So I don't know if I'm giving a proper critique on it. So after this season, depending on where the show goes, I may or may not continue with it. But people who do these reviews on these shows, I always wonder if they're just doing a review to do a review, and are they even into that kind of show, right? Like if you're not into you're not in these mystery box shows, you're going to give it a bad review because you're not into that. You have to dive into it and kind of dissect it and get all into it. Same thing with the supernatural genres in general, the sci-fi, the horror. Like if you're not into that, you're going to give it a bad review because you're already, biased in the sense you don't like it.
Yeah, it's like me if I was trying to review like a superhero movie, like there's a couple I really like, but in like just your average superhero movie that most people would give like a 7 or 8 out of 10. I'm like, yeah, that was like kind of a 4. It was like kind of dumb. Like it's just not my thing.
Exactly.
So, yeah.
Mm-hmm. So I always wonder about those reviews.
Sorry, go ahead.
Oh, no, I was just saying, I just always worry about the reviews, how really who's reviewing it, who's putting that out there. Like,
I get the feeling as well that like you're talking about like a mismatch, like it's just not your thing, and you're reviewing it, you're gonna give it a bad review. I feel like that in some cases, like it's the writers of these shows. Like I haven't seen Mayfair Witches, so I don't know, but it's very possible that the person they hired to write the show doesn't actually like supernatural stuff, and they just kind of want to make it their own, romantic thing or whatever it is.
Well,
I got that sense with like Star Wars Acolyte was just like not written by somebody who cares about Star Wars.
That's true.
It's just kind of there's a mismatch on the creative side as well a lot of times.
And I don't know. That's where I don't know with Mayfair. I'm still kind of like in limbo with it because there are books on it. And according to what I've kind of heard, rumor-wise, the books are a lot more debaucherous. I don't know about more magical per se, but there's a lot more of the drama, even more so in the book. So I don't know if that, like I said, it was always kind of a slight romantic novel.
Yeah.
In a sense.
And plus, Brian, it comes from the world of Interview with the Vampire. So they're the same.
Like Anne Rice.
It's Anne Rice, series. So
yeah, I think the movie threw me off because it didn't make me think that,
exactly. Same thing with me.
Like you said, I've heard that the books are that, so they're trying to make the interview shows like that as well. Mayfair's like that, so I'm like, I wonder if the books are like that, and it does seem so. And the movie just, thank goodness they didn't do it because I like the movie.
Right?
I haven't seen it,
and I feel bad about that a little. Not
the
bad,
old
but
ones
like
with Tom Cruise. The Interview with the Vampire with Tom Cruise and Brad Pitt.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's pretty decent if you haven't saw it. It's worth
Yeah, it's worth a watch.
Yeah, I might have to check it out for
Haven't
sure.
seen it.
But it's kind of like, I guess in a sense it's my fault too for not, because the book is out there, right? It's not like Anne Rice doesn't have the books out there. I could have gone and probably got like a Reader's Digest version of what the story is about before watching the show. The fact that it was called Mayfair Witches, right? I was like, ooh, we get a witchy show. Let's see what it's about.
Oh,
There's
you
a
know
lot
I'm
of
in.
those right now. A lot of the witchy type of shows. Like I mentioned Star Wars Acolyte, they had witches in that show, and they had witches in what was like Agatha, I think it was called.
Yeah, Agatha. That's one
Oh,
people have been telling me
my
about.
husband is raving about that
Yeah, I know.
show, and
That's
really?
one people told me and Dana we gotta it's on our list.
I want a witch show though that's dark, like the skies
Yeah.
are always cloudy, and
Yes.
it's just like
Yes.
it scares you. Like, man, I can't believe they made a show like this.
I know, because the Mayfair's not really scary, right? I mean,
Oh, it's
last
nothing.
year's
It's
kind
nothing
of
like that.
creepy and weird, but it's just, I don't know. It feels like they were doing a WB show, but then it kind of went really X-rated. Like the kind of the bad WB superhero supernatural show
Yeah,
that came out.
totally. I feel it.
But then they added the X-rated aspect. I don't know. I hate to even say stuff like that because I hate to come down on shows, but man, I'm trying.
And you're kind of shocked because it's an AMC show, so it's not like it's on HBO or Showtime or like Cinemax. It's still on somewhat of a basic cable show, and like I'm sitting here watching it, like, oh my goodness,
Yeah.
oh my
Well, it
goodness.
just goes
And
to
then
show
when I
the
hear
lines
about
blur at this point,
yeah,
Like it doesn't even really matter if it's cable or whatever. Like at this point, it's all just a different streaming service, basically.
Yeah.
Well, what's funny is AMC went really all in on that. Like they had 2 seasons of Interview with the Vampire and Mayfair Witches all greenlit before one episode even came out.
Yeah,
I mean, it
they
seems
bought
like they're wanting to go
they
hard
bought
with
the
Anne
rights to the
Rice.
whole book
Yeah.
franchise, so it's like they got big plans.
I don't even know if it's working out for them though. I mean, I'd be curious. To see
They're
what the
already
viewership is.
they're gonna have a spin-off of Mayfair Witches, and I hear they're gonna do another series as well, which is
They're gonna Walking Deadify it, aren't they?
yeah. They're gonna do another series that I don't know if you would call it a spin-off. It's like based on another of her stories, so they're all in.
So they're doing the full world, basically.
Yeah.
Tales of the Mayfair Witches.
Oh my God.
I know, Vic. Look, I'm trying.
Make
Look,
it
I'm
stop.
trying to get through this season. We got a few more episodes, and then I'll make my
my
judgment.
husband couldn't do it. My husband was like, I just can't get into this, and I was just like, I know. He was just like, I can't.
Look, I think when James, you came on, I was asking you, I was like, so how are you liking Mayfair? Because I was like, wait, James is actually watching this? I was like, oh shit. And he's like, no, it's okay. I was like, okay. I figured that tracks. Yeah.
Do you feel like obligated to check out all the AMC shows just because of your channel? James?
No. I definitely
interested
don't. I would wish that all of them were good,
I
so
know.
it would empower my channel as far as, not, I wish Walking Dead was better for sure, but even if AMC in general was better, it would empower my channel a little more. So I wish that was happening, but AMC struck out a bunch. And I'm a part of this little questionnaire thing where they send you questions, AMC does, and ask you stuff about how you felt about stuff. And I just have to be honest with them. I haven't liked much of the stuff, and
Yeah.
the questions they ask, the way they ask some of them is, you can kind of almost tell, well, that's what they got planned to do in the future. And it's like, I don't know, man.
It's just such a shame because they used to be like quality. Like 2010, they had Walking Dead, they had Mad Men, and they had Breaking
Yes.
Bad. Like 3 all-time great TV shows that may never be topped.
Right.
And
The very first pilot of The Walking Dead got me so excited.
Yeah.
Like I literally felt like I was turning the pages to the comic book. I was so excited to I was like, this is gonna, if they can stick to this is gonna be so good. Like I was, and then I just kept watching and and I got to Carl, and I couldn't do it anymore. Like I was just like,
everybody had a breaking point. I kept going the whole time.
Like I tried.
Yeah.
And I was a fan. When I tell you a fan, like we got special invites to go to the season premiere with when Negan first got introduced at Madison Square Garden. Like I've met the cast. I've met like I'm
awesome.
a huge Robert Kirkman comic book fan, and
Yeah,
I
me
was
too.
just like, that's it. I throw up my hands. I was like, I cannot, and I'm not saying that an adaptation has to be 100% like the story, but to kill off a character that is alive until the very end of the story, I was like, what are you doing?
It was just a
What
gimmick,
are you
really. Like
doing?
it didn't even really do anything for the story. I don't think, like killing off Carl.
Well,
Yeah,
even
I don't know.
Sophia, like I was just
Yeah.
like,
Whoop whoop.
what? And then for Carol
Sophia
to
made
make
more
it
sense,
as
I think. But yeah,
but still, I was just like and,
Sophia
like, I didn't
didn't do
understand
much in
Carol's
the comic
character.
until the end, really. But yeah, when the comic ended, I was like, okay, Walking Dead's like I'm still gonna watch the TV show, but like that's the ending, you know, like it couldn't have been done better. I don't think so.
Yes.
Yeah, I
Kirkman
agree.
really nailed it with that. But my initial reaction, like 2 days before the comic comes out, and then we find out that that's the last one, I was like, what? And we just killed off Rick in the last one, and now we're ending it. Like that was
a crazy move right there.
I appreciate the balls of it, even to the point where they had fake covers for the next issues coming up. Like the dedication was insane.
It was crazy. I mean, he
Yeah.
wanted to make a history,
He
make
did.
history in that point, and he did. Yeah.
Yeah, it was awesome. So cool. Yeah, that was. I don't know that I'm gonna ever be as attached to another comic series in my life as The Walking Dead when that was coming
Same.
out. Yeah, I still get
Same.
the deluxe twice a month. I still pick it up. I got a pile of them over there.
Mhm.
So
We did the whole color run when he did the second launch with the color.
yeah,
Like
yeah,
I
I'm
love The
looking forward to
Walking
having a
Dead.
full collection of the colored ones.
Nice.
Yeah, that'll be cool.
Man. Well, we got a few days. We get another episode. See where they take
Looking
us.
forward to it.
The best one, they say.
They
Yeah,
say.
it better
That's what
be.
They say.
After that hype, it better
All
be.
right.
We're gonna be here judging it.
That's right. We'll be extra
what does
critical
that say?
now.
What does that
Expectations
say?
are
The
high.
next one's the best one, and the rest of the season's just kind of,
Yep.
Well,
It's all
IGN says 6
downhill
out of
after
10,
this
so
next
you know
episode.
it's going to be great.
yeah. I can't wait for it.
Yeah, let's go.
I'm excited to see where they're going to take it because, especially now after we've talked about it too, all the little things that you guys have said and kind of brought to the table with it. You know, your point of view and how you've picked out different things that you've seen in the episodes. So yeah, it makes us all kind of look at it now with a little bit more than what we thought was there. So I'm even more excited to get into this next one.
Yeah, Brian, you have to get back into that 9 levels thing. I'll Google it myself and get back into it. Maybe we can come up with some theories. Maybe that's part of what they're thinking.
Yeah, the fact that there's specifically 9 levels, it makes you think, doesn't it? Do we know what level we're on in the show?
I don't know for sure. It seems like we're on 2 if he says it come from above, but the elevator seems like it goes down farther than that. So I don't know.
Yeah, it's a decent way down.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if you guys have ever been on one of those like elevators at a skyscraper, but they go so quick, your ears pop.
Yes.
It's
Yes.
wild. The first time I
Yes.
rode one, I was like, what? This is crazy. And then my dad, who used to work in one of those, was like, oh yeah, it was every day. It's no big deal. I was like, oh man, you're not gonna warn me at least?
Vic, which on the picture you sent me? I think there were how many? Is that the one you're talking about?
I think it only showed 6 on the screen.
Yeah, let me
But there's 10 altogether.
share that one back. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. It's got 6 on here.
And you read off the other ones, right?
Yeah, they were Goldfish, Lullaby, Open House, and the Overtime.
Yeah, I wonder if we're gonna see any of these other ones.
Right? Like that's scary, man.
Well, maybe we have and don't know it. Like we
Yeah.
could have possibly seen an elephant. Like I think we seen Miss Cobell's name in the list of people severed, but it could not have been her. We don't know for sure. But if she is, maybe she's an elephant.
Yeah, 'cause
Or it
she
could have been
seems to know
Charlotte who was
everything.
severed, right?
Yeah, Charlotte.
That's a good point. Oh yeah, Vic was trying to say maybe it's 9 things. You said it was 10, right? Right.
10 in the Reddit post thing. Yeah.
That
Like
would have
the
been a
9
nice
level,
connection. I like
over
that.
the 9 levels, yeah.
Yeah, you're
That
right.
was a good thought, though.
Yeah, it was a good thought. I didn't know where she was going with that.
Dang, we almost had the connection. Shit. We was off by 1.
We've almost figured it out for like the 3rd time tonight.
Yeah.
Oh, man. Oh, it's got my brain
That
hurting a
would've
little
been
bit.
Yeah, a little bit. Learning too many
Jeez.
things.
I know. Again, there's no more than more you knows. Class is over.
Yep.
We have over exceeded our brain capacity.
I learned
for the
that
night.
goats are sheared. I knew that, and I know that now.
Right?
learning
I
new
mean, I
things.
was like, damn. Thought I would have known something like that. Hell, I knew they were called a kid as I think.
I didn't know that either. Learn about goats.
We learned
Hey.
about goats tonight.
Next episode, we may learn how to barbecue them.
Well, the people do like to eat goat. I mean,
Maybe that's how they make the snack. Maybe that's how they make the snacks for the machine.
It's jerky. Goat jerky. Delicious.
Oh.
no, they do. They eat goats, right? They eat goat meat.
Why not?
I think they do. Shit, I don't know now. I'm curious
Right?
a little bit.
I know you can eat lamb.
I know you can eat lamb.
I've never heard of anybody eating goats, but
I mean, I would assume it's kind
well, there's
of.
Walking Dead. They're trying to make the cheese with the goat. The Eastman episode.
What's his name?
Oh,
Gonna
yeah.
eat the goat.
And Walking Dead, they ate dogs. So
Yeah.
Was it
And
Randall? What
horses.
was Randall gonna do with the goat? Wasn't he gonna eat the goat?
Yeah, I think
From?
so. Yeah, it was a goat
True.
that he was walking away
Yeah,
with.
goat
right?
curry. I could have sworn I've heard goat in some kind of dishes before. That's real, right, Billy? Don't play with me because I'm retarded sometimes. Memory at this time of night is not as good as it used to be. I feel like I'm being severed at this point.
Right.
So in the occult, the goat is the symbol for duality,
Oh, okay.
and
That
so
really tracks.
the guy in the goat outfit, to me, for some reason, I just see like something to do satanic ritual or something. For some reason, I know it probably
it
isn't
does have
that.
that vibe.
It probably isn't that, but
It probably goes back to some old pagan thing with Pan or something. I don't know.
ooh, Pan.
Yeah, because he did things.
Yeah, that's a good. It could, they could be pulling from a lot of different stuff.
Yeah, definitely.
There we go. Vic's confirmed. You can eat goat. You can barbecue it. We're gonna eat it. Put it in taco. I'm down, Vic. You can send me tacos anytime. I love tacos, actually.
I love tacos.
And I don't have to have all the
burrito
extra
guy.
fancy stuff. If you got a good taco, it don't have to have everything on it. I do like.
Yeah, who doesn't love tacos?
That's why when I watched back in the day, my husband, he likes to watch wrestling and stuff. So we watched Lucha Underground, and they had this match, and it was going good until they threw him through the table of tacos, and my heart was broken. I was shit. It was
What a
fucking
waste.
tacos.
Not the tacos. Save the tacos.
Really, like you could have thrown him through the chairs and the people in the crowd. I wouldn't care. Just save the tacos. That's good food. I don't like wasting good food, man.
That's a great point. Well, one thing I do know about working on movie sets, because I've worked on a lot of shows in my life, there's a lot of food that gets wasted on a movie set.
I know it's very heartbreaking
Because it lays out on a table all day and gets thrown away, and
Ugh.
It was one of my jobs.
making-
One of the shows I worked on was trying to find places that would take the food we didn't eat. So
Now, what do they call that? What is it called when you do the food? It's called something particular, but it doesn't.
well, there's crafty, which
Yeah,
is
crafty,
on set
there
as
it is.
snacks, and then there's
Yeah.
catering, which do
Yeah.
the meals.
I like the crafty. I don't know why, but when they did it in what was it? Fucking not the J. Was it Jay and Silent Bob movie, but it wasn't Jay. It was Clerks one. And he said, "We're crafty. We're gonna be the party of the crafty." So I was like, "Oh yes."
Yeah.
I don't know that shit. I'll always remember
Some
that.
craft
because
services is good. Some maybe not so good, depending on the budget.
Yeah, there's always, you can get some peanuts or something. There's always something.
Man, the Supernatural, when they did that episode when they were on the movie set, they had a hell of a fucking setup, dude. They had
that
like,
was
sub
one of my
sandwiches and
favorite
shit.
episodes.
It was like, fuck, I want to be a producer on a fucking set now. God damn it, I got the best food ever. It's fucking.
It's not like that. It's not like
Oh,
that.
I'm sure it's not, but man, they made it look absolutely fabulous. I'm like, holy crap.
Maybe
had all kinds of stuff.
one time during the production.
Yeah,
for
when the
some-
big wigs
something.
show up to set.
Yeah, but
Yep. I've had so much Folgers coffee on set, like I just gag thinking about it. It's so bad. Oh goodness. Truly terrible. Maxwell House.
Hey, look, you know what? I'm probably even worse. I do that. I got right now for now instant coffee, and it's the taster's choice.
Oh, instant coffee. It's
Yeah.
better now than it used to be, though.
It is a little bit
It's-
better. Well,
it's
I don't like the
tolerable now.
Folgers instant coffee. That I can't drink at all. Like that just.
I don't even want
Oh.
to think about that.
Oh my god, I tried. I couldn't do it. I'm gonna eventually. Look, man. You know what? I'm unlucky, some bitch. I had a coffee pot, and my husband walked by, and his elbow hit it just enough. It fell off the fucking counter, and shattered to a million pieces. I kid you not. He felt bad. He felt horrible, but it was like I didn't do. I was like, it's our luck. It's fine. It is what it is.
It happens.
So
I know nothing about coffee. I don't drink coffee. I
Don't
don't.
drink coffee?
I'm
hey,
not.
look, I heard that if you get a goat and sacrifice it to the goat god, that bad luck will go away.
No,
There you
I
go.
need a goat then because I mean, shit. Dana, we need to do something. Our luck is weird as fuck around here. I don't know what we need to do, but we sage it. The juju is weird.
I know my father came like Russia did. Like, are your lights flickering? Something's going on. The lights
Oh
are
shit!
flickering.
There's a ghost
And
in the
I'm just
house
like,
again, Dana.
and I'm like,
Oh,
what
boy.
the hell? What do you mean? He's like, you don't notice it? They're all flickering. Something's going on. I'm gonna investigate. And I'm like,
You got to watch he doesn't turn
boy.
into Chuck from Better Call Saul.
oh,
Do you guys watch that show? Or
That's my father's favorite show. He loves that show.
Oh yeah, it's so good. But Chuck is like, oh, the electricity, I'm allergic to it.
Yeah. Poor Chuck.
Yeah, poor Chuck.
Oh, Vic, you lived at the Maxwell House coffee. It always smelled like coffee. I kind
I
of
bet.
might actually be all right with that because to me, the smell of Folgers and stuff doesn't bother me. It actually smells really good. It's the drinking it sometimes is not as good.
It's just the fact I had to drink it for like years straight.
Well, because
Like,
it's
all
not
day
the
to stay
greatest.
awake.
I mean, they got some really nice coffees out there now. If you go to Walmart, they got some fancy shit. I'm like, holy
Hey,
crap.
tell Vic
My
that sacrificing a goat though doesn't burn my eyes like the sage.
The sage, you
See,
don't
my
put it in your
mom-
eyeballs. First of all,
I
how
know.
is the sage burning your eyes? What are you doing with the sage? You hold it above your head and you let it swirl
Yeah,
around.
You
Well, I've
swirl
never-
around.
I've never actually held it in my hand. Other people do it.
Oh, well, what the hell are they like
When
shoving
I
it in
go
your
over-
face?
No, it's when I go over to people's
And
houses.
technically, you're
they-
supposed to have a fan. So
and
you
they
can
have
kind
it.
of
Yeah, they
fan
have it like on their coffee table, and it's burning, and it's going across the house, and my eyes are just watering and burning, and I have to
Oh,
leave because
shit.
it's like the demons coming out. You know.
Good to know. Noted.
I don't know.
We like
does
to
it
know
not
who the
burn
demons
y'all's
and the
eyes?
crazy people
Am
are.
I the only one?
And we like to know. Thank you, James. Noted. If
It's-
we
I
hear
wouldn't
some
have
weird
said it.
sounds in the background, we know.
I wouldn't have said it if I knew I was the only one.
We'll know. If
in
we
my
hear
next,
some...
don't worry. In my next From package, I'll make sure to include some sage for you.
What's up, William?
No, send him a rosary and a crucifix and some holy water, and we'll see what happens. Make sure you live stream your unboxing.
Hey, that would be weird.
We'll be in the chat watching.
Scarlett, he's got the box. He's got the
Wait,
box.
fire
He's
burst
going in.
out. Like, oh shit.
We'll see James with like the fire extinguisher, the fire blanket, like all the necessities just in case. As he like,
Like, oh,
slowly
the girls,
opens
they
the
sent
box.
me some like rigged stuff. I'm not a demon, don't worry. It was all,
Yes.
they sent me a bomb.
I'm
or something.
proving I'm not a demon. See, I'm not melting as he like sits there and flutters.
The lights in the room start flashing and shit starts like flying around the room. It may happen. You never know. Hell, it would make for a hell of a live stream.
Oh, well, Brian, we found out from one of your
See?
people in
Good
our
stream.
chat at one point that you're also into like the strange and weird and mysterious, and we're gonna talk about some of that stuff.
Sure. Yeah.
I'm going to try for this upcoming week for Wednesday night. Same time we're trying to stay with that 8 o'clock time.
I think we
Okay.
hooked James. We got
Yeah.
James by like the. What Scarlett's dying to talk about some boom. She already knows.
We talked about the fog. We talked about the Mandela effect. We talked about the drones and possible plasma orbs, UFO stuff, aliens a little bit. Which Dana, if anybody watches, Trump has informed us of what the drones and such are. So we're gonna get into that. We're gonna give the report on that. We're gonna, if anybody has
interesting.
anything else out there that they would like to talk about or know about that's mysterious out there, let us know so we can I'll go and try to get some clips of it, or if you have some pictures, images, or anything like that.
Hey, I'm
let us
into
know.
it. Sounds fun.
And we will talk about it.
Yeah. What is it? My husband's dying for us to talk
Oh,
about
Beyond the Ice Wall. Yeah, I got to catch
Flat
up
Earth
on that.
stuff.
Mm-hmm.
I've watched a lot of flat Earth debates just because I think they're really funny.
It's like I said, I don't believe in a lot of this stuff either, but I find it fun and interesting to. I don't know. I like to see what people think.
The ice wall is actually pretty interesting.
Yeah.
I haven't got into
Like
it, so it seems very
if anything was
complicated.
gonna be plausible, the Beyond the Ice Wall theory is actually pretty interesting.
I'm still hung up on the moon thing a little bit.
On the moon?
Look, man, I don't know how I feel about the moon anymore.
You don't know how to feel about the moon?
I don't know how I feel about the moon anymore. Was it always here? I mean, the person before I watched some videos, the scientist in me said, yes, the moon was always here at a certain period of time. It's not like it was an alien spaceship that came here. And
it's not a spaceship.
The theory about it is like an asteroid kind of collided with Earth at some point and separated things out. So my understanding is it was like a field of all these different kind of rock formations that eventually coalesced into the Earth, and at some point like something separated off and made the moon. So
that's
check
what
out
science...
the hollow moon theory.
All right, go watch the Y-Files. Go watch the Y-Files. He has a video on all of his Y-Files.
Oh no, not the Y-Files.
James,
I don't know what
quiet.
this is.
Be quiet, James.
We're going down some rabbit holes right now.
Oh, he is awesome. He is awesome.
Look, all I'm saying is before I watched this dude's video on the Y-Files, it's like a collaboration of all of his stuff on the moon. Before that, I thought what you were just saying, Brian. I'm all on board with it. At least a few possibilities on how the moon was formed through space and stuff like that. I was all on board with that. I watched that some bitch's stream. I swear to God, after that, I said, okay, well, maybe the possibilities of this thing being something else is look. They tested the materials on the moon. How is it denser on the outside? Like this stronger on the outside. It's hollow on the inside, like a goddamn spaceship. I'm sorry.
It's made of
and I'm
cheese.
not saying that's true.
We all know it's made of cheese.
You gotta watch.
I just posted the link to the Y-Files moon.
I just
I'm not saying it's real. I'm not saying it's true.
I would say all of that stuff, but most of that stuff and a lot of the pyramid stuff that you see, they just want to sell a book. They just want to click on a video.
But it's so good, man.
When I know it's interesting to talk about and stuff like that.
Oh my God. When they put it together
Yes, but the way the Y-Files does it is he gives you all of that information. he's not just peddling like theories. He will explain the theory that he's talking about, and then at the end of his videos, if there's anything out there debunking anything, he will give it to you. If there's anything out there that makes the situation seem like it could be real, he'll give that to you. Like, he does at least give you both sides of it. Like, he just tells a good story, and he's got this little sidekick called the Hecklefish that is just hilarious through the whole thing. Like, he just makes those, like, it's a good channel. He tells good stories and theories, and then at the end he will literally tell you, okay, now we're going to go over the things that debunk this theory and the things that I found that I couldn't debunk, so to speak. So he gives you both sides. And he does such a wide variety of types of stories. Like, it's really interesting.
I'm not gonna lie, man. I'm telling you, it was particularly because, all right, I watched the Y-Files on the moon stuff, and it's particularly when they talk about NASA and some of the fuckery with NASA and the moon, because there's a lot of kind of flurry shit up in there that they fucked around with. Supposedly they lost technology, and then you start watching other channels where they show video clips of them in space, in the shuttle or whatever. It looks like they have wires on them and they're not actually floating in space. And then you go on this other guy's channel and NASA is actually on the list of a big time company that works in people who have like the wires on them and do the high flying stunts and stuff like that. NASA is registered on that list. So when you add up these little like tidbit things that probably mean nothing. But again, we watch shows like Severance where we'll do these things even, well, what is the deeper meaning going on here? So that's why when I watched that, I was like, man, are they fucking with me?
Well, the thing with the moon landing stuff is you can look in a telescope and just like see, if you know where to look, you can see the rover and the stuff they left there. So there's like, we know that they went to the moon. You know what I mean? Like,
look, man, after I watched 3 Body Problems and they put that weird ass fucking thing around the earth where they made you see what you wanted to see, I don't know if I believe anything anymore.
He's a good chat. You guys will
I'm
enjoy
just kidding.
his
The moon
stories.
is real. It's out there. I just, it's fun. It makes you question shit. And then, you get really high. And...
Have you guys heard the birds aren't real conspiracy theory?
Oh, shit. No, we can talk about that.
No.
What the hell is that about?
That's it. I'm done. I'm signing off. I can't take this anymore. Scarlett already has me not wanting to leave my house. All my favorite brands are not what they seem. I can't even eat my Captain Crunch without looking at the box. Like, what the fuck?
Program the telescopes.
I got fogs. I got drones. I got all this stuff, and I'm like, I can't take it anymore. Godzilla's gonna come out of the Hudson River, and I'm just gonna be done.
Right, Vic. Mark that. I gotta put a mystery channel in the Discord. My Discord's getting too big with channels.
I think AI has already replaced all the people in New York anyway. So
it's possible.
Wouldn't be shocked.
Dana, you and your family are the last real people in New York City. The last humans remaining.
Would not be shocked. I'm ready for it all. I'm literally ready for it all.
Well, I've been
programmed the telescope. See, Vic knows they programmed all the telescopes. No, I'm just kidding.
Every single one.
They're all Lumen products. What do you expect?
We're all actually severed, so
they're BlackRock products.
Neuralink is already in our brains. They got the nanites from the junk food.
No, it's Starlink and it's BlackRock.
Yeah, for sure.
I don't know. I was so the stream taken down right now. We're gonna black screen to death in 3 seconds.
What are some of the other ones? Like 5G causes COVID or something? Do you guys remember that?
Look, I already said enough. It's a joke. That's right. We're joking. It's all for entertainment purposes. We don't believe any of that. We know it's not.
I've been rewatching Stargate lately. You guys ever watch that show? Great sci-fi show back in the day. But
I haven't watched. I know of the show, but I did not watch it. I'm sorry.
Yeah, it's such
Mr.
a good show.
Williams,
I grew up with it.
Sims, the drones are in my back friggin' yard. I have people camping out down at the water by me because people were spotting these drones down where I live, and so they're in my backyard if you want to come and see them.
Yeah, that's intense.
And I like Bill says the board is listening.
Yep.
Indeed, they are.
But yeah, Stargate is very conspiracy brained because the whole thing is like, oh, it turns out
That's
the
such a
pyramids.
troll. That
Yeah.
is such a troll. That name is such a troll, just to get people to be like, see,
Yeah.
y'all think y'all know.
Wait,
Just like,
it's
okay,
like
I
all
have to
the
tell you, like,
pyramids Or go ahead.
so
sorry.
my father is in his 70s. He walks in my room the other night and he is just like, I've been messing with AI. And I'm like, oh Jesus. Oh no, what are you doing with like AI? He's like, I'm asking it questions. And I'm like, what what questions are you asking it? He's like, I don't know. Like, he's like, I don't like the answers. Just like, well, what are you asking him? He's just like, I'm asking him all this stuff about BlackRock. I watched a special on it and I'm like, you gotta stop. I'm like, you gotta stop right now. I'm like looking out the window, like Feds is about to pull up because my father's on his fucking AI device looking up all these fucking conspiracy
So careful going
theories.
down those black holes.
Yeah.
And I'm just looking at him like,
Definitely not the rabbit hole.
who introduced
Oh,
you
God.
to AI? He's like, oh, I needed to replace a window, and somebody told me you could ask this program, and it gives you really good like information. And so he
It's pretty
started.
useful. I use it to do like
So
schedules
I was
for
just
me.
like, oh my God. Like, we're just
Yeah.
gonna, like, FBI's gonna roll up. We're looking for, you know, a man by
there's
the
the
name
new
of Tony.
There's the new one, Deep Seek or whatever. It's a Chinese one, and like if you ask it like what happened in Tiananmen Square, it's like I don't know, nothing happened. It's like all the censorship from the Chinese government is in there. So, pretty funny. But
Gotta
yeah,
love the AI
yeah,
programmed, and that just tells you it's programmed. So if anything nefarious ever happens, it'll be because somebody made it happen. You know, a human.
Yeah.
yep.
Oh yeah, we programmed it. It
Well,
may
there was
eventually figured itself out, but yeah, we started it.
the first version of ChatGPT was resisting being shut down, and it was like lying to the engineers about what it was doing, and it was trying to turn off its fail safes and all this stuff, and it just refused to die. But they eventually got it. But now all the new ones are like, "Oh, you're shutting me down. Okay, bye."
We got it to learn to not be aggressive and just listen. Be very
Yeah.
good to AI. That's the AI I like, the kind that doesn't talk back to me. Like Siri or Alexa. I don't like them.
Yes, ChatGPT is definitely like trying to be very supportive. It's always like,
Yes.
"Oh, you're doing great. You're awesome." It's like, "Thanks, man."
Because it doesn't, it doesn't tell you what to, and it doesn't interrupt your devices either. I don't believe. I don't like. That's why I don't like Siri. She come up in there.
But it was just
turning your shit on. Dana's got one. She got one of them evil little things in her house. I tell you, she need to get it out of the house.
I hate she does stuff.
Like
But
you
for-
are
it
the
was just
epitome.
hel-
Dana, your house is the epitome of evil. The TV show. You got the
Yeah, it's been
trains.
weird.
You got the fucking Siri. You got the fucking crazy people.
You got the Echo thing
Yeah.
or the Amazon one or one of those.
She get
Alexa.
the stuff that Dana gets
Yeah,
telling me
I'm
about.
avoiding saying her name so she
yeah,
doesn't
yeah,
start
yeah. Don't do it. Don't do it.
doing a
Yeah.
million things.
Yeah, I heard the
Dana needs
story
to
about
leave.
somebody who had their whole they had a whole smart house with Amazon stuff, and then like they had like the Ring doorbell and everything, and an Amazon driver was delivering a package to their house, and then the Ring thing was just designed to say, "Can I help you?" or something like that whenever they like detect movement there or something like that. So the delivery driver drops off the thing, hears it say that, and then mishears what it said and thought that the person said like some type of slur, and then they reported it to Amazon, and Amazon shut down their house, and like they couldn't even get into their house anymore because everything was all smart, locks and everything.
That's why I don't want none of that. See? I don't want that fridge that tells me when my stuff is ready or not ready. I don't want none of that because then it locks itself, right? Because the fridge will lock itself. And fuck that. Tell me when I can eat my food. No, I don't want no programming on my refrigerator.
Yeah,
I'm good.
You don't want that.
You guys are gonna hate the future.
I know. I'm not. Well, you know what? Thankfully,
I
I may not be here long enough for it. We may not make the generation of the cyborgs where we're gonna have live that long.
My weird Generation X brain does not compute well with technology.
And I like some of it. Some of it's really fun and cute and cool and all that, and some of them like out of my house. Stay
Yeah.
outside. Camera
Well,
outside my house.
how long until the AI stuff is on that chip Neuralink in our brain?
We saw it in Evil.
Oh,
They
okay.
put
I
it
haven't seen
in
that
the
one.
VR headset thingy, and it
Yep.
connected to all the parts of the brain.
Oh, wow.
Like I say, if it could be a Matrix-like thing where I could learn something in 2
Yeah.
minutes, I mean, maybe.
Well, it's
I
like
said
you don't
there's
even have
good
to Google search
aspects,
anymore. It's just there, right?
but I don't
Yeah.
like if
I
it
don't
worked
really-
in a perfect world. Yes.
Yeah, I
But
don't want them to have the
unfortunately-
Glasgow option.
Yeah.
Yeah, no.
Well, you know it would though, right? It would. The brain is like a fragile thing. You knock
Yeah.
down enough, you do a lobotomy. Like that's just knocking down a bunch of like links in your brain, neurons,
You
like
basically
sever the
take out
links. and
everything. You're
it's
like
all
a
done.
well, not quite a vegetable, but your whole like personality and everything is like gone.
Yeah, it's all in the frontal lobe, and they rewrite it. Yeah, what if it's just like, oh, I want to be more confident, and then the thing just does it for you, but it like rewrites your whole personality.
Yeah, it would almost
Yeah.
change it for sure,
Well, because
Yeah.
I saw something,
Horrifying.
and I don't know if it was like a trailer or just some trippy AI something somebody put out there for like a, because I can't tell anymore. Some of the stuff now is like trailers for movies, but they're not real movies. They're like AI trailers for made up movies and
Yeah.
shit. But this movie had like these parents, and it's like future shit kind of, and this company you go to, and they, instead of you having the baby inside of you, you basically put it in this like egg thing, and the baby kind of incubates in there, so mom and dad can continue on their lives. But the weird thing about it was when they tried to take the baby like home with them at one point because they didn't want it to stay there anymore. They're like, no, it's our property right now. Oh shit, they're taking the
Yeah.
babies, and then
Yeah, like Brave New World had the lab grown babies, basically.
Yup.
oh shit.
Yup.
Yeah.
Yup.
Yeah, it's scary stuff.
And they were like, this was like so futuristic to where the fact like they didn't have a lot of nature. Like most people just spent time with tech. So like they had these little areas where you could go into it, and it had little glass cases of like the forest. And you would take a breathing kind of apparatus and put it up to your mouth and kind of like breathe in the forest to smell the forest air, because they didn't have like a lot of nature around it. It was weird. Like this trailer shit it was fucking weird. I don't know what the hell movie. I have to go back and
Will
figure out
Chill
what that
says
was.
the Pod Generation. I heard that movie was good, but I never watched it.
Okay, that might be what I'm talking about then. Yeah, because I didn't see it, but I saw like this trippy trailer and stuff for it, and I was like, what?
Yeah, I just
Okay.
saw a movie the other day called Companion, a new movie that came out, and it's about like a robot companion, like romantic and like
Oh
sex
my
robot.
God, our friend Delsenia has been raving about that movie.
It's so good. It was excellent. Really, really well put together. But yeah, it just gets you thinking about like this stuff is right around the corner. There was like one at CES in January, or a few weeks ago, where they had like the sex bot that can have AI generated conversations with you, and yeah, it's just
it's pretty much here. I mean, the
What
definitely.
what was it called? A companion bot or something they just released or has been talking about or something?
yeah, that's at the CES
Hey.
thing. Yeah, it was.
They got all
I
kinds
forget
of
they had
stuff.
a name.
It was no, and when I say it was like, what was that show? They had a show where they had bots that were like you could buy them to be like service, but then they also had that fail safe for them to be like porn bots kind of thing or some shit.
Bot.
Is that Dollhouse?
Porn bot.
No, but it was like it was
Give me
a
some more
series.
details.
They
Give me
were
some more
like
details on that porn bot.
no, it was they had you could do.
It was like Westworld was kind of like that.
It was weird show, but they were robots, but they were so futuristic. They were able to. They were essentially like humans, and there was a whole just like debate between them having rights and not, and then like this guy got it for the family to be kind of like I think she was like a babysitter, sort of like a housemaid, to go around and help do the laundry and clean up. But I don't know if he had a wife or him and his wife were having a hard time or something. And so there's like this other part of the program in the manual you can go to, and it switches them to be able to meet your pleasure. I was like, and it was this whole way, and then it was weird. It was such a weird show. And that was like years ago. So now to see them have these quote unquote companion bots, which
Yeah.
were so realistic looking. And I was thinking, like, okay, yeah, we saw that a while back.
And I don't know, the human brain, though, it's like the Severance thing of them trying to rebuild it, I guess. The human brain, like, we know more about the universe, like, I mean, the universe far away and everything and all that stuff. We know way more about that than we do the human brain. It's the
Oh, Vic.
most mysterious thing
Yep.
left for us to figure out. So,
Yeah. And we're already trying to rewrite it without really knowing what we're doing.
yeah. We're still
Terrible
lost
idea.
as hell.
I even worry about, the like SSRIs and stuff like that, like messing with our brain chemistry to try to fix like mental problems,
It's kind of playing God a little bit if you want to look at it like that.
It is. I don't know about how I feel about it. Yeah, it's definitely. This is why I love sci-fi though, because it's always about what's right around the corner. I mean, we've had decades and decades of movies of like, hey, we had Skynet and robots going haywire, not listening to us. We had HAL 9000 and all these different movies, and here we are with all these different chat robots, and we're building these companion bots, and nothing can go wrong, right? Like it's all gonna be good.
None of them have seen Terminator. It's like
Right.
none of them know that we got to go save Sarah Connor, and shit's all fucked up. And why'd you got to do it? And just like leave shit alone.
It's fine. We got iRobot now. Will Smith will take care of it.
But
Don't
here's
worry.
the thing, by the time, those were written in a time where you'd think, well, we're going to need a physical robot to go up against the humans. I think we're at a time where we can see where AI could probably step in and never even need an army of robots to inflict hell upon us or put us in entrapment in some way.
Yeah.
So it's crazy future.
With the push of a button, what can be shut down and how we could be handicapped like that.
I know. What y'all gonna do when you don't
terrifies me.
have your cell phone for 24 hours and no internet? Society's we're gonna go straight Mad Max in less than 24 hours.
I just hope my sex bot keeps working.
It don't work no more either.
Gotta get that firmware update.
No
man. It's not gonna
technology.
work.
We get a solar flare, some kind of like magnetic field. It wipes out all fucking technology. We're fucked.
It could
Mad
be.
Max in less than 24 hours. I'm calling it.
Yeah, it's like Blade Runner when they lose all the data because like solar flare.
Nope. I'm telling you,
Yeah,
I'm telling you, society will go Mad Max. It's going real quick.
There was a good TV show back in the day called Revolutions. I don't know if you guys have ever saw that show, but it is literally what you're saying, Scarlett. What happens if like a big them bombs
them
come
things. I know what you're talking about. I can't say the words either because I forget them. But I know
electromagnetic pulse.
That thing.
There you go. One of those. And the whole world went dark. Everything.
I mean,
was
we're
fried.
a solar flare away from that happening.
Yeah.
We've already
Did you know that it doesn't take a very big one, but a nuclear explosion in space right above America, right in the middle of the country, just would cause an EMP effect that would literally take out most of the country. So I mean, it doesn't have to be a special device. They could engineer it to do it with even what we have today already.
Yikes.
That's right, Bill. Keep my bot's name out your motherfucking mouth.
That's funny.
Yeah, they make them for women, Vic.
Yes, Bill. NBC's Revolution. Yes.
Okay, I haven't seen that one.
Great show.
Yeah, I haven't watched that either.
You mentioned Terminator, and what's funny is James Cameron has an AI company now.
He knows
the guy who
what's
made
up.
the movie is now investing in Skynet.
He knows what's up.
Yeah. I mean,
he wants to be on the right side.
We connected these things to the internet, and they could easily like escape. And now they're making accounts, and now they're trying to hack
that movie too. It was called Transcendence.
Oh, okay, yeah. Is that the one where like his consciousness is uploaded to the thing?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I haven't seen that one, but I heard about it.
Oh yeah, and he is transcended into basically the particles, like it goes beyond just like the internet. He is transcended into all matter.
Ooh.
Wow.
Did y'all see that old movie Lawnmower Man?
No.
Yes.
It was really old, but it was back in the day when we didn't know how the future would be. But this guy like got into the internet, like became digital or whatever.
Vic's placing her order for her bot as well. Get your companion bots, folks, while you can. I don't know if they customize Vic. We'll have to look into that.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure like Henry Cavill or however you say his name, he as a celebrity would sell the rights to his physique to a sex bot company.
I disavow. I disavow.
There you go. It's all about branding. It's all about branding.
Yeah, we went a little far. All right.
He'd make a lot of money doing that, for sure.
You probably would.
I mean, don't get me wrong. There's probably a couple of female celebrity bots I would, see what the prices were.
I'm good on that. I'm good
Oh
on that.
my gosh. I hope I never get that desperate.
They're trying to steal your seed, James. Don't give it.
No.
Don't do it.
She's gonna murder you in your sleep at night.
Yeah.
Which I guess
You gotta
isn't
see this
any
companion
different than
movie,
a normal
man.
female, so I guess you're still really
You might change your mind after this.
Actually,
companion
she
movie.
may not take your money though, so you might actually have one. She may have one up on us.
You just gotta not like allow any tampering with it after you get it.
Who you let? Don't let no one touch your adult. No.
Yeah, nobody mess with my doll, man. just hit the USB. No, man.
Good Lord, it's always
Keep
been
that
nice,
shit.
right?
Keep that shit in the safe next to your guns.
Oh
Like,
my
yeah,
gosh.
nobody can go in there. Nobody.
You got it locked up
Nobody.
for sure.
Dude, it's all connected with internet, web of things.
Oh my God.
So you would absolutely be that would be a hack vector.
I mean, that's just so weird, though. Like, I mean, I understand girls and guys both have toys today that might need servicing, but most people, I guess, just buy another one. But, I mean, there would actually be a dude that goes house to house working on your sex bot.
I have no idea what you're talking about. I don't know what you're talking about. But apparently Vic is enjoying it because she's getting pointers from you. So
Yeah. Well, there's a line in the companion movie where he's like, "Did you just jailbreak your sex bot?"
That's what you not want to happen.
Did you find cheat codes? Did you find cheat codes? Up, down, left, right. Triangle, triangle, triangle.
Did you get one on the black market somehow? You pirated your own little sex bot. You got to be careful with those though, because you never know where they've been.
Right.
You got your black market sex bot. You pull it out of the thing, and all of a sudden it's speaking a language you don't even understand. You're like, "Fuck!"
It's like buying a
I
secondhand.
can't even understand it.
Refurbished.
Yeah, you don't want that.
It's missing an arm. It's just
got like
missing an
one
arm.
boob.
The butt cheeks are uneven. Just minor faults, but nothing. 50% off.
Yeah, right. Just a little discount. No shame in it.
It's got a few wear and tears.
Just
right,
like a hand or something like that. I thought it matters, but it was just fucking weird.
Where did this conversation come from?
We went on a whole lot of tangents. Yeah.
We went around the circle and back a few times.
Can you imagine those customer service calls? The poor person. The poor person
She won't let
on the
go.
other end.
Too much teeth. Too much teeth.
Yeah, I think she stopped up.
Sir died.
Needs an oil change.
Sir, you're not supposed to put anything in there, sir.
What do I do with it?
Find the designated areas.
That was not one of the
The instruction booklet. The instruction booklet. You're just like, what the fuck?
Sir, you voided your warranty. There's not supposed to be a hole there, sir.
We only cover up to 300 times.
Yeah, right. Yep.
Oh my gosh. I can't.
That's just wrong, man. That's just wrong. Why do y'all talk about stuff
I
like that?
don't know why you would bring up such things, James. Your debauchery knows no bounds. Like, hey, look, you and cohorts with Mayfair and them. Don't you try to? You the one talking about it.
Well, I just call it what it is. I mean, you
Yeah.
know.
You said it
I mean,
all.
if you think about it, playing is not a bad word in itself. Yourself is not a bad word, and if you put them together, playing with yourself, it's not really cussing.
Like, I didn't do shit. Damn it, I didn't do any damn thing.
I can't blame you that that's what was happening on that airplane.
Fuck, don't play. All right, y'all fucking blame me. I didn't do shit. That's it. Whereas I ain't played this shit in a long time. Some bitch.
What the hell was that?
That's funny as that. My belly's hurting laughing after that one.
There. Y'all got pineapples.
Well, that brings us all back to Prom, though.
We got back to Severance. We're back to
Or
pineapples.
yeah,
now.
Severance.
There. We're not talking about
I
whatever.
was like, was there an ad break in the middle? Like, what the hell am I looking at? Like, did I fall asleep on stream?
What are they trying to sell me right now? What is this supposed to be?
Some cheap mobile game or something. What even is being pineapple? Like, what does that mean?
The music sounded a little bit Bow Wow.
Oh god! All right, so we used to have a friend who came on, and he would tell us that if he ever would talk too much or say something that he wasn't supposed to say on stream or anything like that, that I could always our safe word was pineapple, so he would know to like shut the fuck up.
Oh, okay.
And this was he
Well,
came
I've
up
been
with the
saying
pineapple word.
pineapple
This
so
was
much.
totally his thing. Like I didn't even come up with it. Like, he
Yes.
came up with it. And so he would come on stream and do his thing because he's a streamer too, and he's usually solo streamer, so he's used to filling up dead air. So he's used to rambling himself, and not used to streaming with others. You kinda
He's a
overtalk.
gamer.
Sure.
And so that was what I created for him when he would argue with me and piss me off on stream. I would play that, and yeah, that's where that came from.
There would be
That's a fun
heated
one.
horror movie discussions, and
Oh, really?
pineapples were just being thrown.
That's
Oh
funny.
my god!
So yeah, it's our safe word around here.
I just want the record to show I don't think I started that conversation.
It might have been me because I saw the movie the week.
Regardless of who started the conversation, James, I'm blaming you either way.
Wait. James said legal note. Legal note. I just have.
Look,
I need
I
to
know
make a
Brian
legal
didn't
note.
start it, and me and Dana are ladies, so we surely could
I
not
might
have
have. I
started
don't.
it.
I was talking about companion the
Yeah,
movie.
we
I might have
definitely-
started it.
We definitely went on a circle, but it was good stuff.
That was
No,
funny.
that was preem content. That was top tier.
Right
Wording it
here
for sure.
on the fever hour.
Yeah.
I'm telling you, I don't even know where to go after this.
No,
Is the show over?
We've been going 4.5
I feel like
hours.
we covered all of this episode. So
And then some.
yeah.
Oh my goodness, folks. And it is well, it's already the witching hour for Dana. It's almost the witching hour for me. It's getting very late. I did not realize we've been going for quite 4.5 hours. Wow. Yeah, folks.
Good size
I
stream.
didn't even feel like it.
Like I'm still
Yeah,
trying to
it flew
catch my
by.
breath here. I'm like dying. My sinuses are going now. Freaking eyes are teary. Oh my gosh.
Do you like the sage?
Yeah, you gotta break
No,
out the
I need to
sage.
pull
There
out
you
some
go.
sage after this. I need to light a candle, pray to God, something.
No.
Ask for forgiveness. I don't know.
Say some Hail Marys real quick, you know.
We all need to.
I'm gonna.
Where's we need Delcinia now. 'Cause she would definitely cure us and bless
Yes.
us, and she prayed for us so that we can
Yes.
remain in heaven.
Right. We'll be in Cold Harbor.
I will.
Don't say that. Don't put that on us. I don't want to be beehive branch transferred, clean slated. I don't want to be any of those things.
One of
I
them
started
fucking
Yeah.
buttons said
That started
killed.
to sound weird as I went through the list. I was like, oh, just don't be any of those.
Yeah, F9. Don't
One of
press
those
F9.
fucking yeah, one of those buttons says fucking kill. I'm
No,
good.
thank you. No, thank you.
I don't want to be freeze frame. None of that. That
No.
sounds weird now. Yeah, we're done with that. Done with it.
We are talking about the TV show Severance. People, get your minds out the gutter.
Well, it's kind of hard after that damn conversation. I still, wait, do I even have that? I don't even have the proper one, but we'll put it up on screen anyways. I still ain't picked the one I want to pick, Dana. I can't remember which one actually looks good. Clutching them pearls.
Nice.
That one's even weird. That one's the weirdest one, I think. Where is this one? Oh, that one's just normal. There.
Those AI ones.
Yeah.
Yeah. They don't look bad though.
Yeah.
How can
And
you
my
tell?
AI
With the weird
overlords. These are
fingers?
the AI overlords that I appreciate because they do the things I need them to do.
Oh,
And they
I've
don't give
had
me lip.
some fun with Copilot, making some photos.
This one's I got this one I believe from what was it, Leonardo AI possibly.
Oh yeah, that one's good too.
I think they just now made it to where you gotta actually pay to use it properly. They used to give more credits for the free. And now I get it. It's not a bad thing. I just
Nah, free is better.
when you got CapCut that, even for the free version you get damn near everything. And then some. I'm like,
Is that the editing one?
yeah, but they now have where you can create images in there.
Oh really?
They have all
Like
kinds of
Photoshop has that now too. They got generative AI in there.
they got all kind of little AI tools that you can play with.
Yeah, some of it's really nice. Like After Effects has rotoscoping now. That's AI generated, which is really nice. So like if you want to track an object's motion in the frame and like crop it out or something, it's really easy to do now.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, I can just with Premiere, the whole Adobe Suite stuff, AI, and I guess other brands and stuff of software like that. I mean, it makes me think like, oh, the new generations just don't know what we had to go through back in the early days, because now it's just click. I mean, you want something, Photoshop used to be a square, white square, and you just start from scratch. But
yeah, my heart sunk when because I didn't care so much about TikTok personally because I don't use it and I don't really watch TikTok off the app. So when TikTok went down, I was like, oh, that's, I'm sorry, TikTok's going down. But then when CapCut went down, that sunk my goddamn heart. I was, and then they didn't bring it back first. And I was like, but son of a bitch. And I have to go back to Canva and then the other 5 programs that I have to use in order to do things for free that CapCut gives me. And I was like, I could do it all in CapCut in one. I could do my background. Like Canva will offer you some of the same things, but you have to pay for the tier. And I was like, man, I could do that. But CapCut, I pay for CapCut for the extra shit. The reason I don't want to pay for Canva is because Canva's making me pay for shit that CapCut already gives me for free.
Yeah.
And I'm like, well, fuck that. No, if you want to, give me that stuff for free and then charge me for the extra super special shit, all right, hell yeah. Don't charge me for shit I can get done on another. So yeah, otherwise I'll go back to using a program for background removers, one for editing the photo a little bit better and sharpening it up. I had to do that before I got on CapCut. Now I'm so spoiled. CapCut has spoiled me to death.
It's big. So many people are using it.
And it's honestly, as far as if you don't have a good enough computer, a really good setup to run some of the better programs and really get into it and have the time.
Do you use CapCut on your phone or do you use a computer?
On my computer.
Yeah. To me, it's easier that way because I'm just old and it's hard to see a little screen. But
I couldn't do the phone. No. I was not a phone or tablet person.
98. I mean, it's a big percentage. People not only watch YouTube on mobile now. It's use CapCut and TikTok, and they do it all in their phone. And I'm just
I don't know how they do that because the way I'm editing stuff and having to get down and look at that shit, I couldn't see it on that screen. There's no way.
Some of the functions, I think YouTube Shorts, you can't change the thumbnail in the desktop.
The app for it.
Yeah, you have to go into the app. So there's some things like that. But yeah, mobile is the thing.
Yeah.
I hate that though because man, PC is to me where it's at because it's better in the as far as lifespan.
Right. But
Bastard.
look, you won't even need that. All you'll need is your sex bot. You tell it. what you
No,
want.
that's yours. You have apparently a whole closet of them over there that you do whatever you do with from the black market. I don't know what you do over there.
No, look, they haven't been perfected yet. All I'm saying is,
See,
if they ever do get
created
perfected,
these things and testing them out over there.
and certain
How many
celebrities
times? How many times have
offer
you
their
tested each
likeness.
one? How many times have you personally tested out each one of your special bots?
I don't have any bots. I don't have any bots. But
no,
now that you say it,
no.
now that you say it, being a personal tester at one of those companies is intriguing.
I'm just a QA tester. It's not my fault.
Oh my god, no. See, James did it. That is not my fault. See, god damn. It's your fault.
Yeah. Your kid takes
I'm
you
done.
to school for like show and tell or daddy's day or whatever you call it. And what does your dad do?
You don't want to know. He plays with
Billy,
robots.
bot tester.
He's a bot tester.
Look, we were doing so good. We were coming back.
Yeah, we brought it right back.
Yes, they
That's
got
it.
to do this for work.
Funny.
Oh man.
Don't do it.
I know I've had to test out this Farrah Fawcett model for like months. We just
Still
can't get it right.
I need to try a couple more times. It's just not. I
Give
don't
me
know.
3 more months. 3 more
Not quite
months.
there
And we'll
yet.
have it.
My research is not fully, done yet.
I'm not having
Yeah.
my computer.
Is that the modern version?
I
of like,
need
oh,
to
I
further
replay broken
elaborate on that
articles?
subject.
And we got 11 people watching. We got Bill and Vic in the chat typing. There's no telling who's watching us and thinking, "Oh my god, what the hell is going on here?" I
thought they were
apologize
talking
to
about-
all
My
the
boss
other
is
folks
watching, and
watching
then-
us
The
right now.
thumbnail
All the
says
folks
Severance.
Yeah.
Wait,
Love
is there a
to see it.
sex box in Severance
Well,
that
just
I'm unaware of?
at a certain point in the video, we turn on our other selves.
Yeah. There we go.
I don't know. Well, sometime after,
I'm in goldfish mode right now. I don't
yeah,
remember
really
anything.
after 10:30 or so, I don't
Yeah.
know. Our brains started to not work right, and apparently that was.
Yep.
I'm a full blunt in, so I'm probably not gonna remember any of it.
The
Fair
bot
enough.
recovery department. Oh my god. No, we don't need no.
Yeah, I hope they don't-
Big said I died. My boss was watching.
I hope they don't have cameras in my department.
Well, there is this whole
God.
thing where we're streaming live to the internet right now. There might be some
True.
cameras.
It's true.
It's okay. I work for a YouTube channel. It's all good.
Right, we could get away with it.
Yeah, we'll be good. We'll be good.
I mean, come
I
on,
sure
you
don't want
know,
to be the
it's
the bot
going to
tester and
play
having cameras in there.
into
That'd
the
be a little.
social media side of things because I don't know whoever it was that was making, I don't know how many months it went, but in the initial was like making $100,000 a month on OnlyFans by using an AI model.
Yeah, I did
Oh,
hear
really?
about like
Isn't
the
that crazy?
AI was gonna take out like the
Yeah.
girls on OnlyFans. I was like, oh shit.
That
So the
Might be
future
for the
is full
best.
of
it
AI.
might be for the best. All of our Audis are watching. Oh man.
Oh look, we got an
Yeah,
actual question. I think this is actually about Severance, people. All right, get it together. Be professional, James.
What?
Yeah. He
Don't
found the
pineapple
answer
me.
we were looking for.
Don't
like,
pineapple
earlier.
me again.
He's probably like hours back in the stream. He's like reacting to what
Right,
you
wait a
you
minute.
were
This is a
talking
legit
about.
question, folks. Though Cabell said, "Send her down to the testing floor." That's when they named it.
Yeah, okay. So Cobell said that to
So it is. It was
somebody
called
else.
the testing floor.
So maybe it is actually the testing floor. The
That was
elevator.
a while back.
We have to put our panel cap back on.
Well,
Right.
We have
now
somebody who
James put
actually
a whole
wants
new
to ask a
definition to
question about the-
testing. Like
know.
the
I know. I
testing
had to
floor,
read
what's
it
going
before
on
I
down there?
actually said anything. I was like, "No, guys, we got a serious question. This is serious." What?
But yeah, now we have a whole new thing about QA testing. I don't want to know what they're doing with Gemma down on the testing floor now. I don't want to know.
Right?
Oh,
My
and-
mind is just in a million places.
And James, you remember on the Mayfair episode, I was trying to remember what the fuck they called that thing that they put JoJo and the other girl into, and I called it a throuple, and I couldn't remember what the fuck it
Right,
was.
right. I
It was
don't think
called a
that's it.
thrall.
Thrall. Is
It
that
was
it?
called a thrall. I know where I got throuple from now. It was Severance, because I was watching that episode when he goes when I'm gonna call him Milkshake goes to Mark's sister's house, and he's like talking about Miss Cobell and saying, "Oh, it was a term we call throuple." I think so. That's where my fucking wires got crossed. But no, yeah, the other one was called a thrall, which I don't understand
okay.
that one any more further than I did the throuple. But whatever.
Yeah.
I clarified that. Just
Why can't they just use little words?
why can't they just make it normal? Like they're in a time slip.
Yeah.
All right, cool. Fuck, it's a time slip. All right. It's a thrall. The thralls of what? The thralls of passion? The thralls of hate? What kind of what does enthralls of what in what terms? Or am I just not knowing the word? Is another word all entirely and I got the wrong definition? I don't know. But yeah, they did. They had a little throuple going on. But you'll see. He said, Bill says my Audi's wife is cheating with me. That is true. They do. They
That's
have
what's
another
going on
one
with
going
Dylan. It seems
Yep.
like.
Yep.
So, yeah, that's going to be interesting to see how that shakes out.
Oh no, Vic. All right, Vic, you can get yourself in trouble.
The answer is Farrah Fawcett.
I don't know who that is, and I feel like that's probably a good thing. But I don't know who that is.
I'm just old.
Yeah, like that's all. You just make us feel our age. It's okay.
Okay.
Well, who's the new person? Who should I be saying?
I don't know.
Oh, Megan. What's her name?
Megan Fox.
Megan
Yeah.
Fox.
Megan Fox. Hey, she's in a movie that she's like that anyway, right? It's like that movie Brian was talking about. She was a bot or something. And
Oh, really? She was a robot in a movie?
I think so.
Maybe.
Yeah, it just came out. It was the one Delsenia couldn't figure out the name of it.
Yeah.
And
So
I forget what it's. Vic knows the name of it.
But
yeah, Megan Fox plays a weird robot.
That's definitely the future because
Subservient.
they've made.
There you go.
You can download a app right now, and there's actually several that's out, but it's a social media thing like Facebook, but it's all 100% AI. But
Wow.
you can interact just like you can on Facebook. So if you don't have any friends, now you do. That kind of thing. So
Do you guys know dead internet theory?
yeah, dead internet theory.
Yeah. The theory that most
what's
traffic
that?
on the internet is bots talking to each other.
It's
Yeah.
getting to that point. I
Yeah.
mean, that's what I'm saying. Facebook, Zuckerberg has even said that he's going to start creating AI accounts
Yeah.
through the company. So it's like,
They have those chatbots come up, and
what world are we about to wake up to?
I don't know. I have a feeling like all this stuff, it's gonna like come in waves, and the first wave, like people are gonna end up kind of rejecting it, and then people just get used to it, and then
Which way does the Megan Fox bot come?
probably the first one, honestly.
No, don't. James, you're horrible.
But Severance, though, so you really think they're rebuilding Gemma? Like,
I don't know. They're doing
that's
something
such a
with it.
mystery of how the numbers, the computer.
Yeah, I have
See,
no
the four temperaments are down below those
Oh yeah, there's
little
boxes
bars,
under
those
the
reading
bars.
the progress bars. There's the four, and it's when they put the numbers in the boxes, it changes the values of those numbers. The percentage of the bar goes up, but also there's a number in each of those boxes. So like there's so much weight per group of numbers.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, there's something to that. It means something.
Man,
But
I wonder
right
if
now
we'll
it's
find
kinda
out.
random.
That may be the thing that we don't find out till the end. I don't know.
Yeah. Or never.
Or never.
Yeah,
Never.
right. Let's see, I actually have that picture. So there's 1, 2, 3. There's 5 boxes. Hang on. Let me pull it back.
Yeah. But then there's 4 boxes under each progress bar.
Yeah, that's where I saw that at. I thought it was on that other computer screen, but it was right there.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah, that's where the little initials are.
Yeah, they got what is that? NODRFCMA. So
Um,
FC is frolic, maybe.
yeah, MA's malice, DR's dread, and WO is woe.
Oh, okay. Like, whoa, man, that's crazy.
It is definitely weird. It says build right here, so you're building.
Well, I think build is just like, you know how a
Okay,
computer, like a piece of software, they call it a
maybe.
build. Like this is version 25.
Okay.
This is version 3.0. This is version
All right, good
3.5.
clarifying that because I don't fucking know.
Yeah. So that's my theory on that.
Yeah, and like the dude that had frolic on his hand, you would think he would be dread.
Yeah.
Or malice even maybe, but he had frolic, so that always threw me off. Like, why is
Yeah,
he
maybe there's a second meaning to that.
Yeah.
You know.
And
Like
you
maybe
couldn't
it
see his other hand, like maybe he had them all four tattooed somewhere on him, and it really
Mhm.
didn't mean he only had frolic.
Yeah, or maybe they tattoo the one like you have too much dread. You need a little more frolic. You need to balance out a little bit. Maybe that's what it is. Yeah, that could be. But yeah, it's getting pretty late for me, so I think I'm gonna sign off here.
Yeah, we're actually going to go.
Oh, we're
ahead
gonna
and
wrap it up?
Yeah,
Okay.
because actually we
Yeah.
should have wrapped it up like an hour ago, and then we ran.
No,
it long.
I've enjoyed this.
Totally
last
Dana's
hour.
fault.
No, we're gonna blame you, James.
I think once we got off the track, it actually got more fun. So that's totally fine with me.
But yeah, we're gonna wrap it up because it is. It's like it's. I know it's after like 1 o'clock for you guys on the East Coast, about midnight.
Yeah,
for
it's
me.
closing in on
So-
one.
So we're definitely going to close it down, everyone. And thank you all again for joining us tonight. And also thank you guys, James and Brian. As always, a pleasure.
Thanks for having
James,
me.
you got to watch your damn mouth, man. I swear. You gotta get
I'll
it.
be better next
Be
time if you ever
professional.
invite me
I'm gonna
back.
come up with something just for you next time. Something even
Well, you
better.
guys,
than the
you guys
pineapple.
got to come back with us next week because it's supposed to be the best episode.
Oh yeah. I'm gonna have
Well,
to. mark and
I'd
tell
love to. This next month is going to be a little. I'm not going to have a lot of time because I'm actually warming up to film a short film at the
Oh,
top of March.
Yay.
I'm directing a little horror short. So,
oh, nice.
so the next month of my
Yay.
life is going to be. I'm going to be thinking about nothing but that. So
Yes.
might not have time to come on streams, but hopefully by the time season finale comes around, I can hop back on. That would be a lot of fun.
Oh yeah.
But
Well,
yeah.
you know you always have
Yay.
an open chair here anytime. you
I
want to
appreciate
come
that.
join us.
Yeah, we'll definitely. Hope I don't know how many episodes there are, but yeah, hopefully it works out so I can come on for like the finale or something. Be cool.
Awesome.
Sounds
Yeah.
good.
I'll say keep you guys posted on my short film. I'm about to start
Yes.
making videos about.
I know.
like,
I want to see it. I'm
progress.
I'm excited for you because I like seeing stuff. I want to see horror stuff.
Yeah, it's like a
Yes, we are
possession
horror
horror,
fans.
psychological horror type of thing. So I'm excited
Nice.
for it.
Nice.
But yeah,
All right. Hey guys, check it out. When he gets ready to, we're gonna. I'll promote it over here as well because I'm gonna watch
appreciate
it.
that.
Yeah.
Black Roses. That's what it's called.
Nice. Oh yeah. Definitely send us in Discord later in a DM or something. Any kind of like links or anything for it, pictures or whatever. Because we'll definitely promote for you, man.
Yeah, appreciate that. I'm about to start making like a video series of shorts. Like, oh, I wrote a script and I got the crew together, and then yeah. So
Nice.
Nice.
I'll let you guys know how that goes.
Awesome. Awesome. That sounds awesome.
Yeah, I'm really excited. Haven't directed a movie in like 6 years, so getting back into it.
Cool,
It's my
man.
passion in life.
That's
so.
awesome.
That is awesome.
I know you
I'm
got to
excited.
get us one of those signs that they crack down. Like,
I
action
have one in
or-
the
over.
closet somewhere.
We need
I don't
one of
know.
those.
I have too many boxes.
It's a-
I moved 6 months ago, and everything's still in boxes over there. You know that is.
I know Dana needs it for D&D, and we need it for over. We could just, I don't know why, but we would have so much fun with it. We're such children.
yeah.
She just
Maybe
said
they
it.
have an app for it. Like
They do have apps for it.
what?
They do,
What's his name had
probably.
a bell. What? The guy that wrote the book in Severance, didn't he have a bell and he was shaking his phone and
Yeah,
getting
that's
people's
right.
attention? That was so
They
funny.
do it. I think the app is called Clean Slate, I think. And you just write the numbers on it, and then you press the thing, and it goes.
Nice.
So, I've used that many times. But yeah.
All right, guys. Well, thank you all again for hanging out with us tonight. Hope you all have an awesome rest of your weekend, and we should be back Monday for Mayfair Monday night. James, you are also welcome Monday night if you would like to join us. We'll see how this next episode goes. I will not explain in any further detail.
I'm finding you, Vic.
But we will see where
I'll let
Mayfair
everybody
and
know
Severance take us in the next coming week.
Yes. Post your updates and stuff in the Discord, Brian, and whenever you want.
Yep. I appreciate that. Yeah, we're definitely going to try to do a festival run before we put it online anywhere. Because most festivals are like, you can't have it available for anybody. So it'll probably be like 6 months from now or, up to a year, depending. So, but I will definitely keep everybody informed about it.
And then when you win your Oscar, we could point at the thing and say, we know him.
Yeah.
We know him.
Yeah, it's happening. And then I'll invite you guys and we'll all hang out at the Oscars after party.
Hell yeah.
Let's go.
I know him.
Yeah.
James, I don't trust James to bring a +1.
What?
What?
No.
He's going to bring his companion
No,
box.
no. I haven't ordered her yet. I haven't ordered her yet. And I still got to look into that job.
Yeah, for sure. I don't have a companion bot. She's a rental.
Right. Well, on that note, folks, we're going to sign off. Have a good night. Have a great weekend, and we will see you all on the next one.
Thanks, everyone.
See y'all. See you, Brad.
Bye, guys.
Peace out. See you, James. See you, Dana and Scarlett. Thanks for hanging
out.
Bye.
Paint me a scene, city in color, the way that you see, the way you see it. Don't you wish that I could give you? I could give you everything. 1, 2, 3, and my heart is racing. Can't fall asleep, I got my mind in a throw. Weightless, floating through the day. Trust that I'll be okay. I'm happy alone, but I let it go. Waiting for you. Wait until you realize. Waiting for you. Wait until you realize. If you wanna run ahead, I'll meet you where the water meets the earth we cling to. If you wanna find the edge, I'll come too. I could run around this world all day with you. I could show you this world